Our protagonist is the useless eldest son of a prestigious duke. After his clan and beloved sister were slaughtered in a goblin horde attack-an event that shattered his mind, he descended into madness, becoming an infamous mercenary known only as the King of Mercenaries. But when he was defeated by one of the continent's supreme nobles, the man revealed a chilling truth. A hidden force had orchestrated his family's annihilation. And so, he had every reason to return to a time before any of it ever happened. Armed with the supreme skills of his previous life, he charges headlong alone against 100 goblins, crafting mana threads capable of manipulating objects from a distance and binding enemies in their grip of veritable fantasy Spider-Man. In just a few brief days of training, he can already send an SSS-ranked knight to their Gravino lengthy monologues required. Let us begin. I know this one all too well and controllable. A swordsman trapped within his own room, a man driven to utter madness raving and deranged, talking to his own shadow and playing every role himself. No supporting villain needed. The useless eldest son of Count Perong Ghislain. Are you telling me that the North's #1 knight was defeated by that good-for-nothing? A cloaked figure of unknown identity appears, his voice warm and unhurried. Isn't that so? I spent a fortune crafting that trap. The figure strides forward slowly, gradually revealing himself as a hooded night-high's silhouette, radiating an aura both majestic and terrifying. A pair of cold, emerald-green eyes flash with killing intent, a gaze so frigid that even a fish would crawl ashore to salute, let alone the man he was interrogating. Do you like it? The North's #1 knight trembles without cease. Yow, you were that good for nothing. Ghislain, it was a trap. Are you saying you knew of my plan in advance? Amid the scattered corpses of soldiers littering the ground, the hooded knight remains utterly composed. Not only that I know exactly how many men you have deployed, who your spies are, and who provided your reinforcements. I have known everything from the very beginning. Those words leave the man utterly helpless. Impossible. I was always the hidden ace. How could you? How dare a piece of trash like you? Before the man can finish, the hooded knight drives a ruthless kick straight into his gut. The devastating blow sends the northern knight crashing onto his back, plunging him into unconsciousness. The mysterious hooded knight simultaneously presses a cold hand firmly over his mouth. Having felled his opponent, he smirks the very next second and tosses the knight's helm to the ground. Invade as many times as you wish. I will be the victor in the next battle, and the one after that. Every single time. Do you know why? Because I hold every stratagem in the palm of my hand. The scene gradually shifts. 1 year prior, the kingdom of Lutenhia near the Perong estate. Heavy, ragged breathing echoes through the room, growing louder by the second. He lies on the bed, his hands still trembling. What the hell just happened? It is Ghislain, his expression one of utter shock. Am I still alive? Impossible. Just a moment ago I was. Brutal images flood his memory. A sword sent flying, spinning through the air. The sword plunges downward, stabbing deep into the earth. The scene crystallizes Ghislain, platinum-haired, a diagonal scar across his face, blood seeping from his shoulder. He curses under his breath, damn it. The moment the words leave his lips, the wounds from his opponent's slash tear open across his entire body, blood spraying in all directions. He throws his head back, coughing up a mouthful of blood, and collapses to his knees in agony as his enemy strides forward with a smug grin. It's over. Ghislain, the #1 mercenary, one of the 7 strongest beings on the continent. The war is over. His opponent is one of the 7 supreme noble knights of the continent. Yuns. He walks up to Ghislain, draws his sword, and levels the blade squarely at his fallen foe. Do you have any last words? But the answer he receives is utterly resolute. What a pity I could not complete my vengeance. Go to hell, you bastard. I was one of the 7 strongest mercenaries on the continent. Ghislain snarls. Upon hearing this, Yun merely regards Ghislain with a contemptuous gaze. How arrogant. I never expected you to be the eldest son of the fallen Pum family. You left your family after your sister died, didn't you? Ghislain narrows his eyes, glaring with suspicion. How do you know that when you hail from another kingdom? Yun raises a hand slightly and replies coldly, of course I know. I worked tirelessly for years to track you down because we were the ones who collaborated with the Delphin family to overthrow yours. Ghislain is instantly stunned. He thinks to himself there were others pulling the strings beyond Duke Delphin's family. While Ghislain is still lost in thought, Yun has already circled behind him. Well, explaining further is pointless. You are about to die anyway. Accept your fate. Ghislain roars in fury. You bastard, I will never forgive you. Yun's eyes shift to one of utter madness and gleeful satisfaction. Very well. With those words, he swings his blade in a single, clean arc severing Ghislain's head from his body. Back to the present, Ghislain stares at his own reflection in a basin of water. He cleaved my head off back then, yet here I am, alive, my head still on my shoulders. Could it all have been just an illusion? I've grown younger too. Not a ghost, not a hallucination must have eaten some strange mushroom. Was I captured and turned into a lab rat by mages? Those arrogant bastards, I'll make them regret ever letting me live. Suddenly a voice calls from outside, "Young master, please come out. Young master, I know you're awake." This is Ridu, a guard of the Perong household. Before Ridu can even react, a blade is already pressed against his throat, accompanied by a venomous hiss. "I'll let you live if you answer my questions. Or maybe I won't. Call it a coin flip." Ridu turns his terrified eyes back, stammers out, "Young master," then heaves a long sigh of relief as if he's already struck a deal. "Serving as your guard is more stressful than taking a final exam, Dant. You think this is a bit much, sir?" No means no. He silently wonders what is this man's deal. He's the one being threatened here. Thinking this, Ghislain blurts out, "What are you even talking about?" Ridu waves his hand dismissively, pushing him back, and chides, "You exhausted yourself after your outburst and fell asleep." Utterly bewildered, Ghislain asks again, "I fell asleep." The young man answers, his hand gently touching his neck right where you just held a blade to my throat. "Have you forgotten everything after dozing off, sir?" Good heavens, you flew into a rage and declared you would personally lead an attack against the goblins. Ghislain's face twists in utter confusion. "Goblins what? I really flew into a rage. What utter nonsense." Richard Dudo simply bends down with calm composure, tidying up the luggage while reminding, "Pack your things, sir. Everyone is waiting." Ghislain can't help but wonder, "Our things? Where are we going?" "Where, you ask?" "To Perham Estate, of course." He follows with a skeptical glance, thinking to himself, "What?" Ghislain spins around, instantly seizing the young man by the shoulder. "Say that again? Does that surprise you as well, sir?" He asks for confirmation once more, his face full of doubt. "You mean the estate, the one that was already destroyed?" Having said that, he immediately dashes outside. From the edge of the cliff, a majestic vista unfolds before his eyes, a vast, tranquil estate, and far in the distance, a towering castle. Ghislain is utterly astonished. "That's the Perham Estate, all right. Why is it still standing? I watched it burn to the ground." Richard Dudo quickly approaches from behind Ghislain and whispers, "Are you having a nightmare or something, sir? You said your own family had fallen. If the Count hears you talking like this, you'll be cast out, sir." Still not convinced, Ghislain immediately pinches his own cheek-card. "Am I dreaming?" "Perhaps not." Witnessing his master's bizarre behavior, Richard Dudo grows bewildered, shrinking away in fear to one side. Ghislain regains his composure. His face is younger. "The estate is still intact. That can only mean one thing: I've regressed to the past. The younger me despised my own family. The immaturity born from a deep-seated inferiority complex led to nothing but trouble. I couldn't endure the criticism, so I left home behind. A few years later, I became a mercenary. I survived countless battles, honing my skills and making a name for myself. I returned to Perham to rectify the mistakes of my past. But by the time I arrived, my family had already been annihilated. I lost everything, but now everything is still here. Everyone I hold dear is still alive. I can barely even believe it. I want to sing for joy, but it's far too early to celebrate." He said, "We're here to attack the goblins, right?" "Right, I can never forget this day. That was the day the most people in our squad lost their lives. In my previous life, my squad and I chased down a goblin pack to make a name for ourselves. The report said there were only 3 goblins. I thought dealing with them would be easy, for someone with countless real combat experiences under their belt. But when we arrived, there were over 30 goblins. Nearly the entire squad was wiped out, because I recklessly ordered a full frontal charge. That might have still been feasible. Goblins had no strategy to speak of. But the problem was that no one trusted me. They all thought I was a good-for-nothing." Suddenly, a thunderous crash rips through Ghislain's thoughts. Directly above, a watchtower is torn straight from the ground and hurled into the sky. The tower crashes down right before Ghislain's eyes. A sentry spots the threat and shouts, "Goblins! The goblins are here!" Before the words even fade, a massive horde of goblins, bristling with weapons, charges toward them with savage fury. Even Ghislain can't help but exclaim in shock, "This fast? In my previous life, did they come this quickly too?" The goblin horde exploits its raw strength and monstrous size to slam into the camp's defensive line. They send everything in their path flying. The scene is utterly overwhelming. A voice roars out, "Get into positions. Don't panic. Defensive formation now." The man barking orders is Skaven, the raid squad's commander. No sooner do the words leave his mouth then the soldiers directly in front of him are sent hurtling into the air by a massive goblin. The sheer force drives Skaven back several steps. Screams erupt without end. Even a seasoned commander like him feels a flicker of dread at the sight. Damn it, we let our guard down. The squad hasn't even had time to prepare. There are far more of them than the reports said. At this rate, we'll all die. Suddenly, someone shouts, snapping his mind back to the reality of command. Over there, behind. In that very instant, something hurtles in from the distance at a terrifying speed, leaving not even an afterimage. In the blink of an eye, someone seizes Skaven by the shoulder and hurls him aside its Ghislain. The entire exchange unfolds in a fraction of a heartbeat. Skaven whips his head around in disbelief. Huh, young master. The massive goblin swings its axe down toward the small human before it. At the same instant, Ghislain raises his sword to meet the blow. His blade bites into the flesh of the goblin's weapon-gripping arm. Blood wells from the wound. Ghislain swings with everything he has, redirecting the axe strike skyward. The edge of his sword is razor-sharp. It carves clean through half the massive goblin's arm in a single, fluid cut. The sight leaves Skaven and every soldier watching with their jaws hanging open, unable to believe their eyes. Ghislain's blade shears the goblin's arm clean off. Blood sprays in a crimson arc from the severed stump. The creature lets out a howl of agony. It collapses, utterly defeated. Its weight cracks the earth and sends tremors through the ground. Ghislain simply stands there, watching his enemy crumble utterly calm. He flicks his sword a few times and clicks his tongue. I guess I can't use my mana yet. I wish I'd regressed a little earlier. With that, Ghislain turns around. You're the commander, correct? Skaven lies on his back, still dazed. Why, yes, young master. Ghislain extends his hand. Hand it over. Skaven stares, not comprehending. Yes, sir. Ghislain's gaze is sharp, his expression dead serious. Command. He extends his hand further. Transfer command authority to me. The demand instantly puts a scowl on Skaven's face. What? Command authority? I knew he was an idiot, but demanding command when the soldiers' lives are on the line. With that thought, Skaven springs to his feet, turns away, and answers through gritted teeth. I can't do that. The reply catches Ghislain off guard. What? Skaven turns his back and walks away, muttering, Do you think this is some kind of joke? Even if you are the eldest young master, I cannot simply hand over the authority my liege has bestowed upon me. Ghislain hears this and finds himself at a loss for words. He can only watch the man walk away. A bitter frustration wells up inside him. What a pain. Honestly, if I were him, I'd react the exact same way if some fool came demanding my command. The very next second, another massive goblin bursts forth with a savage roar, lunging at them, catching both men completely off guard. Skaven immediately charges forward, throwing himself between Ghislain and the beast, and bellows. Fall back, I'll handle this. You're far too green to lead our men. Being dismissed like that stings. Ghislain feels a spike of displeasure. His patience has run dry. He swings his sword behind him. It seems I have no other choice. Without hesitation, Ghislain hurls his sword forward like a javelin with decisive force. Skaven is caught completely off guard. He dives to the side, barely dodging the blade by a hair's breadth. He immediately flies into a rage, wishing he could send the brat back to his mother's womb. What the hell do you think you're doing? Suddenly, a sharp sound erupts from directly ahead, freezing him in his tracks. Skaven whips toward the direction of the goblin from moments ago, his eyes blown wide, his face carved with utter shock. What? Before his very eyes, the goblin that had been charging ferociously just seconds ago now has a sword plunged straight through the crown of its skull. The creature met a swift, instantaneous death cut down before it could even process what happened. The goblin barely manages a single shriek, its eyes rolling white before all consciousness fades. It collapses to the ground, the sword still embedded firmly in its skull. The spectacle leaves Skaven stunned, a barrage of questions flooding his mind. What just happened? How could he have struck its weak point? Ghislain's voice cuts through his racing thoughts. Skaven, is it? Do you know what matters most on the battlefield? You cannot win a battle when your men are drowning in fear. We need to seize the momentum of victory. The moment the words leave his mouth, Ghislain bolts forward, ripping the sword from the dead goblin's skull, and charging straight ahead, leaving Skaven utterly bewildered. In a flash, Ghislain surges forward with blistering speed and launches himself into the air, soaring above the goblin horde that is about to slam into the soldiers. To the shock of every onlooker, Ghislain plummets downward, aims with razor precision, and drives his sword clean through a distant goblin's skull. The spectacle sends Commander Skaven's eyes bulging with dread. Ghislain yanks his blood-soaked sword free and throws down the gauntlet. Come, you goblins, I will slaughter every last one of you. He immediately drops into a crouch, coiling his legs like springs, ready to charge headlong into the goblin horde. In the blink of an eye, his devastating swordsmanship cuts down goblin after goblin in rapid succession. Skorven stands there, eyes bulging, wondering if he is dreaming, like watching an action film so intense he forgot to breathe. Even with mana, such a feat would be nearly impossible. How could that sheltered young lord pull off something like this? I could clearly see he was exhausted, yet he uses the smallest, most precise movements to evade strikes, his swordplay targeting their weak points, with the mastery of a blade saint, who possesses no manure, perhaps something even greater. Over here, Ghislain fights on with fierce, relentless vigor. Is that all you've got? I haven't even warmed up yet. You lot don't deserve the title of warrior. On this side, Ditch-Do watches the scene with mounting anxiety. They're all charging straight at the young master. Another soldier asks in bewilderment, is he running away? He immediately spins toward Skorven and shouts, Commander. Skorven just stands there, frozen like a statue, his heart gripped with dread. What the hell are you thinking? Charging into the goblins to draw their attention was one thing, but now he's fleeing. And that direction leads straight to a cliff. Wait, a cliff? His jaw drops in stunned realization. Don't tell me's the truth of Ghislain's plan dawns on him. Skorven immediately bellows his order. Soldiers, raise the shield wall. We follow the young master. Meanwhile, the goblin horde is hot on Ghislain's heels when he suddenly spins around, gripping the juking sword, and faces them head-on. Skorven, I trust you figured out my plan. If you're half the commander I think you are. As much as I'd love to cut every last one of them down myself, this wretched body won't hold out. Even so, this much is more than enough for you. Behind the goblin horde, something is steadily closing in. A thunderous clamor grabs their attention, forcing the goblins to whip their heads around Commander San, Ditch-Do, and every last soldier are bearing down on them. They grip their spears and shields tight and charge as one. Seeing this, Ghislain flashes a faint smile. Perfect, he murmurs. The instant the goblin's attention shifts, he leaps backward, hurling himself toward the cliff's edge. Even as he plummets off the cliff, a look of deep satisfaction crosses his face. From above, Skorven thunders his command. Soldiers push them off the cliff. Obeying the order, the entire battalion surges forward with all their might, driving the goblins back. Caught completely off guard, the soldiers roar in unison, pouring every last ounce of strength into one decisive final shove. United as one, they fling the entire horde of massive goblins over the cliff's edge. One by one, the colossal creatures plummet and slam into the ground below, each impact echoing like thunder. Atop the cliff, every soldier is utterly spent, gasping for air before a wave of fervent chatter erupts among them. We did it. We killed them all. At that very moment, Skorven rushes to the cliff's edge and shouts down below. Fortunately, just beneath them, Ghislain had driven his sword into the rock face just in time, clinging to the cliff and waiting for rescue. He is utterly exhausted, heaving deep, ragged breaths, but the triumphant look on his face, and the iron resolve in his eyes never waver as he gazes upward. Skorven spots his young master dangling below, and for a moment, shock flickers across his face. A small smile tugs at his lips. He leans over the edge, stretching his hand down toward his charge. Here, grab my hand. After enduring for so long, Ghislain's grip is fading fast. He murmurs, I can't. Hold on. Before the words even leave his lips, his strength gives out entirely. His hand slips from the sword hilt, and he plunges into the abyss right before the horrified eyes of every soldier. They cannot even react in time. Eyes go wide, and a chorus of panic screams tears from their throats. Young master. In the endless dark, a soft, gentle voice echoes. A voice achingly familiar. Big brother, Ghislain. Ghislain frowns in confusion. Elena. Within the endless void, shards of glass drift before Hymatch One, reflecting images from the past. Is mother gone? Thank you, big brother. What's wrong with you lately? You're the worst. He stands there stunned. For what feels like an eternitudinal, a single shard drifts down and lands in Ghislain's hand. These are my memories of Elena. Suddenly from behind, someone reaches out and grabs Ghislain by the arm. Big brother, that's Elena. The girl clings tightly to Ghislain's arm, her expression desperate and pleading. Please come with me. At that instant, his eyes snap open. He jolts awake, utterly startled. A warm towel rests across his forehead. Ghislain slowly comes to, realizing he is lying in his bedroom. He slowly raises his hand before his eyes, staring at it intently. I'm alive. It seems they managed to save me. Was that all a dream? A sudden surge of agony rips through his entire body, forcing a pained grunt from his lips. Ghislain winces and curls inward, his whole body aching down to the bone. My body has definitely hit its limit. Well, I suppose that's one way to know for certain I'm still alive. Suddenly the door swings open and a voice chimes, "Young master, you're awake." The sight of her freezes Ghislain in place for several seconds. "Belinda," she sets the wooden basin down on the table, her tone laced with reproach. "Do you have any idea how worried I was? Haven't I told you before? You should have let the soldiers handle the goblins." Before she can finish, Ghislain lunges forward and pulls Belinda into a tight embrace, leaving her no time to react. Belinda is utterly stunned. What are you doing, my lord? Did I do something wrong?" Ghislain replies, "No, I'm just happy to see you. My personal nanny, Belinda. When I was a child, she was always by my side, no matter how foolish I was. But after the family collapsed, she disappeared and I never saw her again. I never thought I'd see her like this again." Ghislain still holds Belinda tightly. She speaks gently. "We see each other every day, sir. Why are you so happy?" Ghislain's eyes turn resolute. He furrows his brows and mutters to himself, "I need to tell Belinda the truth." Ghislain places his hands on her shoulders and speaks solemnly, "Listen to me. Hear the truth. Perong will soon be struck by catastrophe." Hearing these words, Belinda is utterly stunned, her eyes widening in disbelief. What are you talking about, sir?" He hesitates for a moment, then decides to reveal the truth. "The truth is, I died, and I was brought back to life." Before she can fully grasp his meaning, she quickly agrees. Yes, the goblins nearly killed you, sir." Realizing the misunderstanding, he immediately tries to correct himself. That's not what I meant." Belinda pays no attention to his words. "Don't you realize you are the one in danger, not Perong?" Seeing her reaction, he thinks to himself, "She doesn't believe me. I guess it didn't work." Belinda continues her scolding. "What would you have done if you'd been hurt so badly you couldn't even attend the festival?" His eyes widen as if recalling an unpleasant memory. "The festival," Belinda explains cheerfully. "Have you forgotten about it, sir? Miss Alina has been looking forward to it, waiting to attend the festival with you. It's a chance for the two of you to grow closer." Ghislain steps forward, picks up the portrait and sinks into deep thought. "That's right. The festival always takes place around this time of year, doesn't it? In my past life, I refused to attend because of my own psychological fears." Ghislain asks how long until the festival. Belinda recalls and answers, "Let me see. It seems you have 1 more week, sir." Hearing this, he stands still, staring into the distance. He mutters to himself, "Next week the day I change my life." Just then someone outside the door enters and calls out, "Big brother, are you in there?" The memory that haunted me. It was the image of Alina begging me, "Please, go with me." The very thing Ghislain feared most for all those years. The moment Alina's life was extinguished in his memory, Ghislain immediately rushes forward and pulls his sister into a crushing embrace. Even Belinda is left wide-eyed with astonishment at the sight. The very next second, Alina flushes crimson and stammers in confusion. Is something wrong with you? What kind of joke is this?" Ghislain replies gently, his voice thick with affection. "I missed you." Those sweet words make Alina shudder from head to toe. "Ghislain, let go of me. You're scaring me." That forceful shove sends a jolt of pain through Ghislain. He can't help but marvel inwardly. Incredible strength. Was she always this strong, even as a child? Alina brushes off her clothes and frowns, her expression bewildered. "Belinda told me to come here. What kind of game are you playing? Do you really think this is going to fix anything?" Hearing this, Ghislain is immediately puzzled. Fix what exactly? As it turns out, not long before this, his past self had spewed those very words of contempt. "Hey, I told you to get lost. You're nothing but a nuisance. Just the mere scent of you is enough to make me sick." Alina recounts his words, her eyes brimming with suspicion. "Have you forgotten what you said?" Ghislain feels a pang of guilt. Did I really say that?" He turns away in shame, scratching the back of his neck. He berates himself. "I wasn't even the closest person to Alina in my past life. I was nothing but a good-for-nothing." Overcome with regret, Ghislain speaks up. I'm sorry." Both Belinda and Alina jump in shock. He just apologized. "I heard a goblin tried to kill you. Did you hit your head somewhere?" Their words leave Ghislain mildly irritated. He thumps his chest and protests. "Come on, I actually defeated them. Why do you keep insinuating I got hit in the head?" Suddenly the throbbing pain from earlier surges back. Ghislain doubles over, his face contorting in agony. He crumples to the ground, shuddering violently from the pain. Alina simply stands there, staring at him flatly, her voice dripping with sarcasm. "Right, you really beat Theme in that condition. You came back completely unconscious, you know." Belinda and Alina burst into laughter. Seeing two of his most beloved people happy and alive before his very eyes, Ghislain feels an overwhelming warmth flood his heart. He lowers his gaze, his expression utterly peaceful, and breaks into a contented smile. Everyone is just as I remember. Now I see why my past self wasted time on such meaningless things. At the festival the following week, I had refused Elena's invitation to go together, using the incident with the strike team as my excuse for being in a foul mood. That was the last time I ever saw her. Elena's body was later found torn to pieces along with her guards. I should have been by her side. Suddenly a knock echoes from outside, snapping all three of them to attention. A voice speaks up. "May we come in?" Two knights clad in sea blue armor push the door open the very next second. Here she is, Miss Elena. They are Elena's personal guards, Yama and Philip. Elena immediately steps forward. "What is it? I told you to wait outside." Yama explains in a fluster. "My apologies, my lady. The servants have requested your supervision over the festival preparations." Hearing this, Ghislain is immediately surprised. "Why are they requesting Elena?" Belinda, standing beside him, responds with a reproachful tone. "You wouldn't know, sir, because you've been lazing about all day. I can't fathom why Perong is so short on workers that even the young lady has to pitch in." Her words leave Ghislain deeply ashamed and speechless. A flicker of doubt crosses his mind. Are we really that short on manpower? Elena prepares to leave with her two guards, but not before turning back to bid farewell. "I have to go now. Take care of yourself, all right." Ghislain stands there, his thoughts still churning. "I mean, I never cared about any of this before, so obviously I had no idea." Thinking this, he immediately decides to speak up. "Let me help, too." Elena freezes upon hearing this. She whips her head around, her face contorted in sheer astonishment. The next moment, Elena shyly ducks behind Belinda. The two whisper to each other in disbelief. He's volunteering to help. Did he actually get hit on the head or something? These words leave Ghislain utterly speechless. Outside the Perong estate, a scene of bustling, peaceful daily life unfolds. That peace is shattered by a volley of loud, arguing from seemingly nowhere. Every soul nearby jolts upright and snaps their gaze toward the source. "I said I'd help, didn't I? Get out of here. Everyone will be too nervous to work with you hovering around." It turns out the Perong siblings are at it again. The two keep trying to one-up each other. "Is this how you treat someone who's offering to help? The best way you can help us is by staying out of the way and not causing trouble." Meanwhile, Ghislain recalls a painful memory from his previous life. Elena's body was found near the slums, far from the festival grounds. Someone must have lured her there or dragged her by force. To prevent that from happening again, I need to know every corner of this castle first. Suddenly, hurried footsteps and a loud voice ring out from somewhere nearby. "Ghislain, my lord." The sight of this person makes Ghislain's eyes widen in surprise. It's old Fergus. The servant wipes the sweat from his face and gasps, "Thank the heavens you're all right." This humble servant rushed here the moment he heard about the goblins. Ghislain's expression sours with displeasure, and he cuts the old man off. "We can stop talking about that now." From the side, Elena quickly chimes in. "Perfect timing. Old man, he's been acting strangely ever since he woke up. Please take him back to his room." Fergus beams. "As you wish, my lady." At this, Ghislain is thoroughly irritated, silently cursing the damnable delinquent reputation he once carried for making his life this difficult. "No matter. I'll have a full grasp of everything happening around the castle within the coming week." With that thought, he turns to Fergus. "Old man, there's an abandoned training ground somewhere in this castle, isn't there? Take me there." The old man furrows his brow. "Forgive me, sir, a training ground? For what purpose?" Ghislain answers with unshakable confidence, his expression calm and composed. "To train." Fergus's eyes widen. A flicker of surprise crosses his face. Nevertheless, he obeys and leads Ghislain to the training hall. "Right this way, sir." When they arrive, Ghislain is immediately struck by what lies before him. He and Fergus stand in the center of a vast, immaculate training hall. Ghislain lets out a breath of amazement. "What is this? This place is in far better condition than I expected." He paces around the room, marveling silently. "It's a perfect training ground. I never had anything remotely like this when I was a mercenary." Fergus suddenly speaks up to explain. "We've maintained it all this time in the event you ever wish to use these facilities. I'm certain what you're going through is just a phase, sir." Hearing this, Ghislain recalls his memories of Fergus from his previous life. In that life, the old man had also. And so what happened. Ghislain steps toward Fergus and pats him on the shoulder. "I need to live longer, old man. Hear me. Dying is truly a terrible feeling." Fergus doesn't think much of it and responds lightheartedly. "Forgive me, sir, but you're speaking as if you've truly experienced life and death, as if he's finally found someone who might understand him." Ghislain looks at Fergus with a gleam of hope and anticipation in his eyes. "You're perceptive. I truly died and was brought back to life." Fergus simply lowers his head, paying no heed to his words. "I think that joke went a bit too far, my lord." A flicker of disappointment passes through Ghislain. "You may leave. I'm starting my training." Fergus obeys. "I'll be right outside, sir." Ghislain doesn't turn away immediately. He watches Fergus's retreating figure until the old man exits the room. "I always treated everyone around me as an enemy, but it was only because I was short-sighted." Ghislain immediately zeroes in on the task at hand. 1 week, in his past life, the one behind Alina's death was revealed to be a lord from a neighboring territory. The Perong house was dragged into a conflict that led directly to its collapse. Alina's death was essentially the spark that ignited our family's downfall. That means I need to use every tool at my disposal from this point on. First, I need to forge a stronger physique. What a shame there isn't much time. Ghislain drops to the floor, closes his eyes, and assumes a meditative sitting posture. But at the very least, I need to control energy. Energy is a supernatural resource that allows humans to surpass their limits. Most people say that perceiving and absorbing energy is the hardest part, but I could already do that even in the chaos of the battlefield. I need to connect the energy particles floating in the air and gather them, as if winding a spool of thread. For someone like Manhwa has endured thousands, no, tens of thousands of battles. Creating an energy core is child's play. But if that were all it took, I never would have become one of the 7 strongest people in the kingdom. Using the method from that half-burned spellbook I once found, combined with the human body's natural energy core, I can forge a second core, and even a third, weave them into a linked network to generate an explosive surge of power. Ghislain's body reaches its limit. He immediately coughs up a mouthful of blood. He doubles over, hacking violently, muttering to himself, 3 is the limit. Even though I reached 5 cores in my past life, this method allows for an explosive burst of power in a short time. But in return, it demands an enormous amount of internal energy. This was the main reason I lost to Yun in my previous life. Brought an entire squad of knights against me when my energy was already spent. I would have surely won if it had been a fair fight. It's an unstable technique, but for now this will suffice. This time I have a young body and plenty of time. This time I will take your head, Yun. Yun, and even those who stood behind the Delphin family and helped destroy our territory, I will annihilate every last one of you. 1 week from now, the festival begins. At this moment, Ghislain is fully armed, ready to face whatever lies ahead. He strides through the streets, his bearing proud and his gaze unyielding. Alina spots her brother. Her eyes widen in surprise. She steps closer, her tone laced with a hint of sarcasm. Well, you actually showed up. Is something wrong? You never come to these things. Ghislain replies without missing a beat. Well, as a member of the Perong house, I should at least attend the festival once. Alina continues, her voice thick with suspicion. You really are acting strange. I heard you did nothing but train all of last week, brother. Hearing his sister's words, Ghislain turns his face away in deflection. Is it so strange for the next heir of a knightly house to train? Alina stares at him, utterly bewildered. He never once cared about any of that before. He was the one who called their father too troublesome, and wished he were the Lord himself. Well, I like you better now. It's like the brother I used to know. Hearing, a faint tremor passes through Ghislain's heart. He cannot find the words. I've realized so much over the past week. Because my actions have changed, the way I'm perceived and the future itself have begun to shift. Meanwhile, Belinda is carefully briefing Philip. If the young master causes trouble, the 2 of you will have to handle it on your own. We absolutely cannot allow anything to go wrong, especially with so many guests in attendance. The 2 reply in unison, don't worry, you can count on us. Ghislain's thoughts continue to race. The broad current of history may remain unchanged, but the ripple effects of his small actions on minor events are nearly impossible to predict. Leveraging his knowledge of the future to its fullest, that is his task. He must react to every situation with maximum efficiency. His preparations are complete. Afterward, Ghislain and Alina enjoy the festival together, soaking in the vibrant atmosphere and bustling energy. They wander from booth to booth, yet he does not let his guard slip for a single second, his eyes sweeping their surroundings. Night descends. After a spell of merriment, Alina speaks up. That was fun, but it's a little boring. Gets the same every year. There's nothing new this time. Ghislain, walking beside her, does not forget to carefully scan the surroundings. A flicker of confusion crosses his mind. He thinks, the festival is about to end and nothing has happened. Is it because I'm with Alina? Suddenly, a voice calls out from somewhere nearby, and Ghislain's attention snaps to it instantly. Would you like to see some other areas? A friend of mine told me there are new events happening elsewhere. What do you say? Alina, innocent and unsuspecting, perks up with interest. Really? Without a shred of doubt, the girl grabs the guard's hand and follows him eagerly. This is going to be so much fun. Ghislain trails behind in silence, watching. His eyes blaze with cold fury. So it was you two, the traitors of his house Alina's escort knights, Jama and Philip. They were the most trusted knights in the family, sworn to protect Alina since she was a child. In his previous life, they were slain while defending Alina. Jama eagerly gestures forward. We're here. Little Alina lights up with joy. She is bursting with excitement, but before them lies only a desolate, abandoned stretch of road. Not a soul in sight, just the four of them standing alone. Alina looks around in confusion. What is this? There's nothing here. Are you sure there's supposed to be a show in a place this filthy? Jama replies in a flustered stammer. Oh, I suppose they haven't finished setting up yet. I'm sure they'll be here soon. Alina's temper flares. Don't make me laugh. Who in their right mind would put on a show in a dump like this? Ghislain remains silent, carefully sweeping his gaze across the entire area. After surveying the terrain, realization dawns on him, just as he suspected. On the surface, it appears to be nothing more than a deserted alley, but the way the obstacles have been arranged to block every exit was premeditated. No sooner does the thought form than Alina yanks his arm hard. Come on, big brother, let's go. Jama panics and scrambles to persuade them. My lady, don't you think we should at least watch the show? We've come all this way, after all. Alina responds with a curt, decisive snap. No, thank you. I have no intention of watching any show in a place like this. Alina's surprising strength catches even Ghislain off guard. He blurts out, do you work out? How are you this strong? She answers gruffly, huh. Suddenly, Alina collides with someone blocking her path. My lady, please wait just a moment. She is thoroughly bewildered. Philip, you've all been acting so strange today. What's gotten into you? Jama's expression turns crestfallen. He hangs his head and scratches the back of his neck. I didn't mean to frighten you, my lady. It's just a reasonable request was made, and we had to comply. Little Alina remains utterly confused, unable to grasp the meaning behind his words. Then from the far end of the alley, a figure approaches and draws all eyes. 3 unidentified men advance slowly, an ominous aura clinging to them like a shroud. The man in the center lifts his head, revealing his face. As expected, your methods are clean, no trail, no trace. His name is Fordango. Jama immediately steps forward to address him. We've delivered the young lady, just as promised. So let's conclude our deal right here. Fordango's eyes narrow with mild surprise when he notices someone beyond Alina. Is that the eldest son of Perdium? I don't recall asking you to bring him along. Little Alina is terrified, tears brimming in her eyes as she clutches her brother's arm. Jama immediately replies, consider him a bonus free of charge. He followed us here like a fool, completely unaware this would be his grave. Ghislain's voice cuts through, laced with accusation. Jama, so you've sold us out. You really think you can escape this? Jama merely stares back with naked contempt. Why don't you start worrying about yourself first? All we need to do is flee to some faraway land. We're sick of this wretched territory terrorized by those savages at every turn. I'm certain plenty of others have already fled Perdium besides us. No. Before he can utter another word, Ghislain's blade flashes through the air and a single, devastating arcand cleaves through him without mercy. Jama takes the strike before he can even react. His eyes go wide with shock and blood erupts from his mouth. Wah! The sight stuns everyone present. Even Fordango flinches. The slash splits Jama's body clean in two. Ghislain speaks, his voice ice-cold and utterly composed. But at least they never betrayed us. He turns his glacial gaze upon the remaining guard. You wouldn't dare. Would you? Philip loses all composure. He seizes Alina as a hostage, his voice cracking with panic. Jama, you useless fool, how does a trained knight lose to an amateur like that? Before he can make a single move, Ghislain's sword rockets forward and buries itself in the center of Philip's skull, pinning his head in place. Philip's consciousness bleeds away, his eyes rolling back. He manages only a final, breathless whisper, impossible. He collapses to the ground, the sword still embedded deep in his skull right before Alina's horrified eyes. One of the masked men behind Fordango speaks up, unease creeping into his voice. Sir, are you certain that's the eldest son of Perdium? The other masked man chimes in, equally baffled. I was told he never had any real combat experience or even basic training. Verdanchi falls silent for a moment, then confirms while studying the boy's appearance. I'm not mistaken. He thinks to himself, although they were ambushed, the boy slaughtered 2 knights with terrifying speed using energy-infused strikes. Alina clings tightly to Ghislain, trembling as she asks, "Brother, what's happening?" He does not answer. He walks in silence for a moment. Without warning, Ghislain strikes Alina on the back of her neck, stunning the girl into unconsciousness. He gently catches his sister and lays her down. "Rest for a while." Verdanchi speaks up. "Thank you for doing our work for us. Young Master Perdium, you are far different from what I've heard. We were planning to handle those two ourselves. You've been hiding your true skills." Ghislain walks over to the fallen Philip and pulls his sword free from the corpse. "And what business is that of yours?" At that moment he carefully studies his opponents. 3 of them. The 2 flanking the leader are nothing, but the one in the middle radiates energy on an entirely different level. He has to end this quickly. He begins walking toward the 3 of them and immediately poses a question. I'll ask you just one thing. Who does this sphere belong to?" Verdanchi replies, Well, you're about to does it even matter." Ghislain doesn't expect much. A flicker of disappointment crosses his face. "I knew you wouldn't reveal it easily. No matter, you'll want to talk soon enough." One of the subordinates glances over, asking if they should sever his head. Verdanchi answers with savage cruelty. "Capture him alive. Break every single limb. Make sure he goes insane. He must writhe in agonized sight. Will be a beautiful one." Immediately, the 2 subordinates receive their orders and charge straight at Ghislain. "Yes, sir." Ghislain coldly draws an object from the pouch at his hip. He hurls it straight at the 2 subordinates. One of them stares in bewilderment at the object flying toward him. A firecracker. The very next second, Ghislain strikes decisively, driving his blade straight through the center of the man's forehead, splitting the firecracker clean in 2. One enemy falls. He rips the sword free from the corpse's forehead. The remaining rushes forward, preparing to strike. He sneers, a shallow trick. He swings hard at Ghislain's back. But with his extraordinary reflexes, Ghislain parries the strike in the blink of an eye. He fixes the man with a threatening glare, then twists his arm in a fluid motion and locks the enemy's weapon in place. The man gapes in shock. In the next heartbeat, Ghislain spins around, wrenching the weapon from his opponent's hand. He slashes decisively and the man's head leaves his shoulders. Suddenly, Ghislain senses a killing blow surging toward his back. Verdanchi, the man seizes the opening without hesitation, driving a strike straight at him. But to everyone's shock, Ghislain raises the sword he just seized from Verdanchi's unfortunate subordinate and blocks the attack dead in its tracks. Seeing this, Verdanchi falters, silently astonished. "He blocked my attack in that situation. That was a perfect surprise attack." Without a word, Ghislain pivots and launches a counterattack, catching Verdanchi off balance. Fast as lightning, he swings his sword in a wind-tearing arc, aiming for the artery in his enemy's neck. No time to react. Verdanchi's reflexes are far from ordinary. He jerks his head aside just in time. The blade grazes past his neck. He escapes death by a hair's breadth. The cigar clenched between his teeth is sliced clean in 2 and tumbles to the ground. Verdanchi immediately counters, aiming straight for Ghislain's head. Ghislain raises both swords before him and blocks the devastating strike. Verdanchi pants heavily. He has managed to coat the wound on his neck with energy just in time. "I'm genuinely surprised. If I'd been short on energy, I'd have lost my head just now." Ghislain trembles under the pressure. How did he survive a blow to the neck? Did he concentrate energy around his throat to minimize the damage? Verdanchi's voice cuts through his thoughts. "I don't know how a brat your age learned such bizarre swordsmanship, but you cannot defeat me with that meager energy. You will die here." Yet to Verdanchi's surprise, Ghislain shows not a trace of fear. A mysterious smile spreads across his face. The sight catches Verdanchi completely off guard. Is he smiling? The next instant, Ghislain twists his body into a full rotation, sending his enemy's blade sliding off course. Ghislain uses the momentum to spin again and drives a devastating kick straight into Verdanchi's face, shattering one lens of his spectacles. Verdanchi quickly regains his footing, but the force of the kick sends him skidding back a considerable distance. Verdanchi remains utterly arrogant, adjusting the hat on his head and letting out a contemptuous snort. "Didn't I tell you, that little bit of energy is utterly useless?" But in the midst of his smugness, he suddenly coughs up a mouthful of blood. The very next second, Verdanchi clutches his chest and collapses to his knees, blood pouring from his mouth and spattering onto the ground. He stares at his trembling hands in utter disbelief. What just happened? The power behind his strikes. It's different. There's no way he could have pierced through my reinforcement with that level of skill. Ghislain advances step by step and speaks. "I never suspected there was a true mastermind behind Alina's death. So it was you. Prepare yourself, a third core is released." Witnessing the colossal surge of energy, erupting from his opponent. Verdanchi is struck with abject terror. What is that? How can you amplify your energy to this degree? The words barely leave his mouth before Ghislain grips both swords and launches himself forward. Without a shred of hesitation, Verdanchi jolts in shock. All he can do is widen his eyes. He's too fast. Forced onto the back foot, Verdanchi can only defend, barely weathering the relentless barrage of Ghislain's attacks. Ghislain's eyes are razor-sharp and ice-cold. He continues to strike with full force, showing no mercy whatsoever. He grips his twin swords tight and hammers down a crushing blow toward his enemy. After blocking the strike, Verdanchi's arms shake violently. This is impossible. My arms are going numb just from blocking his attacks. No matter how much energy a person channels, there are always limits to the effect. I've never heard of any method that can amplify energy to such a monstrous degree. It feels as though he's become an entirely different person. Ghislain swings his sword coldly. The strike shatters the blade in Verdanchi's, hand reflected in the scattering fragments is the man's utterly stunned expression. The blow doesn't merely destroy Verdanchi's weapon shards fly. In every direction it also carves a deep gash across his body. Blood erupts from the wound, spraying in all directions. It's not over. Ghislain drives the tip of his other sword toward him. His eyes are terrifying. The blade plunges straight into Verdanchi, forcing him to cough up a mouthful of blood. The strike is so powerful it sends shockwaves rippling through the surrounding space. Verdanchi lets out an agonized scream. Ghislain immediately seizes him by the neck and slams him backward. He pins Verdanchi hard against the wall of the house behind him. Shall we finish our earlier conversation? Who gave the order? Verdanchi thinks to himself, I won't fall so easily. At the very least, I'll drag the Perdium girl down with me. Die! Suddenly, glowing energy threads materialize from thin air, coiling around his arm and binding it tight. Those energy threads had been launched from Ghislain's hand, his palm still pressed firmly against Danko's neck. What if we come to an arrangement? He asks. Don't waste your effort. Answer my question and I'll sheathe my sword. Pinned down, Danko can only grit his teeth and endure. His mind Rasengar these threads created from internal energy. I can't move. When did he create these? Receiving no answer, Ghislain tightens his grip on the sword hilt and continues. I'm certain a man like you knows how to heal himself. However, that won't matter if I destroy your energy core. At those words, Danko jolts violently. What? The sword in Ghislain's hand radiates a brilliant crimson-pink energy, leaving Danko utterly astonished. Danko's energy field begins to crack and shatter apart. Danko cries out in horror, my energy, it's dissipating. His face twists with raw fear. Are you insane? One mistake, and the energy backlash could trigger a massive explosion that levels this entire area. Are you trying to get us both killed? Ghislain replies calmly, that's a concern for the unskilled. I can handle it. Danko is utterly terrified. This man isn't bluffing. He really will take them both down. He immediately spills everything in a blind panic. It was Count de. He's the one who ordered all of this. He said he needed a pretext to start a war against the Perdium and Gata's families. Ghislain still harbors doubt. He presses again, is that so? His thoughts race so it was Deadman. In my previous life, the shadow operations like this were always carried out by families allied with the Delphin household. Count Delphin, how dare you arrange this without their approval? Ghislain keeps his iron grip locked on Danko. So that's why you wanted to kill Alina? Danko blurts out frantically, yes. The instant the word leaves Danko's lips, Ghislain drives his sword straight through his body. Danko screams in agony, what the hell are you doing? This isn't what you promised before. Ghislain regards him with utter contempt. So what? You've killed plenty of people, yet you cower when it's your turn to die. Danko suddenly bursts into laughter, catching Ghislain off guard. The man presses his forehead against Ghislain's with manic boldness and sneers. Nothing changes. Even if you kill me, my deal with gas is already done. You think anyone will listen to a brat like you? The Perdium family will be destroyed in the war. Ghislain speaks with resounding authority. Let me tell you something, I was reborn after death. This time will be different. With those words, Ghislain channels a torrent of energy into his sword. Cracks race across Danko's body like a spider's web. Danko screams in agony as a beam of blue light erupts from his body, shooting high into the sky. It detonates above, painting the heavens with a spectacular burst of radiance. The light floods the entire estate, casting Ghislain's heroic silhouette against the darkness of night. Chaos engulfs the surroundings, gasping breaths echo through the air. Ghislain turns his head, his gaze falling on his little sister Alina, sleeping peacefully on a stone bench. He releases the sword from his hand, closes his eyes, and tilts his face skyward with a long, relieved exhale. But the moment he relaxes, Ghislain suddenly coughs up a mouthful of blood. He has reached his limit. He doubles over onto the stone floor, hacking up crimson. He wipes his mouth and mutters under his breath, "Damn it. Blowing 3 energy cores wouldn't have even phased me back when I was the strongest mercenary alive. I refuse to fall like this." Ghislain staggers into a nearby house. He kicks the door clean off its hinges. Inside lie 2 unidentifiable corpses. Ghislain pants heavily, dragging himself closer to the bodies 1 agonizing step at a time. He recalls that in his previous life, they had found another corpse here besides Alina's. According to what Danko said, the son of Dagatas, it seemed he was murdered along with his escort knight. So this is how they silenced witnesses and framed the Perdium family for Alina's murder. Once this evidence comes to light, the war will, I'll destroy this proof. I won't let things play out the way you planned. In the distance, hidden among the treetops, a mysterious figure had been silently observing everything. In the blink of an eye, the figure vanishes into thin air. Scene change: a dimly lit room. A voice speaks: "The mission has failed. We sent our best guardsmen, as well as Danko, the finest operative we had." The instant those words are spoken, the figures seated around the round table erupt in fury, shouting at the one in their midst. "You couldn't even handle a single girl. Did you let your guard down because you thought the job would be easy?" The hooded figure drops to one knee, visibly flustered, and speaks with difficulty. It was all because of Ghislain. Hearing that name, the others exchange stunned glances. Ghislain, that good-for-nothing from the north, another man, patience completely spent, raises his voice and demands of the hooded figure. "I'm well aware that Ghislain is trash. Are you seriously using him as your excuse, seeing that no one in the room believes him?" The hooded figure sweats profusely, desperate to convince them. He's nothing like the intelligence and rumors suggested, completely different. The man recalls that boy's steely gaze, the way each sword strike fell with ruthless precision, each kill as decisive as the last. He confesses honestly, as though describing an entirely different person. "But we've already dealt with Dagatas, so there should be no issue launching the territorial war. Please give me one more chance." However, the others have already lost all faith in him. They roar in fury. "You couldn't even dig up proper intel on a child. Do you have any idea how much this delay has cost us? You failed even a simple mission, and now you dare ask for another chance." When their rage reaches its peak, every person in the room gnashes their teeth and snarls at the hooded figure, "Kill him." At that moment, a cold, commanding voice cuts through the room from the figure seated at the highest position. Silence, the ones still shouting immediately fall quiet and obey. Yes, with the room returned to silence, the mysterious man continues his questioning. "What kind of chance are you asking for?" The hooded figure speaks with fervent intensity. "I will eliminate Ghislain and the Perdium family." The mysterious man remains unmoved. "How?" The hooded figure wastes no time laying out his plan. "I'll arrange for a duel to take place naturally. I already have someone in mind." The others in the room fall silent, all eyes turning to the mysterious man in the seat of honor. "Who?" The hooded figure reveals. His name is Ken Logesser. He is renowned for his strength-based swordsmanship. Despite his youth, he is the very embodiment of raw power. I can say with absolute confidence that no one in the north can rival his strength. Furthermore, Ken is Ghislain's cousin. There will be no need to force a confrontation between them. The others in the room keep their faces utterly impassive. The mysterious man listens in silence for a long moment before speaking in a voice cold as ice. "If you fail again, there will be no next time." His eyes blaze with piercing intensity as he stares down the hooded figure. The hooded figure replies with conviction, "I will not disappoint you." Scene change in the training hall of the estate. Ferguser steps through the doorway and announces, "Forgive me, young master, it is time for your meal." The instant the words leave his lips, a streak of blue light rockets toward the sword hilt propped against the door near Ferguser, coiling tightly around it. The old man watches in utter astonishment. The light leaves a shimmering blue trail across the wall as it grazes past, then yanks the sword along with it as it flies back. In the next instant, a hand shoots out and snatches the blade from the air. Its owner is none other than Ghislain. He spins the sword a few times in his grip and speaks, "That's enough. That will do for now." Ghislain's gaze flickers to the side. He notices the newcomer and pauses. Then he slings the sword casually over his shoulder and says, "Oh, Ferguser." The old butler approaches, bows respectfully, and says, "Forgive me, you were training so intensely. How did you manage that?" Ghislain glances down at the mana thread still wrapped around his sword and replies casually, "Oh, this. It's a mana thread, essentially using mana as a tether, a rope of magic." As he says this, Ghislain closes his eyes, memories of the past flooding back. In my previous life, I used this all the time. But at my current level, I'd need to detonate an energy core to use it the way I use Tomy reserves are too shallow. However, if I create just a single thread with minimal energy expenditure, I can still manage it despite my limited power. Ferguser stares at the thread and speaks honestly. I thought I had trained my energy control for quite a long time, but I've never seen anything like. Yet inwardly the old man harbors doubt. Just moments ago, he couldn't even use mana, let alone train with it. How could he have conceived of an energy technique like this? Ghislain changes the subject and asks, "In any case, what did you come to see me about?" Ferguser stammers, well, I actually just stopped by to say something." Ghislain regards him with mild indifference. "What is it?" Ferguser bows his head and speaks with genuine sincerity. "Thank you for protecting the young lady." Ghislain is slightly taken aback. "You're thanking me. That was simply what needed to be done. Let's go eat." A few days later, the festival is put on hold. Only Naturala G-rank knight from the Ladau household tried to kidnap the young lady. In the dining room, Alina rests her chin on her hand, her tone dripping with annoyance. "Everyone thinks I'm lying when I say you were the one who saved me. You should go say something to them." Ghislain, seated across from her, responds flatly, "It's fine, they wouldn't believe us anyway." Belinda stands behind Alina, clenching her fist in fury. "Gamma and Philip really tried to abduct her just for their own gain. Those scoundrels, I knew they were scum." Hearing this, Alina lets out a weary sigh and reminds her. Ghislain gazes at his younger sister Belinda, his heart heavy with countless thoughts. Alina is still alive. He's managed to prevent the war from breaking out, but they will never give up. He can't keep stopping them on his own forever. He needs to build a military force. He's still lost in thought when a servant pushes the food cart into the room and says politely, "Pardon me." The servant steps forward and sets the dish on the table. Ghislain reaches for the spoon, thinking he needs to get more involved in politics to make it happen. When the dish is unveiled, a single thin slice of bread sits neatly in the center. Ghislain stares at the slice of bread, frozen for several seconds. He turns to Belinda in bewilderment. "Belinda, why are we eating dessert first?" Belinda gives an awkward smile. "That is the dessert, my lord. You know our situation." No sooner had she finished than shouting and cursing erupt from outside, catching Ghislain completely off guard. Outside, a fat man bellows, "Pay us back for the damages. Your festival got cancelled and we lost everything." The rest of the crowd joins in, chanting in unison for compensation. Another man spots the guards inside and shouts furiously, "Get out here. You people are drowning in money, aren't you?" The guard, frightened, can only lower his voice and try to calm them. "Please, remain calm." Hearing the commotion grow louder by the second, Ghislain peeks out the window and asks, "What's going on?" Belinda hurries over, her face pale with worry. "I knew they'd do this. You know our territory is crawling with merchants who depend on festival profits. Last year, it was barely enough for them, but the festival was cancelled after just one day. It's easy to see why they're furious." Ghislain frowns after hearing this. Is our territory's situation truly that dire? He turns around, squinting as he glances at the mob outside. This is bad. They'll turn violent if he doesn't act fast. A moment later, Ghislain spots Ferguson approaching and calls out, "Ferguson, where are the soldiers? Send them down to disperse the crowd." Ferguson flashes a confident smile. "We don't have." Ghislain freezes. He refuses to believe it. "What did you just say?" Ferguson explains calmly. "Most of them have been deployed to the Forest of Monsters for reconstruction after the Goblin raid." Ghislain curses inwardly. "Damn it, they're all out there." Perong is essentially trapped in a perpetual state of war barbarians to the north, and on the other side lies the Forest of Monsters, where creatures can emerge at any moment. No money, no soldiers, what a mess. After a moment of thought, he walks over and drapes an arm across Belinda's shoulder, leaning close to whisper, "Belinda, we need to talk." Ghislain brings his lips to her ear. "You manage my finances, don't you? Use them to appease those merchants." Belinda's expression turns awkward at his request. "There's not a single coin left, my lord." Yet Ghislain still doesn't grasp the severity and presses. "Why?" Belinda smiles and reminds him gently, "Have you forgotten? The Count cut your allowance because you were spending money like water." Only then does Ghislain finally understand. He freezes. "Wait, you are saying I don't have a single coin to my name? Am I bankrupt?" Feeling utterly hopeless, he holds out his hand to Belinda. "Lend me some money." Belinda can only laugh sheepishly. "I don't have any either." After confronting reality, Ghislain slumps onto the windowsill, gazing out at the distant scenery. "Damn it, no money, no soldiers. What the hell do we even have?" His heart is heavy with despair. Without a single coin, he can't do a thing. Even with his knowledge of the future, he needs money first. Is there no way out? Is there truly nothing of value left in the manor? Cardo bursts through the door, shouting into the room to get Ghislain's attention. Young master, Ghislain glances over. Seeing the boy rush in, panting heavily, Ghislain hops down from the windowsill and asks, Cardo, what's the matter? Why are you in such a hurry? Cardo, barely keeping his composure, shouts it's urgent. Young Master Ken demands to see you. Ghislain freezes at the name. A single name slips from his lips. Meanwhile, Skaven sits slumped on the other side, his face beaten black and blue, barely breathing. Before a few seconds even pass, another fist crashes into his face, warping his features grotesquely. The fist pulls away from his mangled face. The knuckles are drenched in blood, impossible to tell whose it is anymore. Then the attacker drives another brutal punch straight into Skaven's chest. The fist retracts, leaving a deep, sickening dent in his ribcage. Skaven's mouth erupts in blood as he hacks violently. The moment Ghislain arrives, he finds Skaven lying flat on his back in a wretched state. Seeing him, Skaven closes his eyes in agony and mutters a few words. The young master witnesses the scene. Ghislain stands frozen, eyes wide, his expression one of utter shock. Right at that moment, a voice rings out, finally found you. Before him stands a towering, imposing figure, his face radiating a suffocating, murderous aura. Ken looks down at Ghislain, the corner of his mouth curving into an arrogant smirk. Well, Ghislain. Ghislain looks up at him, his expression grave. Deep inside, the fog parch remembers that face. The heir of Logisser, someone they are allied with. Ken Logisser, he was my only friend back then, and also his greatest enemy. Seeing Ken slowly saunter toward him, Ghislain doesn't turn his head. He asks Cardo standing behind him. Cardo, what happened here? Cardo replies cautiously. Well, you see, responded to a report of a tavern brawl, and we found Lord Ken there with his escort knights. He recognized us, and asked whether the rumors about young Master Ghislain were true. So Commander Skaven explained the details of the rumors to him. Ken Logisser says nothing, simply reaches out and clamps his hand around Skaven's throat. He fixes Skaven with murderous eyes. You dare lie to the face of the heir of Logisser. And that's how everything unfolded. Ken Logisser stands with one hand resting on his hip. After hearing Cardo's account, he interjects, hey, no, don't twist things. If you're going to tell him the truth. He claimed that a boy who's never trained a day in his life took down a goblin barehanded and personally dealt with the treacherous escort knights. That's why I gave him a little wake-up call to help him see reason. None of this would have happened if he hadn't lied in the first place. Ghislain says nothing. He stares silently at Ken Logisser, his eyes razor-sharp. Deep down, he understands perfectly. Yesthies is exactly the kind of person Ken has always been. He's always treated Ghislain as nothing more than his subordinate. Every time he visits Perong, he causes nothing but trouble. Even after all the chaos he's caused, no one dares say a word because Ghislain is essentially his subordinate. No one dares disrespect Ken. Unlike Ghislain, who always carries the weight of an inferiority complex, Ken's boldness and swagger are praised as qualities befitting a true heir. That's why Ghislain always ends up bearing the brunt of the criticism. Thinking this, Ghislain closes his eyes and lets out a long sigh. Meanwhile, Ken stands in silence, studying Ghislain's every expression. He raises an eyebrow and smirks, silently mocking him. Look at this guy. Normally, he would have lunged at me by now after being provoked this far. Not long ago, at the Logisser estate, Ken's massive frame lounges in a chair as he looks at the hooded figure standing before him. What? Kill Ghislain? The cloaked figure speaks plainly. If you succeed in this task, the esteemed one will lend their full support to the Logisser family. Ken asks in a probing tone. Dealing with a punk like him isn't difficult, but Ghislain is still the heir to that territory. How exactly am I supposed to eliminate him? The hooded figure lays out his plan without hesitation. We can lure Ghislain into a hand-to-hand duel and make it look like an unfortunate accident. It will simply be a minor dispute between heirs. I will accompany you, disguised as an escort knight, to stage the situation. Don't worry, this is a rare opportunity, even for you. After a moment of deep contemplation, Kine finally arrives at a decision. The thought of having to kill his own cousin, Ghislain, lingers in his mind. Let's go right now. Back in the present, Kine glances at the mysterious hooded figure behind him, suspicion stirring in his heart. Do they want to eliminate him because something has changed? In that case, Kine then speaks up, addressing Ghislain. Hey, what are you doing? Why are you just standing there like that? Since you know I'm here, shouldn't you go and bring out what you've prepared for me? Ghislain, still not understanding, asks back, "Prepared what?" Kine puts on a friendly expression and says, "I hear the festival was interrupted, was it not? Let's liven things up and have ourselves a great time. We've always gotten along when it comes to things like this, haven't we? Am I wronged, my good friend?" Hearing the other man's words, Ghislain stands with his hands stuffed in his pockets, his expression showing little interest. After a moment of silence, he raises one eyebrow and asks, "Oh, you're talking about that." Looking at the hulking man seated before him, Ghislain feels a wave of disgust. Of course, Seth's guy always made him prepare wine, and women every time he showed up. Back then, he had complied with the demands just to avoid a beating, but not anymore. Because of this man, he had wasted his precious money. Ghislain recalls what Belinda had told him. "Have you forgotten? The Lord has cut off your allowance because you've been spending far too much." He then glances at the man sitting before him, and a thought flashes through his mind. It's been right here all along. His eyes light up as if he's found a glimmer of hope. My source of funds. As that thought takes root, his gaze lands squarely on Kine. Noticing this, Ghislain stands there as if lost in a daze. Kine calls out loudly, "Hey, Ghislain, if you remember, you should bring them out right away. Can't you see I'm waiting?" Ghislain plays along with his demands. "Yeah, sure, of course. I'd better bring them out right away. But don't you have a debt you owe me?" The hooded figure listens without understanding a thing, silently watching from the side. Kine furrows his brow tightly, unable to comprehend what he means. "Return what?" Ghislain extends his hand, casually and openly demanding repayment. "Do you realize that I covered all the expenses for everything you asked me to prepare with my own money? Pay it back, I'll take 1,000 gold, principal and interest." Kine, hearing this, exclaims in surprise, What? 1,000 gold? All that stuff wasn't even worth 100 gold. And you did it as a gesture of gratitude for me being your friend. It was practically a friendship fee." But Ghislain fires back with nothing but biting sarcasm. "What friendship? I've been your doormat long enough. So pay up before I beat the living daylights out of you. I need a lot of money right now, understood?" When Ghislain finishes speaking, the surrounding atmosphere plunges into an eerie silence. Kine's face darkens. Daijicato, witnessing this scene, can't help but worry. "Young master, what are you saying?" After a moment of deliberation, Kine stomps his foot and rises to his feet. He looks down with a provocative tone. "You're getting bold because I've been too lenient with you, huh? You think you've actually gotten stronger just because you spread false rumors, saying you defeated a knight no less. You're nothing but a parasite leeching off this land. This is why everyone in the north calls you a fraud, when all a supposed heir like you ever does is spout nonsense. Come back to your senses." Even in a situation like this, Ghislain stands perfectly still, showing not a shred of fear. The instant Kine's fist comes crashing down, he swiftly dodges to the side with ease. Jikato and the hooded figure, witnessing this, are both stunned speechless. Seeing his punch miss, Kine erupts in furious curses. A few seconds later, Ghislain suddenly throws a punch straight into Kine's chest. He fails to react in time. The blow lands hard enough to wrench a pained grimace across his face. But Ghislain doesn't stop there. He suddenly swings another fist straight at Kine's face. Fortunately, Kine quickly raises his hand to block just in time. A smug smile spreads across his face. Ghislain, having missed, shows no trace of disappointment. Just seconds later, Kine suddenly collapses to his knees, coughing up a mouthful of blood. The hooded figure rushes over to support him, asking anxiously, "Young master, are you all right?" Ghislain, seeing his opponent crumple to the ground in such a dramatic fashion, says coldly, "Get up. Stop your whining. I know you blocked that." The hooded figure steps forward at once, issuing a warning. "Step back, Ghislain. What do you think you're doing?" The gawking crowd in the tavern is shaken. Someone says in disbelief, What just happened? Did Ghislain just beat Kine? Did anyone actually see what happened?" Ghislain glances at the commotion above and lets out a short laugh. He smirks, having already figured it out. "So that's how you want to play it." Kine turns to look at the hooded figure with a triumphant grin and whispers, "How was my acting?" The hooded figure, catching on, smiles faintly and whispers back, "Brilliant. You've set the stage perfectly to make everyone think Ghislain is the one at fault. This is more than enough to justify a formal duel." A moment later, Kine slides his hands into his robes, secretly brimming with confidence. Of course, Seth's is a rare opportunity with such powerful backing. I have to make sure I leave a deep impression this time. He recalls what the hooded figure had told him earlier. If you succeed in this mission, the revered one will lend his support to the Jesser family. Kine then pulls a blue glove from within his robes, certain in his heart that this is the perfect moment to sever the threads of Diuma declining power on its last legs. He raises the glove high, putting on the act of a wronged victim, shouting at the top of his lungs. How dare you, after sullying the dignity of a noble with your filthy lies? You attack me just for trying to verify the truth. Ghislain, I challenge you to a duel. Before he can finish his sentence, a glove smacks straight into Kine's face. Having just hurled the glove, Ghislain declares without hesitation, I challenge you to a duel. Kine, treated with such contempt by Ghislain, has fury written all over his face. Meanwhile, Ghislain remains utterly unfazed. He says indifferently, You have insulted me, the rightful heir, before the people of Diumand attacked my knight, sullying the dignity of a noble. Ghislain sits beside the injured Van, silently looking up. Ghislain's expression is resolute as he speaks. You weren't thinking of refusing, were you? Kine and the hooded figure, hearing this, both go pale. They are left speechless for a long moment. Then Kine runs a hand across his mouth and says, I already knew you were stupid, but I never knew you were stupid enough to dig your own grave. Fine, I accept your challenge. Don't you dare regret Eitvan if you die. Though a sword is pointed straight at his face, Ghislain shows not a shred of fear. He calls out to his subordinate. Ghislain looks over at him and responds respectfully, Yes, sir. Ghislain issues his orders. Bring all the merchants who are protesting in front of the castle here. Tell them I'll help them make a fortune. The festival is abruptly cancelled. The atmosphere, which had reached its peak, suddenly goes cold, leaving behind a few lingering visitors who refuse to leave out of regret. They must be in a state of dissatisfaction unable to spend their money or their time. In a situation like this, if an event were to come along and soothe their frustrations, Ghislain stands on the arena platform before the roaring cheers of the crowd. Below the stands, as the atmosphere gradually heats up, someone shouts passionately, It's a duel between young Master Kine and Ghislain. Bet on young Master Kine. That brat is finally going to get what he deserves. Outside in a marketplace, someone shouts at passers-by, Cheap. Buy one, get one free. One person glances at the price and calls another over. Look at this. The merchant who was just days ago shouting and protesting for his rights is now enthusiastically hawking his wares to customers. Come, come, place your bets here, line up right here. The others hear this and rush over to place their bets. I'm betting on young Master Cairn. Same here, this is the safest bet. Cairn stands on the arena platform, stabs his sword into the fighting floor, and rebukes Ghislain with a raised voice. How dare you turn a sacred duel into a game of rock, paper, scissors? Let me make one thing clear before we begin. My sword will not stopen if you surrender. Ghislain stands there, his expression unreadable, a realization forming in his mind. That's right, and that must be exactly what you're after. Thinking this, Ghislain speaks calmly to his opponent. Come now, it seems enough people have gathered. Let's begin. At that moment, the hooded figure in the stand speaks up. Wait. I don't think we can run a proper betting pool with the way things stand. Those seated nearby look at him in surprise. Huh. The portly merchant also glances at the betting slips, saying with some embarrassment, Well, no one has put any money on young Master Ghislain. Hearing those words, Ghislain glances over. Someone in the stand speaks bluntly. To be fair, the outcome is already obvious. Others chime in. That kid has zero chance of beating young Master Cairn. Exactly. Another adds, what fool would bet on the other side? Cairn can't help but laugh at their words. He sneers, oh my. Even the common rabble won't give you the time of day. Just then, someone approaches the arena and speaks plainly. Why not change the terms of the bet? Make it about how long he can last against young Master Cairn. With that, the person places a pouch of money before the portly merchant. It is none other than Skaven. Ghislain helps him over. Skaven speaks, I'm placing my bet on young Master Ghislain. Hearing this, Ghislain feels a warmth in his heart and cracks a smile. A moment later, another person steps forward and places a pouch of money twice the size of Skaven's. Elena, who had been standing with Belinda, crosses her arms and says, I'd like to place a bet on my brother as well. Skaven and Ghislain are both visibly stunned. They turn to look in unison. Ghislain also looks at the two girls in surprise. Even the men sitting in the stands can't believe their eyes. Lady Elena. Meanwhile, Elena looks at the portly merchant and asks, Is this enough? Belinda grumbles to Elena, I distinctly recall, advising you not to do this. The portly merchant quickly responds to Elena, Oh yes, that is more than enough. The hooded figure glances at the two of them and turns away with a displeased expression. Cairn, standing on the arena, begins to lose his patience. He mutters, making me wait for no reason. He then shouts, Then prepare yourself. Ghislain, standing at a distance, assumes a fighting stance. You know I am older than you. It would be a bit odd if I struck first, don't you think? He then draws the sword hanging from his hip. He raises it into the air and spins it in a perfect circle. He shifts into an attacking stance, then fixes Cairn with an icy gaze. Come. Cairn says nothing in response. His eyes darken as he stares at his opponent. He drops into a crouch, swings his sword forward, and says with full defiance, "You think it's not too late to play the grown-up?" A voice rings out, announcing the start of the match. Cairn immediately launches himself off the ground, soaring high into the air toward Ghislain. He swings his sword down in a devastating blow. Ghislain reacts in time, swiftly raising his sword to block. The two blades collide, sending sparks flying. Cairn's sword presses closer and closer to Ghislain's face. Cairn grows increasingly frenzied. "You've been humbling yourself far too much just to save face." The moment those words leave his lips, he yanks his sword back. In a flash, he grips the blade itself and slashes downward, driving the hilt straight toward Ghislain's body. Fortunately, Ghislain dodges the strike just in time. When Cairn raises his sword back up, carving an arc through the air, dirt and debris scatter across the arena floor. The spectators watch as Cairn's blow carves a crater into the arena and erupt into applause. As expected of young Master Cairn, that kid won't even last a single blow. Having forced Ghislain to scramble under his blade, Cairn flashes an arrogant smirk. Witnessing his attitude, Ghislain pouts his lips, thinking, "Just look at this guy." Below, Skaven and Gicardo watch with their hearts in their throats. Elena seethes in silence. Belinda, however, panics and grabs Elena's shoulder. "My lady, we need to stop them right now." The hooded figure nearby overhears them and gloats internally. It's already over. No matter who the opponent is, the moment they decide to clash with Cairn, they've fallen into his trap. Overwhelmed by that crushing power, the opponent drowns in the belief that there is no chance to counterattack, burning through all their energy just to dodge. In the end, the opponent exhausts themselves after dodging for only a short while, exposes an opening, and meets their end. That is how Cairn always wins. Cairn speaks with satisfaction. "You're still as slippery as ever. It seems your skills have truly improved since before." As those words leave his mouth, he spins his sword before him, casually grabs the blade with both hands and continues, then again. "You've always been good at running away." Cairn retracts his sword, then suddenly drives the hilt into Ghislain's waist. Once the hilt hooks Ghislain, Cairn channels every ounce of his strength and hurls him into the air. Gicardo, supporting Skaven, cries out, "Young Master!" The others in the stands are stunned, unable to believe what they've just witnessed. The hooded figure watches the spectacle unfold, his heart swelling with satisfaction. "It's all over, Ghislain." At that moment, Ghislain flips a full rotation midair. He sees the people below looking up at him. He also spots Cairn standing below with his sword raised. After that single rotation savoring the sensation of flight, Ghislain lands safely on the ground. He channels all his mana into his legs and declares, "I had intended to go easy on you, but you've crossed the line." The moment he finishes, Ghislain rockets forward toward his opponent. As the distance between them closes, Cairn is caught off guard. Ghislain swings his sword in one clean, decisive slash aimed directly at Cairn's waist. Before the pain even registers, Cairn's face twists in utter shock at the blow. The hooded figure, watching from below, notices something is off. Cairn regains his footing by channeling energy into his legs. Having successfully landed a cut on Cairn, Ghislain exhales and stands without turning back. With a tone of contempt, he says, "Your swordsmanship is truly ignorant. You must think you're the strongest just because opponents cower the moment you show a sliver of power. Don't you? Let me enlighten you." Cairn refuses to accept it. He raises his sword, readying another slash. "Oh, is that so? And what exactly do you plan to do about it?" Ghislain swiftly plants his right foot as an anchor, pivots on his left, spins his body, and drives his left foot straight into the hilt of Cairn's sword. He then launches himself upward, delivering a second kick to Cairn's bicep, and uses the momentum to execute a perfect spinning rotation. As gravity pulls him back down, he flickers in and out of view, seizing the chance to slash Cairn's arm twice more. Only then does he formally touch down on the ground. Pummeled like this, Cairn erupts in fury. He roars, grips his sword tightly, and slashes at Ghislain. Ghislain is one step ahead. He leaps into the air, dodging the slash, and uses the momentum to land directly on top of Cairn's blade. In one swift motion, he delivers a lethal slash to Cairn's sword arm. After felling his opponent, Ghislain's expression remains cold as ice. Cairn is left sitting there in a daze, his wounds bleeding without end. The spectators in the stands cannot believe the sight before their eyes. They buzz with discussion. What just happened? Young Master Ghislain has improved tremendously. Wait, did he actually win the duel? Damn it, I bet everything on young Master Cairn. Belinda stands frozen in silence. Elena crosses her arms, her voice full of smugness. See, despite Skaven's swollen face, the satisfaction written on his features is plain to see. The hooded figure, however, does not look pleased at all. Cairn examines the wounds on his body and silently assesses them. The wounds are shallow. He could have made them deeper. Did he do this on purpose? How can that man display swordsmanship at this level? Ghislain stands beside him and glances at Cairn. He stares at him for a long moment, then tosses his sword aside, leaving Cairn bewildered. The sword clatters to the arena floor, spinning several times. Ghislain speaks. A skill gap this wide won't make for an interesting fight. I'll fight barehanded from here on. Hearing this, Cairn is so shaken that his facial muscles contort. What? Ghislain tells him honestly. I think I should take this opportunity today to teach you a lesson with my fists. Cairn raises an eyebrow. Teach me a lesson. Ghislain rolls up his sleeves casually. That's right. It seems you're no match for me in swordsmanship, so I'll give you a handicap. Fight barehanded, that's where you're stronger. In exchange, I'll bet another 2,000 gold, double the original amount that I'll win. The crowd below erupts into commotion. Barehanded, you say? 2,000 gold? Another person exclaims. But this was supposed to be a sword duel. The hooded figure's face is drenched in sweat. He lowers his head, thinking. He dares challenge Cairn to a barehanded fight. I never thought I'd have to be grateful for his madness. Fortune is still on my side. A moment later, the portly merchant bellows. All right, place your additional bets. The event is now a barehanded match, young master. Ghislain versus young master Cairn. The spectators in the stands once again break into heated discussion. Fine then, a barehanded fight. I'm betting on Ken. What's his fighting style anyway? Foolish move, but this time I will crush young master Ghislain. Ken tugged at his own shirt with a grin, his voice brimming with amusement. Barehanded? You must be joking. Very well, let us fight barehanded then. With that, he gripped his sword in one hand and flung his outer robe high into the air with the other. Ken bared his chiseled upper body and strode forward to face Ghislain. I will use a sword. From the stands below, Belinda pumped her fist and screamed, You bastard! Young master, pick up the sword. Ken raised his sword and charged straight at his opponent. Ghislain watched him approach, a cold sneer crossing his face. As I thought, I'll have to teach you a lesson. The instant Ken lunged, Ghislain dropped low, dodging the blade by a hair's breadth. Ken's strike found only air, and his momentum carried the sword upward, dragging his body with it. Having evaded the slash, Ghislain shifted his feet and glided sideways. He darted laterally back toward his original position, before unleashing a devastating punch straight into Ken's thigh. Ghislain retracted his fist, his eyes burning with unwavering resolve as he fixed his gaze on his opponent. In the blink of an eye, a second punch rocketed into Ken's chin, splitting his lip and spraying blood from his mouth. Not only that, the blow was so ferocious that Ken's jaw snapped upward, nearly tearing free from his neck. The man collapsed, coughing up a mouthful of blood. A single thought echoed in his mind: something was terribly wrong. What the hell, how can he move like that? Witnessing the Senion man standing, the other crumpled on the ground, entire arena erupted into chaos once more. Unbelievable, young master Ghislain actually won. Ghislain gazed down at the man writhing at his feet and spoke with cold indifference. Get up, I haven't even started yet. Ken had been humiliated, utterly disgraced by that single punch. His eyes blazed with fury, teeth grinding together. He seized his sword once more and charged at Ghislain. Despite his ferocious momentum, every slash and thrust was effortlessly dodged by Ghislain, who weaved and pivoted with fluid grace. Ghislain then seized Ken's arm in both hands, gripping his bicep tight. Ken thought to himself, You never dared look me in the eye. You always lowered your head whenever I appeared. I must kill you to secure the Logesser family's future. Yet even as those thoughts raced through his mind, Ken was getting absolutely pummeled. Ghislain's fists rained down in a relentless barrage, each blow precision targeted at the unmarked parts of his body again and again, dozens of times over, until Ken's face swelled beyond all recognition. His entire body was mottled with bruises, and a single question reverberated through his mind. Why? But Ghislain showed no mercy. He seized Ken by the hair and forced his head upward. Standing tall, Ghislain gazed down at him. How pitiful for your father. Count Logesser helped the Perdium household all the way until its collapsal, because he was my father's friend. And yet, father and son seemed to think very differently. The moment Ghislain mentioned his father, a distant memory flashed through Ken's mind. Several years ago, in an old, stately manner, a voice spoke, sending aid to Perdium again, sir. Even if your lordship has ties with Count Perdium, we ourselves are facing hardships. Why do you continue investing in a land that is withering away? Like pouring water into a cracked vase, barely a week after your return, and now you're heading off to help Persium again, Ken. The young man's face twisted with frustration, his voice almost pleading. Don't go, father. Everyone is trying to stop you. Why do you still help the Persiums? Hearing this, Ken's father Count Logisser turned his head. Ken remembered it clearly. His father spoke with absolute resolve simply because we are friends. There is no other reason. Before the final blow landed, Ken had accepted his fate and closed his eyes, waiting. But what greeted him was a familiar voice. That should have taught you enough, don't you think? Hearing those words, Ken's eyes snapped open in shock. He saw Ghislain extending a hand before him. Get up. Ken did not respond. He remained silent for a long while before lowering his head, offering his surrender from the depths of his heart. I admit defeat. In that instant, the entire crowd seemed to freeze as one. Men and women alike stood speechless for several long seconds. Even the cloaked man who had orchestrated everything stood there, jaw hanging open in utter disbelief. Then the arena exploded in thunderous cheers. Young Master Ghislain won. I won my bet. I can't believe it me money. Elena was overjoyed, cheering wildly from the sidelines. Big brother won. At that moment, the cloaked man stormed toward Ken. He completely lost his composure, screaming directly into Ken's face. How could you admit defeat so quickly? Just because you were at a slight disadvantage. What are you doing? I trusted you. Let go. However, Ken's reply was brief. I'm done. The cloaked man stood frozen, stammering. What? He clutched his face in frustration and cursed under his breath. Damn it, this weakling brat. Ghislain stepped forward and spoke. Now, I get to do what I want, don't I? The cloaked man, bewildered, asked. What do you mean? Ghislain announced in a booming voice. Attention, everyone. This man has generously volunteered to pay for all the meat and drinks for every person present here today. The cloaked man heard this and repeated in disbelief. What? The crowd erupted in joy. Meat and drinks, it's been ages since we've had a feast. You're amazing, young master. The cloaked man screamed even louder. I never agreed to this. Retract your announcement at once. But in response, a hand landed firmly on his shoulder. Ghislain spoke with deadly seriousness. This is the price you pay for losing the duel. Surely a man of your standing has at least that much, don't you? And to be clear, Thigh's sum will not be deducted from our bet. Add another 2,000 gold on top of the 1,000 we already agreed upon. If you try to run, you know what will happen, don't you? The cloaked man was utterly terrified. With that, Ghislain turned and walked away, leaving the man sitting beside Ken. He accepted his grim reality and muttered, Understood. Scene transition next day. In Ghislain's room, he opened his pouch and was stunned to find it stuffed with gold coins. Ghislain turned a coin over in his fingers. With this much, he could hire a small mercenary squad. It was no small sum, but earning this kind of money took far too long. They wouldn't wait for him to execute the business plan he had in mind. He needed to prepare faster. Ghislain had barely closed the pouch when Alina and Belinda appeared out of nowhere, standing right beside him. He turned, his expression far from friendly. What do you want? Alina asked her brother with a curious look. Big brother, where are you planning to spend all that money? Ghislain eyed her with suspicion. You want some of it? Alina shook her head. No, I was just asking. Belinda, however, seemed to have it all figured out. It's obvious, isn't it? Clearly, you're going to use it for that. Lady Amelia's birthday is coming up, and the reason you put on such a grand display was to buy her an expensive gift, wasn't it? You are far too generous, young master. Belinda finished with a smug grin. Alina glanced at her brother with a teasing smirk. Oh my, going through all that just to impress your fiancé. Ghislain said nothing. A flicker of doubt crossed his mind. I have a fiancé. Thinking that, he turns and asks directly, I have a fiancé. Hearing his question, Belinda teases him playfully. Are you embarrassed, my lord? But I know you're just pretending to forget. Alina stands to the side, arms crossed, and sighs in exasperation. It's Amelia from Count Joan's family. Ghislain freezes, racking his brain to recall who that person is. That woman, Amelia Jonia, noble among nobles, admired by the common folk for her kind-hearted nature and her acts of charity that transcend social class. But in the future, she will lead a rebellion and be known as the Witch of the North. Together with Duke Delphin, she will sing the hymn of Persium's collapse, traitor through and through. Thinking of this, he smirks and turns to Belinda. When is my father returning? Belinda answers promptly. The lord should return in about a week, my lord. Ghislain silently calculates. 1 week, that is enough. Having finished his thoughts, he stands and walks toward the door without turning his head. I'm heading to the Joan Manor immediately. Belinda tries to stop him. Wait, it's not even the young lady's birthday yet we all of a sudden. Before she can finish, Ghislain cuts her off. He turns back and says curtly that he's going to collect money. Scene change. A young woman sits down holding a pair of shoes. The woman is Amelia. She lifts her head and speaks respectfully to the person standing before her. "My lord." An unusual silence hangs between them. A beggar girl looks up in surprise. "Ah, Lady Amelia." Amelia explains, "If anyone in my city must go barefoot, it should only be me." The moment she finishes, she turns to the soldiers behind her. "Provide them with food and shelter, immediately." They respond at once, "Yes, my lady." Soldiers then carry crates of provisions forward. The crowd erupts in fervent gratitude. "Thank you, thank you, thank you." The Joan Manor, Count Joan's estate. Amelia sits upon a chair as a man kneels, massaging her feet. The man holds her delicate feet and looks up. "You've worked hard, my lady." This man is Ben, Amelia's personal bodyguard. Amelia strokes the cat sitting beside her and says, "Father demands absolute obedience from the people, yet the foolish masses follow those who keep them warm and feed their bellies." Ben lowers his head slightly, his voice brimming with conviction. "With this, the hearts of the people will belong to you. It will prove invaluable in the upcoming succession dispute." Amelia listens silently to every word, then without warning, drives her foot straight into Ben's face. She doesn't pull her foot back. Instead, she continues asking, "What happened with your duel against the northern swordsman?" Despite the brutal kick, Ben keeps his head bowed, his voice unwavering in its respect. "Forgive me, my lady. I tried to avoid drawing unnecessary attention. Had I won, it might have exposed your movements. It is not yet time for us to bare our fangs. My sword belongs to you." Surprised that he kissed her foot like that, she murmurs, "How did I ever raise you to be like this?" Then she gently lifts Ben's face. Amelia leans down, her expression nearly touching his. She issues a cold command, "You must never be weak." Then she asks, "And what about the Merchant Guild?" He answers immediately, "If it's the Adam Guild, you have nothing to worry about. They've purchased all the materials needed to rebuild the forest of monsters outpost fortifications that were half destroyed by the Perdium attack. In other words, we're reclaiming every last coin of the annual aid Count Joan sends to Perdium. We're also recruiting every soldier and knight who abandons Perdium. Many of them are battle-hardened from years of fighting barbarians. Their quality is excellent." Amelia watches him wash her feet and praises him. "Good. Continue maintaining the facade of an ordinary merchant guild until we are fully prepared. Our identity must not be exposed." At that moment, one of Amelia's subordinates approaches and bows his head. "Forgive the intrusion." Ben steps forward, reprimanding him in a harsh tone. "The lady is resting, who gave you the right to barge in." The subordinate responds, breaking into a cold sweat. "There's a message from the gate. Prince Ghislain Perdium has arrived." Hearing that name, Amelia furrows her brows, visibly irritated. Why is that troublemaker here? Pressed by her glare, the subordinate drenches in cold sweat. He says he has something to discuss regarding the Merchant Guild. A moment later in the reception room, Amelia sits with her cat in her lap, her expression displeased as she stares at Ghislain. He greets the host of this place with polished courtesy. "Greetings, Amelia." However, Amelia and her cat show him no warmth whatsoever. She gazes at him with cold eyes, then rebukes. "How rude of you to barge in unannounced. Have you thrown away all pretense of etiquette and courtesy?" He pays it no mind. "Your birthday is coming up soon, isn't it? I thought I'd bring you a gift early. I found something at a guild out there. Its fragrance is quite pleasant. I think from now on I'll buy all my flowers from them." "What was the name of that guild again?" "Ah, that's right, the Adam Guild." Amelia remains silent, her brows furrowed, showing no sign of being pleased. A few seconds later, Amelia stands and says, "I don't understand what you're trying to say. I've already received the gift, so you may leave now. That will be all." At that moment, Ghislain quietly calls her name and issues a command. "Sit down, Amelia Joan." The instant she hears him, Amelia's eyes snap wide open. She stares at the coffee cup on the table. She wonders to herself, what is this pressure? This is the man who used to stammer and fidget whenever he stood before me. Ghislain, still leisurely swirling his tea, speaks. "I'll be brief. I need money, just give me 10,000 gold. Amelia frowns. "What? You suddenly appear and demand to borrow that much from your own fiancé. Should I take this as Count Perdium's will?" Ghislain lifts his teacup and looks at her lazily. "It has nothing to do with my father. Just give me the money. Besides, you were never going to marry me anyway, were you?" Amelia, cornered, can only stare at him in stunned silence. At this point, Ghislain speaks words laced with implicit threat. "Perhaps there are people outside the door right nights, perhaps. Once you take the lead, that sort of thing tends to happen. But before that, if word were to leak that you've been secretly building power for the Perdium succession dispute." The cat, as if understanding his words, leaps down viciously and hisses at the guest in its master's defense. Amelia looks at Ghislain, then coldly eyes the cat before speaking. Prince Ghislain, even as a jest, that is not something you should say so loudly. Ghislain meets her gaze with a meaningful look. Don't worry, I'll keep your secret unless I leave here empty-handed. Hearing this, Amelia lets out a derisive laugh. That will never happen. Then she calls out a name. Ben. The door swings open. Ben strides into the room with a stern bearing, approaches Ghislain and bows respectfully. It has been a long time, Prince Ghislain. Ghislain glances at him briefly, 1,000 thoughts racing through his mind. Ben, the man who never leaves Amelia's side. Even back then, his skills were already on par with the northern swordsman. Ghislain remains seated and speaks slowly. If I die here, it could trigger a territorial war. Can you handle that? Amelia responds instantly. Of course, a reckless intruder barged in and was killed by a bodyguard. The world will know it that way. Amelia reaches for the dagger, her eyes radiating killing intent as she orders, "Kill him." Ben draws his sword and answers solemnly, "As you command." Knowing she truly intends to kill him, Ghislain thinks, if you're going to go that far, I suppose I'll have to get serious too. Ghislain sits in his chair, hand gripping his sword, ready for battle. Ben stands before Amelia, killing intent blazing, glaring at him. Ben smirks triumphantly, provoking him. Ghislain's eyes flash, he senses something. From behind, he detects something suspicious about 3 suits of iron armor. A figure bursts from within one of the armored sets, sword already raised and aimed straight at him. Ghislain's guard spikes to maximum as the figure lunges. The blade plunges through the chair, shredding the cushion behind it to ribbons. With razor-sharp reflexes, Ghislain rolls to the ground, narrowly dodging the lethal strike. The sword whistles past. He retaliates instantly. A devastating kick slams into the assassin's chest. Unable to retract his sword in time, the assassin takes the full blow, his eyes bulging in agony. The shockwave sends him hurtling backward, crashing through a window that shatters into fragments. Ghislain, meanwhile, lands in a flawless recovery stance. Amelia and Ben witness the entire exchange, their eyes wide with disbelief. They cannot fathom how effortlessly he countered. He turns his head. In those eyes flickers a trace of mockery. An assassin, huh? Attacking under the guise of courtesy. What a terrible way to welcome a guest. He swings his sword. A straight thrust rushes forward. Delphin raises his sword to block. Blades collide with a shower of sparks, his gaze sharp as tempered steel. He demands, "At this estate, do you people not have any manners?" Ghislain struggles to hold his ground as Delphin responds calmly, "My apologies, sir, but the first to act rudely was you. Sir Ghislain, you barged in without announcement and offended the young lady. Someone like that hardly deserves to be treated with kindness. Wouldn't you agree?" Unable to control his sword, Delphin immediately launches an attack, thrusting straight down. Ghislain hastily rolls to the side to dodge. He channels his strength and leaps into the air, aiming a powerful arc kick at Delphin's right leg. As his body descends toward the ground, he swings his foot straight into Delphin's chest, sending the knight stumbling before he can react. The powerful kick forces Delphin back 2 steps. His feet scrape across the ground as he desperately fights to keep his balance. He struggles to steady himself, panting, "Sir Ghislain, I had heard that you were merely arrogant without any real talent. But it seems you're no amateur after all." Amelia stands with her arms crossed nearby, barking orders. "What are you doing? Delphin, take this thug seriously and fight." He turns his head and responds helplessly. "My lady." She frowns and issues her command. "Bring me that bastard's head, now, if you truly are my sword." Delphin falls silent, his eyes darkening as he resolves himself. His hand tightens around the hilt of his sword. He speaks, "I will not disappoint you." Delphin raises his blade, his eyes brimming with killing intent. "Then shall we begin?" Unfazed, Ghislain stares back with an equally arrogant gaze. "How dare a mere guardian knight presume to command me?" Delphin's expression doesn't waver. "This is merely protection, but if you wish it, both fighters stand ready, poised to clash once more." "I shall oblige." Ghislain on the other side is no different, gripping his sword firmly, ready for the confrontation. Like a bolt of lightning, Delphin charges forward with a ferocious expression. His razor-sharp blade arcs toward Ghislain in a vicious slash. Ghislain widens his eyes, carefully studying his opponent's every movement. He leans to the side, narrowly dodging the blade by a hair's breadth. The sword leaves a gash across his face. His eyes flash with killing intent as he coldly glances at Delphin, thinking, "This one is fast." Seeing Ghislain suffer only a minor wound, Delphin steels his resolve further. Ghislain and Delphin exchange a barrage of fierce blows. He yields no ground, matching every strike with a devastating counter. Their swords carve through the air with deadly precision, every strike laced with unmistakable killing intent. Amelia watches from the sidelines, seething with frustration. How can someone called a thug fight on even footing with a man like Delphin? She furrows her brow, glaring at the battle with vicious resentment. Back in the fight, Ghislain braces himself against a blade hurtling toward him like a raging tempest. Delphin's sword slides along his own as he channels every ounce of strength. Ghislain sweeps his blade in reverse, forcing Delphin's sword to retreat. The tide shifts. Ghislain's blade rests beneath Delphin's shoulder, poised for the decisive blow. The same trick. Delphin reaches over with his left hand and clamps down on Ghislain's blade. Attacking with the frenzy of a wild beast, he drives his sword forward. Ghislain frowns and sneers. This again? Not willing to lose the advantage, he throws a hook kick over Delphin's head. But his sword remains locked in Delphin's grip, realizes something is wrong. Delphin stands motionless, his entire body radiating a fierce killing aura, like a general ready to charge into battle. He declares with confidence, "It won't work a second time." With that, Delphin channels his strength, hurls Ghislain's body upward, and slams him into the ground. Ghislain crashes down hard, his back striking the earth with a thunderous thud. Ghislain clenches his teeth, groaning through the pain. Seizing the moment, a flash of blue-silver light streaks through the air. Delphin lunges forward, thrusting his blade. Fortunately, he raises his leg just in time to deflect the blade, dragging it to the ground before rolling away swiftly. Escaping the deadly predicament, Ghislain forces himself to spin midair and lands on his feet, but his sword remains in Delphin's hands. He wipes the sweat from his brow, thinking, "So you're using internal energy to resist, huh?" Delphin approaches, taunting. "Sir Ghislain, you're not quite like the rumors suggest. I suppose you never truly know someone until you cross blades with them. Your swordplay looks like it was forged through real combat rather than formal training. You taught yourself by constantly fighting against barbarian tribes, didn't you? Techniques like that may work in the chaos of a battlefield, but they won't work on me." This ends here. Ghislain thinks with difficulty. Just as I thought, it's a bit too much. Delphin strikes aim precisely at the narrowest gaps, his relentless thrusts targeting the head, disrupting both distance and timing. At close range, the difference in build makes it nearly impossible to overpower him through skill alone. Perhaps he's not someone I should have provoked in the first place. Ghislain speaks up, "But the problem is, I don't have time for this either." Instantly, he sends a thread of power hurtling toward Delphin. The mana thread whips past Delphin's neck. Just a thread? Delphin is confused, but then he realizes it's internal energy. Ghislain immediately weaves threads of internal energy, seizing the sword resting neatly behind Delphin. He manipulates the blade to slam into the back of Delphin's skull. Before he can react, Delphin takes a devastating hit, his face contorting in agony. Without hesitation, Ghislain leaps forward, appearing right before him. He drives his knee straight into Delphin's face with brutal force. The blow is swift, and decisive blood sprays as Delphin absorbs the punishing strike. Delphin can barely breathe, crimson drops trickling down his face. He staggers, unable to stand, his mind screaming. What are you doing?" Amelia, watching from outside, sees her bodyguard in such a sorry state and frantically screams Delphin's name. Seizing the moment while Delphin doubles over, clutching his bloodied nose, Ghislain surges forward, sword raised high. He channels every ounce of strength into a single slash, his eyes cold as forged steel, locked firmly on his target, a killing aura radiating like bitter frost. Delphin raises his sword to block, but his hands tremble uncontrollably. He grits his teeth, both hands clenching tight, his entire body rigid as he endures the blow. Then he surges back to his feet, swinging his blade to push Ghislain back, catching him off guard, nearly sending him crashing to the ground. Ghislain immediately stabilizes his stance, his feet touching down as he springs upright, maintaining his balance, his eyes never leaving Delphin. At this moment, Delphin urgently warns Amelia to leave. "My lady, you must go. I cannot guarantee your safety beyond this point. From here on, I will fight with everything I have." A faint smile crosses Ghislain's face before he speaks. "That's more like it. This is how you should face me. It's been far too long since I've found a worthy opponent." The scene shifts to Amelia, clutching her cat while hiking up her skirts and running, her footsteps frantic. Resentment boils in her heart. "Ghislain, how dare you humiliate me like this? Who could have done this? Which idiot leaked information about the Merchant Association to that man? There's no way Ghislain could have known that many details otherwise. The rumors about him slaying goblins, protecting his sister from assassins, even defeating the heir of Logesser. Damn it, she rushes outside but sees no one in sight. Her brow furrows, her face darkening. What the hell are the guards I stationed doing? Right then, a terrifying sight greets her, a mysterious figure cloaked in black, with countless bodies of her guards sprawled lifeless at their feet. She freezes, rooted to the spot. The figure in black hears movement behind and turns around. It is none other than Belinda. She smiles. "Oh, it's been a while, Miss Amelia." Amelia recognizes her eyes instantly freeze, her throat tightening. "A servant from Ghislain's household. Why are you?" Belinda buries her face in her scarf and raises a finger to her lips. She glides forward from behind like a specter. Her arm coils around Amelia's throat, a razor-sharp blade pressed against her neck, her voice dripping with menace. "Silence." Amelia swallows dryly. She doesn't move, her eyes wide and fixed on the razor-sharp blade. Belinda reaches over to the woman's mouth, plucks the spider clinging to the right edge, and remarks with undisguised contempt, "Good heavens, you still keep that horrid spider on your person." I believe that during the engagement ceremony, I happened to overhear a conversation between the Count and my lord about how your brother used to tease you for having those dreadful spiders crawling around. So you began raising spiders on your boditto. Get back at him. I can't tell whether it was to overcome an obsession or simply a way of asserting yourself. Forgive me for saying this, but it doesn't suit you, my lady. My lady. A heavy foot slams down, producing a sharp, crunching sound. The spider is crushed flat. Viscous fluid oozes outward. Belinda threatens, "May I have your cooperation?" Back to the battle, the two sides face off, each radiating an imposing aura against the other. Ghislain studies his opponent, silently gauging the suffocating pressure. An overwhelming surge of internal energy fills the air. Perong speaks up. "Did you just call this an interesting opponent? That sounds like something a humble mercenary would say, and you claim to be a nobleman, just like my young lady." He replies calmly, "Of course I am a nobleman. I don't think such words should come from a mere bodyguard like you." The two fall silent again. Standing face to face, gazes locked without faltering, Perong suddenly calls his name. Young Master Ghislain, not disgrace the noble class. Ghislain's eyes widen in shock as he looks ahead. Perong launches a relentless barrage of strikes. Ghislain is left on the defensive, able only to parry. Watching each technique unfold, Ghislain silently assesses this man is far too strong. The two clash with escalating ferocity. Perong swings his sword with devastating force, each slash tearing through the air in rapid succession. After the relentless assault, Ghislain's hand tightens around his hilt, a fierce glint of determination flashing in his eyes. Enough. With a powerful motion, Ghislain swings his blade, deflecting the incoming sword's trajectory aside. He arcs his sword upward in a graceful sweep, his gaze razor-sharp. One deep breath hand, he brings the blade crashing down, force enough to cleave through his opponent's skull in an instant. But Perong reacts in time, swiftly pulling his sword back to intercept. He angles his blade to the left, catching Ghislain's powerful strike head-on. The clash of steel erupts with a deafening ring. The instant he parries the blade, Perong twists his wrist with practiced mastery, driving Ghislain's sword downward. His sword rises with precision, catching the opponent's blade and shoving it skyward, sending Ghislain's weapon off course. Very movement calculated to the finest detail, granting not a single chance to counterattack. He looks at Ghislain and declares, "Young Master Ghislain, that was your final strike." Perong's sword plunges into his body. Both freeze instantly as blood erupts, spraying through the air. Perong frowns, stunned to realize Ghislain had braced for the wound, using his shoulder to deflect the blade's path. Seizing the moment of his opponent's shock, Ghislain immediately arcs his sword upward for a vicious counterattack. Perong yanks his sword back to block, taunting even as he defends. "Indeed, it seems I cannot let my guard down until the very end." But he immediately deflects Ghislain's blade to the side. Attempting to throw him off balance, Perong capitalizes on the opening, driving a brutal kick straight into Ghislain's chest, dealing no small amount of pain. He wears an expression of contempt. "This is the difference between myself and someone who merely swings a sword for amusement." The sheer force of the kick sends Ghislain hurtling backward, his body flying through the air like a sandbag. He crashes down, dizzy and gasping for breath, replaying the entire battle over and over in his mind. Just as expected, this is truly interesting. With that blinding speed of thought and an overwhelming chain of attacks, Perong controlled the battle's rhythm. Any attempt at close quarters grappling or counterattack was neutralized instantly. During one clash, he made it appear as though their swords were locked together, tricking Ghislain into believing they couldn't be separated. With his current level of internal energy, he simply cannot match that raw power. At present, he cannot contend with that strength. Perong charges in with blazing momentum, but that is speaking of the internal energy Ghislain possesses at this moment. What a pity that it must end here. There is one thing you have overlooked me, unique internal energy cultivation technique. Third stage release, Ghislain advances. Perong assumes his combat stance, ready to engage. Ghislain grips his sword with both hands, channeling his internal energy as he continues to clash with Perong. Internal force surges into the blade. Whirling currents of chi spiral around the steel edge, emitting a faint, sharp whistle. A violent collision rings out. Force is so overwhelming that Perong's hands go numb. The sword is ripped from his grasp, spinning through the air several meters away. He stares in shock and alarm, thinking young Master Ghislain, how can he unleash internal energy of this magnitude in the middle of combat? Right at that moment, a sudden shout pierces the air. Stop. Belinda storms in with a knife pressed to Amelia's throat, arriving at the most critical juncture of the battle. Amelia gnashes her teeth in fury and hisses, "Take it and 1,000 gold coins. Take it and get out of my sight." Ghislain glances at her and speaks, "How troublesome. It would have been better if you had handed it over when I asked politely." With that, he lowers his sword, leaving Perong utterly stunned. Belinda, ever the provocateur, chimes in, "Good heavens, would you call this a lover's quarrel taken too far?" Young Master Ghislain ignores her remark and turns to Amelia. "We merely had a small disagreement. I have bad news for you, Amelia. The fee has gone up to 20,000 gold coins." After the clash, the defeated soldiers lie scattered across the floor. The scene is utter chaos. Inside Amelia's chambers, a sharp crash rings out as a vase is smashed to pieces. The air in the room turns thick and suffocating, silent to the point of oppression. Perong drops to his knees, head bowed. "I beg your forgiveness, my lady. He is a far stronger opponent than the rumors suggested. It was my mistake for not investigating him beforehand." In the blink of an eye, he unleashed mana that surpassed even a high-ranking knight. Amelia's eyes burn crimson, her expression ice cold. "He has changed a great deal." Perong suggests, "My lady, would you like me to report this matter to Duke Delphin's household?" Amelia raises her hand and slaps him across the face. The blow echoes as his head snaps to the side. She seizes him by the collar, yanking him forward, and growls, "Watch your words. Do you have any idea how terrifying Duke Delphin is? If today's events are ever exposed, our heads will roll. The reason I allied with Duke Delphin without father's knowledge is because we struck a secret agreement in exchange for eliminating Cow. He promised to support my rebellion plan. If this comes to light, my own blood siblings will certainly kill me. If they uncover the secrets within the association, they may learn of this pact. We must find a way to kill Ghislain, matter the cost." Perong bows and answers clearly, "Understood." She interrogates him, "What is Ghislain's condition?" Perong answers, "He has cuts all over his body and a major wound on his shoulder. Furthermore, having just expended a massive amount of mana, he won't be in peak condition for some time." As he finishes, his gaze darkens a few shades. Perong concludes, "We cannot use the territory's knights if we want this to leave no trace." Amelia replies, "I know. That is precisely why we've been keeping those people around for moments like this." He asks with doubt, "You mean the strays?" She moves a flag marker on the map, smiling with satisfaction. "Orphaned children turned mercenaries, those with no lineage and no status. Send them there. Gather roughly a dozen who are skilled in internal energy usage." Hearing this, Perong understands the plan. Of course, that valley is the only direct route from the estate to the frontier. It's rarely traveled, and its narrow terrain is perfect for settling things quietly. Having mapped out every step, he declares, "I will ensure they are fully prepared." Amelia lifts her head, her scarlet eyes blazing like blood, and hisses each word. "Ghislain, you will pay for the humiliation you have inflicted upon me." On the other side, along a bustling street, a carriage thunders forward at breakneck speed, causing havoc throughout the district. Ghislain sits inside the carriage, tending to his own wounds, when a name surfaces in his mind, Amelia. Fa, sitting across from him, asks with concern, "Young master, are you truly all right?" Ghislain pulls on his coat and replies, "Don't worry about me, old man. It's nothing serious." He traces the wound beneath his clothes. The cut isn't deep. For such a reckless gamble, the damage is minimal. The 20,000 gold I squeezed out of Amelia is more than enough as initial capital to rebuild the territory. That alone saves me years of effort. It would be satisfying to just kill her while I'm at it. But territorial conflict cannot be avoided. He cannot let his emotions place the territory in danger. To Dim struggled hard enough to protect him from those savage retreating. Now is the best decision. Just the fact that he knows their guild's secrets will cripple their ability to move against him. Amelia, this time I will wring every last drop of use out of you. Belinda stares at him without blinking. She can't hold back and asks, is what you said really true? Young master, you told me to restrain the guards if I heard fighting break out inside, and to seize Amelia as a hostage after she left. He plays dumb, dodging the question. Oh, that was the plan, but I thought I'd left that matter to Elder Fergus to handle. The moment the words leave his mouth, Ghislain's expression shifts. He suddenly erupts into violent coughing, his hand clamping over his mouth as he hacks uncontrollably. Belinda's voice trembles. Young master. She stares at the crimson stain on his palm. Ghislain goes rigid, his face darkening. Is this the consequence of awakening the third core? It's not as severe as last time, but if this happens every time he uses his power, it will become a serious problem. He needs to find a way to rapidly enhance his internal energy. Seeing her take his pulse, he unconsciously calls out Belinda's name. Belinda produces a long, slender acupuncture needle and says, your energy channels are in complete chaos. Belinda channels her magic and drives the needles into his hand in rapid succession. His eyes fly open in shock. Ghislain's face is deathly pale, sweat beading on his forehead, his jaw clenched tight, as if suppressing something surging up his throat. Everyone expects him to cough up blood agony, but he doesn't. He exhales a massive plume of white mist. Ghislain stares at the hand Belinda just treated, unable to contain his surprise. The blocked energy pathways have cleared somewhat. This kind of treatment is only achievable through internal energy compression. Belinda, since she mentioned her mother, brought her here. He no longer thinks she's just an ordinary servant. But what is her true identity? He doesn't know why someone of her caliber would serve as a maid in a backwater territory. But the more strong people in his domain, the better. The people he's encountered so far are only the beginning. The carriage races on without pause. Belinda calls out to him, her voice earnest. I trust you, young master. No matter what you do, I will help without hesitation. So please tell me why you took such an enormous sum from Lady Amelia. He falls silent for a moment, then speaks. I need money to spend, and Amelia is the only person close enough to me who has that kind of wealth. Hearing this, the two across from him can't suppress their shock. Belinda's voice turns sharp. You caused this disaster, and you were even ambushed for it. And the reason is simply that. If word of this reaches the Count, it will be a massive problem. He leans back and, don't worry, Amelia will never tell my father. Ghislain smirks and asks, don't you trust me? She swallows her anger. Fine, then at least tell the person who is risking everything alongside you what that money will be used for. Won't you? He falls silent. Then Ghislain suddenly speaks and her eyes widen in shock. The Forest of Monsters. We will develop the Forest of Monsters. Elder Fergus immediately springs to his feet, protesting vigorously. You cannot do this, young master. People have been trying to tame that forest since your great-grandfather's time. But Ghislain cuts him off, turning the question back on him. What about the task I assigned you before we entered the castle? The old man sinks back down, stammering, young master. Fergus falls silent, carefully searching for words, deliberating, not daring to speak. After several seconds of hesitation, he decides to speak. Yes. The person you ordered me to find has been located at the specified coordinates. But is this truly wise? Their condition, Ghislain decides swiftly. As long as they're alive, that's sufficient. We head there now. Belinda protests, young master. We need to return to the territory. In your current state, what business do you have gallivanting around everywhere like this? He looks at her defiance. Belinda, do you think Amelia will let us leave after what happened? Belinda has no choice but to reluctantly accept. Ghislain ponders to himself with Amelia's personality. She'll obviously try to kill him to silence the witnesses. Belinda wants to prove herself. She puffs out her chest and declares proudly, young master, I'm extremely skilled in combat. Elder Fergus is also a knight, and if things go south, I can simply, before she can finish, he cuts her off. That's reassuring. But that's not your role, understand. The battlefield is a different matter. We need a vanguard captain, and that's exactly who we're going to meet. The carriage pulls up to a wooden cabin and halts. Everyone dismounts, standing before the house. A guard steps forward, raising his hand to knock on the door. Looking at the state of the house, Belinda guesses it's been completely destroyed. Isn't that right? Fergus scratches his head and responds, but this is the exact address. At that very moment, a hand suddenly shoves the door open from inside the cabin. A man in tattered clothes appears, his hair and beard a wild, snowy white tangle. He squints at the group through half-open eyes. He speaks. Who's there? The group falls silent. No one dares to speak. Belinda turns and whispers to him. Young master, is this really the person you asked us to find? A vanguard captain? This is a frail old man, not someone fit for the battlefield. Ghislain affirms no, he is the right one. Seeing that no one in the group responds, the old man glances at them once more, then looks down. He turns back into the house, cursing, "You young nobles, you are courting death. Stop wasting my time, get lost." Only then does Belinda speak up, "Wait." He stands before the door, hands in his pockets, and introduces himself. "I am the captain of the Pat-Toe mercenary group." He calls out the old man's name, Ghislain. Hearing his own name, Ghislain halts. A light flickers in his eyes. He slowly turns his head and fixes Ghislain with a sharp glance. Ghislain steps forward, extending his hand, waiting for Ghislain's response. It's been a long time. Suddenly, an axe hurtles toward him out of nowhere. The axe grazes his right shoulder, leaving a gash torn through his sleeve. The three behind him go pale, immediately snapping into high alert. The axe was hurled by Ghislain. He extends his hand. "So, you know me." The three now stand in front of Ghislain, shielding him, weapons drawn, wary of any further dangerous moves. Gillian's voice is low and dangerous. "Why did you come here?" Belinda raises her daggers and warns him cautiously, "Step back, young master." This man isn't in his right mind. His voice cold as ice, he utters a single phrase, the eternal curse. The words strike Ghislain like a thunderbolt. His expression shifts dramatically. Ghislain continues, his tone measured and deliberate. "I know how to cure your daughter's terminal illness. No shall we talk. Gillian's daughter, she has been suffering terribly, tormented by relentless high fevers, coughing up blood in red blooms that spread like flower petals. An incurable disease, for those afflicted writhe in agony as if cursed. The eternal curse." Ghislain leads everyone into the house, approaching the sickbed where his daughter lies moaning. He is helpless and anguished, cradling his daughter, calling her name in vain. Ghislain calmly assesses the situation. His conclusion, "It's not too late yet. In my previous life, I tried to recruit Ghislain, but by then he was no longer in this world. They say he took his own life after losing his daughter, abandoning everything. Looking at the state of the house, it seems he spent every last coin of his savings on her treatment. All he has left is his weapon." At this moment, Gel screams helplessly through each wave of pain. "Father, it hurts so much. I want to die. Please," Ghislain cries out in anguish. Ghislain strips off his outer robe without hesitation. "There's no time to hesitate. We treat her now." Seeing him about to step forward, a hand grabs him, stopping him in his tracks. It is Belinda, her hand firm on his shoulder, trying to dissuade him. "Let's turn back. Young master, I don't know what you intend to do, but this isn't something that can be solved with brute strength. Even the priests couldn't heal her. They said it was a disease sent down by the gods. What do you intend to do?" He speaks with conviction. "I can cure her," she gasps in shock. Ghislain smiles faintly and asks, "You trust me, don't you?" Belinda stands frozen, unable to react. Next, he hands her a slip of paper. "Take this. Buy every herb listed here. Not a single one can be missing." Reading through the ingredients one by one, Belinda's eyes widen in astonishment. Ghislain smiles to himself. For mercenaries with no fixed home, knowledge is the key to survival. The eternal curse, at present it's an incurable disease, but in the future an effective treatment will be discovered. It was such a prominent topic that he still remembers the preparation method, clearly because it's a simple one. The problem is that it requires incredibly expensive ingredients. Blessing of the fairy, a ring of the fairy's blessing along with the herbs pressed into a bottle. Pour in strong liquor, shake thoroughly to mix, let it settle. Then add the remaining herbs and stir. Done, Ghislain holds the vial of medicine before Ghislain. "Give this to her to drink." Ghislain takes it and carefully feeds it to his daughter. He cradles her in his arms, his trembling hand bringing the vial to her lips. Gel drinks it obediently, sip by sip. Ghislain lays his daughter back on the bed. Her breathing gradually stabilizes. The red marks on her face slowly fade. Her sobbing ceases. The welts vanish entirely, and a healthy, rosy complexion gradually returns. It all happens so fast that everyone present stands stunned by the sight. Fergus exclaims, "The red marks." Belinda continues, "They're fading away." Ghislain cries out in excitement, "This medicine really?" Ghislain stands behind them, speaking calmly. "It seems to be working." Ghislain whirls around in disbelief, stammering, How is this possible? Even holy power couldn't cure her." He explains patiently, "The priest's holy power is not omnipotent. It works by stimulating the body's vitality and regenerative ability to overcome illness. But that's not the same as a true cure." Ghislain's hands tremble. "Is that really true? Can my daughter truly be cured?" Ghislain assures him, "Give it 1 or 2 months. She will definitely recover within that time." Ghislain's body goes rigid for a moment. his reddened eyes slowly coming to a realization. He lowers himself slowly, placing his hand over his heart, bowing in sincere gratitude before his benefactor. Ghislain speaks plainly, "What do you want from me? If you came all the way here, you must want something. However, all I have left is this worthless body. If you want me to be your dog, I'll be your dog. If you want me to be your slave, I'll be your slave." His gaze softens. He extends a steady hand. "Old man, I don't need a slave. I need Ghislain, the true leader of the Rotowsk mercenary squad." Hearing Ghislain's words, he looks up in surprise. Those eyes, what is it that those eyes desire? Ghislain grabs hold of his long braid without hesitation. Without a moment's wavering, he takes an axe and severs it clean off. A heavy thud echoes out. Ghislain tosses the severed braid to the ground. Everyone around is bewildered, unable to comprehend what just happened. No one can find the words. Impossible. He's a completely different man from before. Suddenly, Ghislain turns and strides toward a corner of the room. He glances back, asking cautiously, "Is there anyone else with you, or is anyone on their way here?" Ghislain replies, "It's just us." Gripping his blade, Ghislain continues, "Does anyone have a grudge against you, young master?" Ghislain answers with a smile, "Yes, and in the future, there will be even more." The muscular warrior grips his weapon. He speaks up. Ghislain puts on a demonstration. He spins and hurls the spear in his hand at lightning speed. The spearhead tears through the wooden wall, shattering a massive section. A rope trails behind the spear. Threading through the trees, it appears to have pierced something. He yanks the spear back with raw force. It returns instantly, dragging with it a figure that had been impaled. Ghislain seizes the figure by the throat. The man screams in agony. He lifts the man high, his voice a guttural snarl. "Who sent you?" The assassin continues to wail. "How is this possible?" Ghislain turns to Ghislain and asks, "What do you want to do with him?" Ghislain replies calmly, "I already know who sent you. Even if you don't speak a word, I'd rather not dirty my own hands with this today." Ghislain steps forward, blocking Ghislain from drawing his sword. He growls, "I'll handle this myself." Ghislain tightens his grip. The man trembles violently, gasping for air, his screams echoing across the heavens. Once it's done, he bows his head respectfully before Ghislain. Belinda stands to the side, a worried look clouding her face. There was not a shred of hesitation in his every movement. Why does the young master surround himself with such dangerous people? Ghislain drops to one knee, speaking with utter sincerity. "Your Highness, Grand Duke Ghislain Perdium, from this moment on, my life belongs to you." Ghislain thinks to himself, "With this, I've secured a crucial piece for my plan to rebuild the territory in the future." A smile tugs at the corner of his lips. "I welcome you. From now on, I'll be counting on you, Ghislain." The night is deathly silent. A voice speaks up. A scouting party has been eliminated. Among the group, someone receives the news and exclaims in shock, "What? How foolish." A masked man with a scar running across his mouth speaks up. "Quiet, lower your voice. That's the Vigo smuggling gang." The subordinates bow their heads in apology. "Forgive us, Captain." Vi questions the soldiers. According to intel from the 3rd Division, Ghislain couldn't even locate a scouting party on his own, let alone kill them. Was the scouting party incompetent, or was the intelligence faulty? The man stammers a reply. It appears that Ghislain has joined his group. He furiously seizes the soldier by the collar, eyes bloodshot, and snarls. "Are you certain?" The man trembles violently, stuttering. "Why, yes, I saw it with my own eyes." Vi growls through gritted teeth. "Ghislain, so you've finally started to move. My former captain." Scene shift. Ghislain's party boards the carriage and sets off. Inside the carriage, Belinda sits dazed and lets out a groan. This place is so stifling. Does that guy really need to carry that much stuff? Is he an arms dealer or something? 1 or 2 swords would be more than enough. We had to buy an entire extra carriage just because of that. Ghislain leans back against the carriage wall and says in acceptance, "Either way, we needed to buy one to ride more comfortably." "Well, that's fair enough." Meanwhile, on the other side, the rear guards Fergus and Jardo prepare to depart on a separate carriage. Back on this side, Ghislain gazes into the distance and reassures them. He must have his reasons for using all of them. Just bear with it a little longer. The most important thing right now is getting out of this valley. "So boring." Belinda brings up a subject and asks, "Young master, about the gatekeeper we captured. He was definitely sent by Lady Amelia, wasn't he?" He answers nonchalantly, "That's certainly the case." She ponders gravely, "This is troublesome. The mask he wore is the symbol of the Ducat. Smugglers, a rather powerful guild operating in Joan." He immediately asks, "The Ducat smugglers, their crimes have long been exposed. Their main trade is smuggling, alongside assassination, drugs, human trafficking, and countless other vices. Their filthy scum will take on any dirty job for the right price. Among their ranks are many talented former mercenaries, making them an underground guild with terrifying combat strength. The scenery outside shifts continuously while the conversation inside remains lively. Ghislain asks curiously, "Belinda, how do you know all of this when you've only ever lived in the castle?" She deflects vaguely, I picked up quite a lot before I started working here. In any case, Gillian always says be careful." Ghislain smiles. He speaks to reassure her, "It'll be fine. After all, we have Gillian with us." The carriage continues rolling through the night. As the carriage passes, two mounds of earth suddenly erupt from the ground without warning. On both sides of the carriage, a strange phenomenon manifests. A mysterious force coils around the vehicle. Jan detects the anomaly. Before he can react, assassins burst from the ground ahead and launch a surprise attack, lunging straight at him. He draws his sword and remarks, "An ambush from underground, huh?" He laughs coldly. "I see." Jan strikes a blade in one hand, an axe in the other, his reflexes razor-sharp. He swiftly parries every incoming attack. He expertly wields both weapons, shattering the enemy's offensive. Once the distance closes, Jan swings his axe and cleaves clean through an assassin's arm. Another assassin stubbornly charges in, spinning his battle axe. Jan raises his axe arm and brings it down decisively, hewing through the assassin in a single devastating blow. After dispatching them, Jan returns to the carriage, takes up the reins, and continues the journey. Moments later, countless shadowy figures emerge from the canopy above, slashing the ropes suspending heavy objects. From high above, enormous logs and boulders come crashing down directly toward Ghislain's party below. Jan immediately senses the danger. He looks up and asks, "A trap!" Belinda cries out in panic, "At this speed we'll be crushed." Jan yanks the reins hard, bringing the horses to a screeching halt. By sheer fortune, the massive logs slam down just ahead, missing Ghislain's party by a hair's breadth. He glances over, certain the follow-up strike arrives exactly as predicted. Around the carriage now, sword-wielding figures gradually materialize from every direction. They surround the vehicle completely, poised to strike. The captain of the Claw Guild steps forward and bellows, "The former captain of the Gata Mercenary Company, so you're still breathing." Hearing the title, Jan turns to look. The man leads his crew forward, cold steel in hand, and taunts, "You coward, dissolving the entire mercenary group just because of your daughter." Jan steps down from the carriage, unable to avoid the confrontation. "I don't know what you're talking about." Viago draws closer and snarls through gritted teeth. "I lived a life I never wanted all because of you. Have you grown so old you can't even remember your former comrade?" Jan remains silent. This enrages the man further. He growls, "Pretending not to know, are you? Then I'll force you to remember." Viago screams the order, "Kill them all." From his seat on the carriage, Ghislain peeks out and asks, "Need a hand?" Jan refuses. "It's fine." He seems to want to settle things with me personally. "Please rest. Young master, I can handle this on my own." Swift as lightning, he cuts down one assassin after another, clean, precise slashes, blood spraying like fountains. Seeing this, the assassins charge forward, cursing through their teeth. "Damn you, old man." Jan braces his weapons and readies himself for battle. The first one lunges, the axe swings, and the assassin drops. The second he swings again. Blood erupts from the assassin's throat. The third charges in. Jan deflects with his sword, then the axe descends, cleaving through the neck and ending yet another life. Viago watches and thinks to himself, "As I expected, he's still as strong as ever." Yet Jan alone pummels the entire assassin squad into disarray. Seeing the situation turning, the man orders. The whole gang splits into two, attack him from both sides. Jan reads the battlefield in an instant and leaps onto a horse behind him. The warhorse rears and neighs. He grips the reins, ready to charge. The surrounding assassins catch on they recognize the horse. Jan pulls a familiar weapon from the horse's flank and spurs the steed forward, rocketing ahead like a loosed arrow. Jan spins the lance in his grip. Each rotation howls through the air like tearing wind, producing an eerie, thunderous hum. As he charges straight into the oncoming assassins, dust erupts beneath the horse's hooves. The towering figure on horseback swings his blade, striking back at his foes. He surges forward, the lance screaming through the air. Wherever its tip strikes, death follows. Severed assassin arms go flying, the rest are blown backward by the shockwave, blood splattering across the entire battlefield. The assassins panic, unable to close in. "I can't get near him." Another curses in frustration. "You idiots, aim for the horse." Without missing a beat, Jan twists the lance's shaft, whipping the blade behind his back. He steadies his grip. The lance completes a sweeping arc, Slashing horizontally through the charging assassins, one falls with each strike. Enemies toppling one by one, without even a chance to scream. In a flash, the steel blade sweeps through the enemy ranks. Their bodies seize, then crash to the ground like logs cleaved in two. Ghislain and Belinda watch from inside the carriage, unable to contain their awe. One assassin still stands Viago, who leaps down from above to ambush him. But luck is not on his side. Jan spots him instantly and snatches a shield from beside him. He grips the handle tight and raises the shield high right as the enemy crashes into it. The blade pierces through the shield, but halts just short of Jan's face. The shield shudders violently, but does not fall. The gang leader snarls, "You've already ruined my life. At the very least, don't stand in my way. I swear I'll kill you." He leaps and hurls a throwing star that screams through the air, striking straight into the neck of Jan's horse. The horse rears in agony, its eyes rolling white. The violent convulsion nearly throws the rider. The horse's hooves stagger amid the swirling dust, then it collapses. Jan leaps clear instantly, narrowly avoiding being pinned beneath the saddle. The moment his feet touch the ground, Viago lunges with blade in hand, thrusting straight at him. Jan springs backward, raising his axe to intercept the strike. Metal shrieks against metal. As he fights, he roars, "I am no captain of your Gotha mercenaries." Viago grits his teeth and glares at him. Spotting the opening, Jan raises his shield high and slams it forward with all his might. The rim crashes straight into the assassin's face. He staggers and flies backward like a sandbag punched clean off its feet. Slowly rising to his feet, he demands again, "You're saying you're not the captain. Enough with the nonsense. Then if it wasn't, who was it?" Ghislain tightens his grip on the axe in his hand. "I have cast away my past. Now I am nothing more than a subordinate of young Master Ghislain." Viago's fury boils over, his face flushing crimson as he readies himself to kill. I will kill you no matter the cost." In the darkness, the relentless clang of weapons crashing against each other echoes without pause. Viago attacks in a frenzy, while the old man calmly blocks with his shield. He grits his teeth and delivers a devastating blow, punching a hole clean through Ghislain's shield. The two close in on each other. Viago speaks, "The mercenary company fell apart after you left. Because of you, I lost my purpose in life force to live this wretched existence just to survive." Ghislain's eyes darken. He remains silent, offering no reply. He shoves Viago back with brute force and swings his axe across the man's flank. The next instant, Ghislain brings his axe crashing down toward Viago's head. Viago is no less agile, dodges the strike. Viago launches a vicious counterattack. Ghislain raises his shield arm to block. He realizes the shield has been pierced with a gaping hole. Viago peers through the hole in the shield and speaks, "Ghislain, I was ready to sacrifice my entire life to forge the Rada mercenaries into the greatest army in history. And yet you threw it all away just to become a pawn for some rotten noble. I can never forgive that." Viago hurls hidden daggers forward with vicious force. Ghislain swiftly spins the axe in his hand, creating a whirling guard that deflects all three daggers. The deflected blades slam into the ground. In the same breath, Viago leaps at him, a sharp dagger in hand. Ghislain dodges nimbly, and the two clash once more. Viago's rage peaks one of his eyes, twists into something monstrous. "Ghislain, no matter how strong you were, that was only when you were captain, years ago. While you wasted your days healing your daughter, I fought through countless battles to grow stronger. You are no longer my match." Viago sweeps his leg, scooping up the three daggers Ghislain had deflected into the ground nearby. He kicks all three blades, hurtling back toward Ghislain. The three daggers shoot forward and bury themselves into the armor on Ghislain's shoulder. But in that opening, Viago charges straight at him. Ghislain swings his axe toward the man. Incredibly, Viago shifts direction mid-charge and evades. From above, he suddenly appears with a blade in hand, diving straight down with a roar. "It's over, Ghislain." Time frees the blade in Viago's hand, is caught in Ghislain's iron grip. He looks at the man and speaks, "Is this what you sought revenge for?" Viago panics. His mind reeling. Did he just wrap a barrier of internal energy around his wrist to catch the blade? This whole time, he hasn't even been using his full strength. A sudden, devastating axe strike crashes into Viago's face. Ghislain's blow sends Viago flying, his body slamming hard into a tree behind him. He collapses, one hand clutching his bloodied face against the ground. Ghislain approaches and speaks, "I don't understand. If you truly wanted revenge, there were countless chances before. Why didn't you come kill me sooner?" He lets out a bitter laugh. "You know one thing but not the other. I came for you before, but the captain of the Rada mercenaries wasn't there anymore. All that remained was a frail old man, not worth killing. Where did the man I once admired disappear to?" Hearing this, Ghislain closes his eyes helplessly and tosses a blade down near the man. His voice rings out, "Pick up your weapon." I too am a body bound by another's will, but in this moment, at least, I will show my final respect to a former comrade. As the captain of the Rada Tosk mercenaries, Viego cuts him off. "Good, those are the words I wanted to hear." He snatches up the blade and charges forward. Viego lunges at Ghislain, still screaming. "Now this is what I wanted." The two clash violently, weapons colliding in showers of sparks without end. Ghislain swings a strike. Viego dodges nimbly. Viego retaliates with a kick. Ghislain calmly evades. Viego thrusts his blade at Ghislain's face, but the axe in Ghislain's hand deflects it aside. In the same instant, the sword in Ghislain's other hand pierces Viego's flank. The man immediately coughs up a mouthful of blood. Viego grits his teeth in agony and swings hard to force distance between them. Ghislain raises his axe high and brings it crashing down toward Viego. Viego knows his fate is sealed. A voice echoes in his mind. "I will remember you, commander of Unit 5 of the Rada Tosk mercenaries, Viego." In that fateful instant, the corner of Viego's mouth curves into a faint smile. Crimson blood sprays into the air. The battle is over. Ghislain picks up the blade from the ground. He stands in silence before Viego's corpse. A voice suddenly calls out from behind. "Well done." Belinda surveys the surroundings and speaks. "Goodness, selling off the loot from these guys could fetch us a pretty penny, don't you think?" Ghislain sheathes his sword and turns to see Belinda and Ghislain approaching. He bows his head to Ghislain, earnest and sincere. "I caused an unnecessary delay. My deepest apologies, young master." Ghislain replies, "It's fine." Ghislain studies Ghislain in silence, appraising him. Ghislain, he has far exceeded expectations. When Ghislain first left home to begin his life as a mercenary, the tales of Ghislain passed down from the veterans had laid the very foundation for him to become the king of mercenaries. Coming here so quickly was the right call. Because of it, he has gained yet another reliable comrade. Ghislain asks, "Do you remember who he was?" Ghislain holds up a blade and answers, "Yes, he was a former comrade of mine." Ghislain thinks to himself, a former comrade, huh? He wonders what his own former comrades are doing right now. He is certain they are living their own lifestyles is before they ever met him. "I'll have to recruit them someday." Voices ring out through the forest as Ghislain makes a suggestion. "Shall we follow Belinda's idea and collect anything of value from them?" Belinda replies, "All right then, Mr. Ghislain, take the lead and gather them up for us." Ghislain fires back, "I am not your subordinate." 2 days later, the carriage grinds to a halt at the Perdium domain. Belinda lets out a long sigh. "Few have finally arrived." Jan gazes into the distance and asks, "Is that Peng?" Ghislain replies, "Indeed, it's good to have a place to return to. When I first fled from home, I thought I could come back any time." Elena sits quietly beside him and speaks up. "Jan, what do you think of our land?" He's at a loss for words. "Ahais, it's quite good." Ghislain suddenly cuts in. "It's terrible, isn't it? Every single house is decrepit, and renovations are nowhere in sight. Those fields, no, they're completely abandoned. Every last farmer has been conscripted into the army, leaving the land to rot." Elena answers honestly, "I've heard that the Perdium domain has been locked in constant war with the northern barbarians, but seeing it with my own iced situation is far worse than I ever imagined." Belinda listens quietly, musing to herself that Elena was never someone who understood the state of this land so well before. Ghislain continues to gaze at the scenery ahead, then suddenly declares, "I will solve every last one of those problems. That is exactly why I need your strength. This will be a long battle to sever everything tied to Duke Delphin, and to protect what should have always been taken for granted. I will restore this land, no matter the cost." The carriage carrying 3 people rolls leisurely into the city. Belinda shouts, "Young master, look over there." Ghislain looks ahead, startled. HMPH. His pupils contract sharply. That figure 8 is the Lord of Perdium Castle. Inside the council chamber, 5 men are locked in heated discussion. "We need to reduce our forces." "What? If we cut our numbers any further, holding the defensive line will become impossible. Why not request more reinforcements from Phone?" Home rests his chin on his hand and informs them that Phone itself is the one who slashed the support funds. It appears they're mustering soldiers and stockpiling rations on their end. Jandor gasps in disbelief. "There's no other way. We also need to rebuild the outpost at the Forest of Monsters, the one that was partially destroyed in the last battle against the goblins. Even cutting the night orders, numbers, barely gives us room to breathe. But don't you think cutting forces this drastically is too reckless?" He sighs inwardly, same old problems, as always. Knight Captain of Perdium Nando, Treasurer Albert, General Administrator Home. How long has it been? As the young Lord of Perdium, only a few months. but as the mercenary king, it has been many long years. He speaks to welcome the one who has returned. Father Count Perdium. John Fair Perdium looks at his son and nods softly. Ghislain gazes at him, silently recalling that as a child, he never liked his father. The man was always stern, always unbending. But now, he can see the crushing weight of exhaustion and tension resting on those shoulders. The burden of leading this land. Count Perdium takes a quiet sip of tea, then speaks. I hear you left the castle for about a week. Ghislain answers, I paid a visit to phone. His father warns, I trust you didn't cause any trouble this time. Ghislain, mid-sip of tea, replies flatly, I didn't. Albert eyes him, wanting to verify. Young lord, hard as it is to believe, I've heard you won a duel against Ken and earned yourself a tidy sum. Surely you didn't go there to gamble, did you? Ghislain closes his eyes, thinking helplessly. Gambling, nonsense. If anything, it was an investment. He replies, I didn't. I simply had some business with Amelia. Home chimes in. Young lord, I've always said this, but you must understand you are the one who will inherit Perdium. Think before you act. Ghislain replies, I know, so don't worry. Seeing him respond so nonchalantly, Home mutters inwardly, this brat is brushing off my sincere advice. How am I supposed to not worry? Count Perdium speaks. Enough. His voice resonates through the chamber. From what I've heard, it seems you've caused some rather interesting trouble in my absence. I'm told you executed Yama and Philip for attempting to sell Alina off. Is that correct? Ghislain recalls their faces. Ah, those people. Jandor panics. There is no way the young lord executed them on his own. They probably just got into a scuffle, and the story was blown out of proportion. The young lord merely landed the finishing blow. Ghislain calculates silently. Knight Captain Jandor. Even though they were traitors, having his knights die at Ghislain's hands probably does not sit well with him. Better to avoid unnecessary trouble. He speaks up. Yes, something along those lines. Jandor clenches his teeth in frustration. I knew it. Suddenly a voice rings out, making Ghislain flinch. Well done. Whatever the process, what matters is that Alina is still alive. He remains silent, showing no outward reaction, but a storm rages within. This is the first time in his life he has ever received praise from his father. Ghislain speaks. Father, may I ask for something? His father looks at him with curiosity. A favor. Home's eyes narrow with suspicion. Young master, if you're about to ask for a reward, I will cut you off right here and now. Jandor barely restrains himself before immediately voicing his agreement. Indeed, think about all the trouble you've caused. You sold military supplies to fund your gambling, set fire to the main gate to roast a warhorse, and melted down an entire suit of armor to forge a legendary sword. Ghislain can only fall silent, thinking when you list it all out like that, it really does sound like I've done quite a lot. He speaks honestly. I only wish to ask for your permission. Ganter is taken aback. Ask for permission. Ghislain's voice rings out. I intend to develop the forest of monsters. All four of them freeze upon hearing this. They stare at him as if he were a lunatic. Ghislain's expression remains cold and unmoved. He suddenly speaks. Father said no. He flew into a rage and started screaming in my face. Belinda replies without surprise. Of course he would. That place is crawling with monsters. There is nothing to gain by meddling with it. He turns to Gillian and speaks. Gillian, you have heard about my plan from Belinda, have you not? He replies, indeed. I presume you intend to develop the forest of monsters using the funds received from Lady Delphin. The forest of death where no one returns alive. For that very reason, no one knows anything about it. Everyone steers well clear. From the tales alone, one can almost see the glowing red eyes of forest beasts staring right at you. Its fearsome reputation has spread to every surrounding region. Ghislain feels a flicker of surprise. You know it quite well. Just as you said, there is nothing to gain from going in there. But we are doing it regardless. Belinda panics. Wait. You have not received permission, and you still intend to go through with this. Ghislain turns his head slightly and replies, I do not actually need his permission. That was merely a courtesy. One way or another, this must be done. Belinda lets out a helpless sigh. What is in there that has you so obsessed? He replies dismissively, I will tell you later. His gaze turns icy. Behind those eyes, calculations churn endlessly. If he reveals it now and word spreads, it will only invite more trouble. If the forest is successfully developed, he will amass a fortune beyond measure. Not far from the forest entrance, a massive vein of ore lies buried beneath the earth. Runestone ore infused with pure energy. An extraordinarily rare mineral that drives maids wild with desire. They are used in everything: magic tools, barriers, formation arrays, scrolls, alchemy, arcane research, name it. Anything that channels energy requires them. In his previous life, it was Delphin who discovered them, But now only he holds this knowledge. Belinda is anxious inside, but no words come out. She closes her eyes and replies helplessly, "Very well. You must have some plan in mind." Ghislain nods sincerely. "I will follow your orders, young master." He glances at their expressions and utters a single word, "Good." Ghislain orders Belinda, "Head to the nearest guild and hire mercenaries. Around 200 will suffice." Belinda speaks up, bewildered. "You will not hesitate to spend the fortune you nearly died to earn." Jan warns with concern, "Are you certain, young master? Mercenaries are a crude, unruly bunch difficult to control. With a force that large, managing them will be near impossible. They could turn on their employer and plunder everything." Ghislain's voice rings out, "You are right, and that is precisely why you and I will hand-pick the useful ones ourselves." Jan responds. Ghislain glances at him and explains, "The strongest small mercenary band in the north." Ghislain furrows his brow in thought, then hesitates. "Do not tell me it is those mad dogs." Ghislain continues, "They are strong enough, but they could also turn and bite their master if things go south." "The Ace's mercenary band." Ghislain's voice rings out again. "Let us go. We will put those mad dogs on a leash." On the outskirts of the Jimba territory, Ace's mercenary band's encampment. Through binoculars, Ghislain and Ghislain are spotted moving along the road. The one holding the binoculars turns to his companion and speaks. "They are here." His companion replies without a care, "These poor fools have no idea what they are walking into." He raises the binoculars to keep watching, sneering. From the looks of it, the target is nothing more than some noble brat. "Oh, we could make a killing off this one." Before he can finish, a hand bursts through the lens and seizes him. Every mercenary gathered here freezes in unison. All activity grinds to a halt. Jan seizes the scout by the skull and lifts him clean off the ground with a single hand. The man thrashes in agony, screaming, "You bastard! What are you doing?" His grip tightens, then without warning he moves. Jan hurls the man toward the cluster of nearby mercenaries, sending them scrambling out of the way. The mercenaries witness this spectacle. Their eyes blaze with fury. Through gritted teeth, they bellow, "Who the hell is he? Ready your weapons. Has he lost his mind?" A voice suddenly cuts through the chaos. "You seem to be from some noble house." The voice calls out as a pair of boots strides forward with authority. "But do not think your status allows you to act rashly. Do not expect to return home alive." Gatto falls silent. He stares ahead as Ghislain approaches on horseback with effortless composure. Ghislain regards the man with cold indifference and speaks, "Shut your mouth. Bring me your leader." Gatto and the mercenaries do not reply. They bear their weapons ready to strike. Ghislain asks again, "Who is the leader here?" The old man's eyes darken, and a sinister grin spreads across his weathered face. He puts on airs of mystery. A moment later, he spins the iron flail in his hand and speaks. "It seems a young noble has lost his mind. It is time you learned a lesson, what it means to bear responsibility." The iron flail hurtles forward at blinding speed, launched straight at Ghislain. Ghislain remains calm atop his horse as the flail rockets toward him. In the blink of an eye, the flail is abruptly halted midair. Gillian's sword has pierced clean through a chain link, stopping the iron flail dead in its tracks. The subordinates gawk, utterly bewildered by what just happened. Gatto is so stunned he can barely believe it. His mind races. He threaded the blade through a chain link. At that very moment, the overwhelming force rips the iron flail from Gatto's grip. It crashes to the ground with a heavy thud. Ghislain speaks. "As I expected, words alone cannot move these people. Jan," he gives a subtle glance and orders, "Render them unconscious, but do not kill." Jan moves to stand in front of Ghislain, shielding him, and replies, "Understood." In an instant, Ghislain springs into action. He yanks the iron chain with brutal force. Gatto is instantly dragged forward by a terrifying pull. A single tug from Ghislain rips Gatto off his feet and sends him hurtling through the air. The next instant, Ghislain hurls the iron flail straight back at him. The iron flail slams into Gatto's body with devastating force. He howls in agony. The moment he crashes to the ground, the mercenaries roar as one and charge. "You bastards, don't think we'll hold back just because you're a noble." Ghislain deftly manipulates the iron chain, yanking the man off the ground before hurling him at the charging soldiers in the blink of an eye. Bound by shared fortune and misfortune alike, the crushing impact sends the lot of them crashing into a tangled heap. "Don't mess with Ghislain." He fixes the remaining soldiers with a sharp, frigid gaze. Terrorized into silence, they shudder uncontrollably. Not a single one dares to charge again. Only now does Ghislain calmly dismount. He steps forward, his tone edged with impatience. "How long do you intend to make me wait?" Ghislain asks coldly. "Subordinate, drag that good-for-nothing away and bring the captain here." I was having a perfectly good nap. What's all this racket? A voice suddenly calls out. Instantly, every soldier snaps to attention, lining up in rigid formation. The voice rings out once more. I am the leader of the Cross Mercenary Corps. With unhurried strides, a red-haired young man emerges, his gaze cold as forged steel. What business do you have with me? This is the captain of the Cross Mercenary Corps. Ghislain speaks up. What else could it be but a mercenary commission? I've come to assign your corps a mission. He gestures toward the pile of men sprawled on the ground and asks, a mission? What kind of client treats my subordinates like that? You're a noble, Ghislain. You know how to conduct yourself properly. Ghislain answers bluntly, this is my way of saying hello. I figured it was the best way to introduce myself to you lot. Cao lets out a resigned sigh. You call that a greeting? I dread to think what happens if you decide to say hello again. Fine, I'm listening. Back at camp, Ghislain and Cao sit down to discuss terms. Cao speaks up. What exactly do you want? Ghislain utters a name, the forest of monsters. Cao falls silent, struggling to comprehend. Ghislain meets his gaze dead on and states plainly, I want to hire your corps to pioneer that forest. The soldiers nearby exchange bewildered looks. The forest of monsters, that monster-infested hellhole. Isn't that the forest right next to Perdium's territory? Cao begins to find this intriguing. What kind of man are you to dare venture into a forest that dangerous? Ghislain answers without hesitation. I am Ghislain, the young master of Perdium. The instant the name registers, Cao's face freezes solid for several seconds. Grasping the full picture, he presses a hand to his forehead as mocking laughter spills out without end. Wait, you are that infamous young master. I knew it. I knew the bastard was out of his mind. You want to pioneer the forest of monsters? Are you out of your mind? Young noble, you grew up coddled in silk and velvet. You have no idea how terrifying the forest of monsters truly is. It's no place for a greenhorn like you. I don't need to hear another word from you. As far as I'm concerned, the negotiation is over. Ghislain remains silent, while Ghislain beside him has already shifted into a combat stance, ready for a fight to erupt. Ghislain's voice cuts through the air. Are you afraid? Cao's pupils constrict at the words, a tremor running through him. Ghislain stares him down with a taunting look. I heard your mercenary corps was supposed to be impressive, but it seems that's nothing but hot air. Cao slams both legs onto the table, putting on a cool front. His voice hardens as he retorts, don't toy with me. As you said, we're mercenaries, we don't lift a finger without profit. Ghislain scoffs with contempt. The weak always hide behind excuses. Cao seethes, speechless with rage. He throws his head back and laughs. This atmosphere is dreadfully dull. I've been trying to play nice, but all you offer are pathetic provocations. A clueless brat like you isn't even worth killing. I'll spare you but pay for the trouble you've caused, then get lost. Ghislain closes his eyes slightly and speaks. No, that won't happen. Captain of the Cross Mercenary Corps. Ghislain continues coldly. I demand a duel by the rules. The Morianer right of recognition. Hearing the proposal, the soldiers and Ghislain are struck with shock. Cao furrows his brow and asks tensely, do you even know what that is? With iron resolve in his eyes, Ghislain answers without hesitation, of course I know. A traditional, extreme method, passed down among mercenaries, the Morianer right of recognition. When two parties agree to the duel, they fight with nothing but a dagger, forbidden from using internal energy, with one arm bound together. Stepping outside the circle counts as a loss, forcing them to fight a life-or-death battle in a confined space with severely restricted movement. In many cases, it's not just the loser Revan, the victor may perish. Ghislain states coldly, the loser must accept total defeat and obey the winner's every command without question. The loser becomes the winner's dog. He asks calmly, how does that sound? Cao breaks into a cold sweat, hidden terror clawing at his mind. How does a noble-born young master know about this filthy mercenary tradition? In the mercenary world, refusing this duel is tantamount to admitting weakness, and that is something that can never be tolerated. He smirks and the entire room falls deathly silent. Suddenly, his voice rings out. Everyone, we have a bold young noble here who wishes to earn his recognition the mercenary way. A battle-hungry gleam flashes in Cao's eyes. Why not oblige him? Their wrists are bound tightly together. The soldiers outside roar and cheer as Ghislain and Cao stand at the center of a drawn circle. Both lock eyes on their opponent, utterly focused. Ghislain watches in silence, while the soldiers outside chant in unison. That arrogant noble brat, kill him, Captain. Cao speaks coldly. Seems like you heard about this method somewhere and decided to challenge me. There's no backing out now. He suddenly yanks Ghislain close. He whispers, because I've done this 5 times already. Both pull apart to create distance. Cao grins tauntingly. 5 times, Ghislain murmurs. Then he yanks Cao toward him with brutal force, seizing the initiative. His expression remains ice-cold, his striking features set as his magnetic voice rings out. "I've done this over 100 times." Ghislain and Cao lock gazes, sparks flying between them as killing intent surges like a raging inferno. As if by unspoken agreement, both lunge at each other in a single heartbeat. By sheer fortune, neither meets their ancestors. Ghislain and Cao dodge each other's strikes simultaneously. A cold, razor-sharp glint flickers through Ghislain's eyes. Cao, of course, matches him glare for glare. Their offensive techniques mirror each other perfectly. The cycle of attacker and defender repeats endlessly, roles shifting without pause. He strikes, I dodge, I strike, he guards, back and forth without rest. Cao thrusts at Ghislain's flank, but the strike is swiftly blocked. He slashes down at the crown of Ghislain's head, never expecting him to evade. The two of them. He reels back, widening the distance, then snaps a kick at Ghislain without warning. Ghislain immediately raises his leg to intercept the blow. After blocking the kick, he suddenly senses something off in the leg he used to defend. Cao speaks up without warning. "Oh, you're holding up better than I expected. You claim to have earned Morioner's recognition, something said to be impossible even once, let alone 100 times. Ghislain's voice rings out. "If you're going to boast, at least make it convincing." Like a bolt of lightning, Cao surges forward to attack. The soldiers outside shout over one another. "That noble is getting overwhelmed by the captain, isn't he? Serves him right, death is the price for messing with us." Ghislain glares furiously toward the rear. The soldiers instantly fall silent. He watches the fight, silently assessing. This is an unfavorable matchup. The circle is far too small, even lying down would exceed its bounds. Under the rules forbidding internal energy, permitting only pure physical strength, the weight disparity is glaring, and his bound hands restrict movement. The young master can only dodge or block. Ghislain observes Cao's build closely. Cao could easily overpower and dominate the young master if things turn dangerous. The thought trails off. He quietly slides a hand behind his back, fingers brushing the handle of the axe strapped there. Cao exploits his height advantage, closing in and locking Ghislain's left arm in a shoulder-throw hold. The blade in his hand drives viciously toward Ghislain's back. Ghislain nimbly leaps, evading the strike. He lands cleanly, but one leg falters, catching his attention. The sensation radiating from within his leg is unmistakable. Ghislain calculates silently. The accumulated damage from blocking without internal energy protection continues to mount, just as he predicted. Even though he blocked it, Cao grins triumphantly and shouts, "Hey, your face already looks terribly. Are you starting to struggle?" Inside, Cao silently appraises Ghislain. "Pitifulto, think you'd try to resist my strength? Well, among all the nobles I've faced so far, you're more tenacious than most. But that's all. Your thoughts are plain as day to me." Cao's gaze brims with arrogance. "You block or dodge bladed strikes with your own knife, and absorb the weaker blows by taking them on your body. That's your strategy. But Morioner's recognition is a match with no internal energy. Impact accumulates inevitably, even if you manage to block it, and you're clearly aware of the shock building in your legs. It's written all over your face." Cao presses the assault, a triumphant smirk curling across his lips. "That'll make this more interesting." The blade in his hand spins with a flourish. Once more, Cao and Ghislain strike at the same instant. Their knives collide, sparks erupting. Cao attacks with savage ferocity. Ghislain dodges with fluid agility. He unleashes a relentless barrage. Ghislain parries without pause. Cao seizes Ghislain's knife hand, pulling them chest to chest, then drives another vicious kick. Ghislain's eyes turn ice-cold. He deftly raises the troublesome leg to block. His face, hardened Spain, radiates fiercely from the point of impact. Cao glances at him and declares it's over. He grips his blade tight, raises it high, then plunges it down toward Ghislain. The soldiers around them erupt in unified cheers. Ghislain seizes his axe in a panic, his heart screaming, "Young master." In that very moment, Ghislain remains perfectly still, yet a faint smile flickers across his face. Cao's blade plunges down, certain victorianly for Ghislain to slip away with impossible ease, breaking free of Cao's grip entirely. Cao is stunned. He dodged from that position. Ghislain darts behind him in an instant. Lightning fast, he slashes across Cao's flank. Cao stares at his bleeding wound, disbelief etched on his face. The soldiers and Ghislain freeze in shock. Cao snaps back and launches a fierce counterattack. He strikes again, and again Ghislain evades every blow with precision. In a decisive counter, Ghislain carves another gash across Cao's chest. The surrounding soldiers panic. The captain got slashed. They roar, "That noble just a moment ago, we thought the captain had him cornered." "Captain, show him who's boss." Ghislain watches in silence anxiety drenching him in cold sweat. Cao launches another attack and misses. Immediately after, he eats a shoulder check from Ghislain straight to the face. Ghislain coldly clenches his fist around his blade. He wastes no time. A storm of brutal punches hammers into Cao's face without mercy. Ghislain deftly flips his knife and drives it clean into Cao's arm, forcing a howl of agony from his lips. Cao screams, lashing out wildly with vicious strikes aimed at Ghislain's head. Ghislain remains utterly calm, dodging with effortless precision. Cao grits his teeth, glaring at Ghislain. "Yao, you barely flinched from my strength earlier. What trick did you use?" Jillian's worry eases. He murmurs, "I see now." Cao flexes hard, tensing every muscle, stiffening his entire body. When he pushes harder and tries to seize control, he actually sacrifices his own agility. The young master didn't resist his momentum, relaxed into it, and turned the flow into his own weapon. I didn't expect him to overcome the weight disadvantage like this. He quietly slides the axe back into its place. The soldiers outside scream, "What are you doing, Captain?" In any case, this is getting boring. Cao's current state looks absolutely wretched. Ghislain regards him coolly and speaks. "Your willpower is impressive. Most people would break the rules and use internal energy when cornered like this." Sweat pours ceaselessly from Cao's face. Regaining his composure, he replies, "You really talk as if you've done this 100 times. Even my captain's rank was earned through Morioner's recognition. Break the rules, and you forfeit your place in this arena." Ghislain lets out a sound of genuine admiration. Cao continues, "I'll admit in a direct fight I'm at a slight disadvantage." His expression suddenly twists into something savage as he bellows. But the conditions for victory aren't limited to just one. Cao summons every ounce of his strength and hurls Ghislain skyward. Another law of Morioner's recognition: if even one foot touches outside the circle, it counts as defeat. Ghislain is truly flung over Cao's shoulder, launched into the air. He calculates silently, "No matter how skilled you are, if I throw you out like this, you'll have no choice but to plant your feet on the ground. This is my victory." Ghislain clutches his knife tight, hooking both arms around Cao's in a flash. In the blink of an eye, his posture shifts with impossible fluidity. Ghislain extends his legs, tilts his body, and drives a powerful kick into Cao's thigh to anchor himself. His bound arm locks onto Cao's, clinging tight, using him as leverage to avoid touching the ground. He nimbly climbs over Cao's body, seizing control in one fluid motion. Cao, pinned and immobilized, crashes helplessly to the ground. The scene falls deathly silent. Not a single soldier dares speak. Then a voice cuts through the quiet. "I'm the one who went out." Outside the circle, Cao grits his teeth. "It's over." Ghislain speaks calmly. "This is my victory." Cao is still pinned beneath him, yet he shouts in defiance. "What kind of man are you, with skills at this level?" Ghislain narrows his eyes slightly. "Your attitude leaves much to be desired toward the man who will become your master." He immediately yanks Cao to his feet. Cao is stunned. "What?" "The match is over." Ghislain replies, "Old man, I haven't stepped out of the circle." Cao's swollen face twists in confusion. "What?" He raises his fist, coldly showing Cao what that means. "From now on, this is your training time as my subordinate." Without hesitation, he drives his fist straight into Cao's face. Before the eyes of every soldier present, Cao is sent crashing to the ground, crying out in agony. Cao screams in panic, "Wait!" Too late. By the rules, leaving the circle earns him another devastating punch to the face. Ghislain sits atop Cao and speaks. "Would you care about rules even on a battlefield?" Cao is furious, openly denouncing a man who still claims to be a noble. Ghislain is ice cold. His gaze on Cao carries killing intent. "Do not question what your master does." Cao screams, "You madman." Immediately after, he eats another devastating punch to the face. Ghislain hammers his fists into Cao's face in a frenzy. The soldiers outside hesitate, anxiety creeping into their ranks. Is it really okay to leave him like this? The bet is already over. Cao screams in agony. "Stop, stop." Ghislain yanks him up by force. His fist still hasn't unclenched. He speaks calmly. He still hasn't left the circle. Cao's face is swollen beyond recognition, drenched in blood, his eyes wide with terror. He turns and screams at the soldiers. "Are you all just going to stand there and watch?" "Kill him." The soldiers respond, "Yes, sir." They charge forward with weapons raised, but an axe materializes, freezing every last one of them in their tracks. He glares at them and warns, "From this moment on, anyone who obstructs the young master will be executed." Loyalty among comrades exists, but one threat is all it takes. The entire group freezes, trembling in fear. Cao has been beaten so badly, his own mother wouldn't recognize him. He shivers weakly and turns his head only for Ghislain to appear right before him. "Shall we continue?" The moment the fist flies toward his face, Cao suddenly bursts into tears. That single punch puts him down for good. In Ghislain's mind, nobles are nothing but pathetic cowards. Arrogant pigs, parasitic leeches, fragile egotists. A little fear is all it takes to bring them to their knees. It's satisfying to bleed them dry. That's how I earned my reputation, as a mad dog-bee displaying overwhelming power. Why am I stuck with this noble brat? The soldiers outside are consumed with worry and fear. Captain Fief, this keeps up, he'll die. But what can we do? Ghislain looks at Cao's condition and silently asks himself, is this enough? He points at the nearby soldiers and commands, what are you all standing around for? Bring water, bandages, and cloths, now. They stare blankly. Ghislain grabs Cao's arm and lifts his unconscious body. If you leave your captain like this, he will die. The soldiers snap to attention, their voices echoing across the Perong estate grounds. At once. Understood. Ghislain silently observes Ghislain's actions. He realizes the stubborn mercenaries have begun obeying the young master without question. Ghislain watches Ghislain commanding the soldier sand. They follow his every word instantly. In the world of mercenaries, fists matter more than rules. The young master has carved his authority into their minds in the most direct and effective way possible. Who is the one in charge now? Cao has regained consciousness after his wounds are bandaged, sitting upright meek as a lamb. Ghislain points at the paper on the table. Sign it. Cao stares at him in silence. He obediently signs the paper. Here, Cao's voice carries defiance, yet he complies all the same. Ghislain glares coldly. This. Cao lowers his head, avoiding his gaze, and murmurs, please, take care of us. Ghislain's voice rings out. Good. He swiftly grabs Cao's arm, startling him. Cao flinches in fear. Ghislain speaks unhurriedly. From now on, we are family. He looks Cao straight in the eye, speaking with sincerity. Let's work hard together. Several days later, at the outskirts of the Perong estate, the mercenaries have gathered in full. One of them yawns and grumbles. Why do we have to assemble this early? His comrade agrees. I'm only used to working after lunch. A sharp-eyed mercenary speaks up. Did you guys hear? They say our employer is the heir to the Perong house. Someone exclaims in surprise. What? Another one laughs loudly. A true greenhorn. I wonder if he's even capable of managing mercenaries. A voice chimes in. We'll probably get paid for lazing around anyway. A lazy, dozing mercenary appears. Suddenly someone claps loudly. All right, listen up. A massive, muscle-bound man speaks. Don't we need a representative to deal with this green employer? A few recognize him. Someone asks, isn't that Muscular Gordon? He puffs out his chest proudly. That's right, I'm Muscular Gordon. I admire your attitude about making things easy for ourselves, but unless we speak with one voice, we won't get what we want. A nearby mercenary remarks. Last time, some fool pushed too far and everything fell apart. The sharp-eyed one looks at him. You planning to do the same? Gordon replies. You need to know where to draw the line in matters like these. He holds up a coin pouch and grins. I'll stand as the representative and put pressure on the employer, so we're all agreed, right? The mercenaries voiced their unanimous agreement. If Gordon leads, we're guaranteed to win. That massive body of his sure comes in handy at times like these. They toss their coins into his pouch one after another. You're a reliable one. Gordon spends all day training, yet he's razor-sharp when it comes to money. Suddenly someone shouts, stopping everyone cold. Hey, Somyeon's coming. A figure appears ahead on horseback. As it draws closer, it turns out to be Ghislain. 3 soldiers squint for a better look and start chattering. He's coming alone. Judging by his outfit, that must be the employer. Poor bastard. He might turn tail and run the moment he sees Gordon's muscles. Gordon waves his hand, commanding the mercenaries. All right, everyone get up front and set the mood. The man rubs his hands together, a smug grin spreading across his face. We'll teach this naive little noble a lesson he'll never forget. Suddenly, Gordon's pupils contract. Behind the noble he'd so casually dismissed, a full column of mounted troops follows in formation. Ghislain's entourage appears before them. Ghislain flanks him on the right, while Cao and his subordinates ride on the left. Gordon and the soldiers around him freeze, panic seizing their faces. That can't be possible. Isn't that the raider mercenary band? Gordon, no less shaken, blurts out, what? The murmurs rippling through Gordon's own mercenaries make both Kay and Gordon's faces turn ashen. How could those notorious troublemakers submit to their employer so meekly? Ghislain draws near the soldiers. He sweeps them with a frigid glance, but does not speak immediately. That oppressive, suffocating gaze forces Gordon to hastily avert his eyes. Ghislain speaks. You're the leader here. The man stammers. Why, yes, that's right. Ghislain continues. What's your name? You've gone pale, out with it. Under Ghislain's crushing pressure, even this grotesquely fat man is forced to spill Gordon Cobalt. Ghislain repeats the moniker, Gordon Cobalt. Testing the man's resilience, he drives a punch square into Gordon's chest. The fat man's entire body shudders. Impressive, Ghislain remarks. Ghislain's voice rings out, cold and commanding. I am the young master of the Perdium family. Ghislain Perdium. Hearing his name, every last one of Gordon's mercenaries stiffens. They break into a silent, cold sweat. Ghislain issues his command, gather all the mercenaries. Gordon, from this moment forward we conquer the forest of monsters. Azure skies stretch overhead. The treetops stand eerily still before the gentle breeze, as if heralding the storm to come. Before the camp tent, Belinda silently helps Ghislain into his armor. He ponders in silence as she adjusts the shoulder plates of his breastplate. All preparations for the forest expedition are complete. The expedition's temporary base has been established. Supplies are secured. The soldiers stand ready. With that thought, Ghislain's gaze sweeps toward the assembled mercenaries. Before him stand orderly ranks. Behind him stands Belinda, Gillian, and Cow. Ghislain glances back over his shoulder. Belinda conducts one final head count. She bows respectfully and reports yes. Belinda turns toward Gordon. Her voice rings out, calm and measured. We've hired 148 mercenaries through the agency. She continues, plus 41 from the raider mercenary band that you brought back, my lord. Including ourselves, that's 192 total. Ghislain's sharp gaze cuts over. Good, you've spoken clearly with Skaven, correct? Belinda answers calmly. Yes, I expected him to object, but instead he volunteered to ensure no one discovers our entry into the Forest of Monsters. He's already the commander of the Forest of Monsters garrison, so we need not worry. The two men dare not utter a word, only nodding in silent agreement. Ghislain's lips curl into a faint smirk. Very good. He faces forward and bellows, everyone assemble. His expression turns cold as he announces, ahead lies the Forest of Monsters, her target. I'm sure you've all heard the rumors. It's a place riddled with unforeseeable dangers. He continues, his tone eerily calm. Beasts, monsters, unknown threats, or perhaps something far beyond imagination lurk within. However, I will conquer this place, no matter what it takes. The mercenaries turn pale, panic and dread seizing them as they burst out. What? The Forest of Monsters? I had no idea the forest we're clearing is the Forest of Monsters. Are we marching in there to never come back out? Belinda roars furiously. How dare you interrupt while the young master is speaking? The murmurs die down. Ghislain speaks, his tone frigid. Anyone who wishes to withdraw may leave. But if this mission succeeds, I promise everyone triple wages. Fear vanishes from the mercenaries' faces in an instant, replaced by nothing but raw excitement. Really? Triple wages? Now that's worth the gamble. Belinda panics and quickly rushes to Ghislain's side, whispering urgently, Young master, what nonsense are you spouting? We've already nearly exhausted the entire budget, just preparing for this. He responds with absolute indifference. This is how you raise morale. But in his mind, he thinks if we succeed, we'll earn back far more than this. Ghislain turns to face Belinda, a faint smile playing on his lips. You trust me, don't you? Belinda lets out a helpless sigh. I have no choice but to. Cow smirks and turns to Gillian. Triple wages. The man must be out of his mind to make such a promise. So what does he plan to do about it? Our young master never has a backup plan. Gillian responds calmly. He always has a plan. The mercenaries' morale surges. They roar in unison, the Forest of Monsters expedition. Ghislain leads the formation toward the Forest of Monsters. He raises his hand and waves. Move out. Towering trees stand shoulder to shoulder throughout the forest, their massive canopies blotting out the sky entirely. Not a single ray of light seems able to penetrate within. Thwack, heavy axe blows slam into the massive tree trunks, one after another. Within the mercenary ranks, some hack away at the towering trees with axes, while others haul timber onto large carts. Ghislain drives his boot into the trunk he's been steadily cutting through. The tree absorbs the tremendous force and crashes to the earth with a deafening thud. He lifts his gaze to where the fallen canopy had once blotted out the sky. Good, light finally breaks through. Ghislain raises his hand and commands, continue clearing the path along this heading. Chop the felled trees into sections and load them onto the carts. Those with free hands dig around the roots to make them easier to uproot. He ponders in silence. According to the Forest of Monsters exploration journal left by Count Delphine, a record he obtained in his previous life, the Forest of Monsters is truly vast. One day they would push back all the beasts and strip the forest of every last resource. But right now, what they need is money. Forget everything else. Find the fastest route to the underground ore veins. The wealth from this expedition will be the key to thwarting the schemes closing in around the Perdium family. Cal glances at him, unable to hide the judgment in his eyes. Oh, even the man who hired us is doing manual labor. A mercenary nearby smirks and poses a mocking question. Is that leading by example, or just some noble's little show of grandeur? Another soldier glances over with a sneer. Grandeur hardly. It's all for show. He'll collapse before long. Belinda sees this and snaps, glaring at them. Hey, cut the chatter and get back to work. The two soldiers turn around and resume their tasks, as does Jiang. Fine, fine. She glared irritably at their retreating backs. Are these guys for real? Belinda, arms crossed against the chill, watched Ghislain chopping wood. Young master, why are you doing this work yourself after hiring these men with your money? They're looking down on you because you're doing the same work as them. Ghislain replied indifferently. It's fine. The more people working, the faster it gets done. This isn't a place anyone wants to linger in. Belinda pouted. If you say so, young master, you speak as if you've read about this place before. This made Ghislain roll his eyes, maintaining his silence. Cao sneered, carrying his axe and firewood as he walked past. Our employer's got a woman worrying about him. How enviable. Meanwhile, some of us here are like mutts charging straight into hell. Hearing this, Gillian, who carried two large tree trunks in both, handsterned his body so that one trunk's momentum swung hard into Cao's back, making him cry out in pain. Ghislain and Belinda turned around only to see the tall, burly Cao glaring furiously at Gillian. You looking for trouble? He pondered in silence. Everything had been going smoothly so far. Duke Delphin the Conqueror, who had subjugated kingdoms and founded a new dynasty, had once begun a deep expedition into the forest of monsters. I couldn't understand why they chose to explore the forest of monsters, but I had obtained the exploration journal record of crucial resource locations and the ecology of the monsters. Thanks to that, I was able to make preparations. Two members of the group whispered to each other about his intentions. What was the employer thinking, bringing hundreds of lanterns? If they're just for nighttime use, torches would be much cheaper. Nothing had happened yet to unsettle Ghislain. He watched the mercenaries chopping trees, stacking firewood, and sawing the large trunks into smaller pieces. He realized he had only read about it in the journal, had never actually witnessed any of it unfold. Ghislain turned and spoke a single line, as if to remind the mercenaries and himself not to drop their guard. The forest is growing, denser. After his words, the forest seemed to shift, turning eerily dark and strange. The trees seemed to be watching their every move with silent, rapt attention. The mercenaries continued swinging their axes, felling the massive trunks. The steady thud of blade biting into wood echoed without pause. One of them asked absently, "Is it night already?" "The sky's getting dark." The mercenary beside him laughed and replied, "They call this a dangerous forest, but I haven't even seen an ant, let alone any monsters." The two chatted back and forth. Maybe it's all just rumors. Gordon must have passed through easily without a care in the world. HMPH, clearing a path and getting triple pay for it. I almost feel guilty. One troublemaker kicked Gordon's back. "Hey, give us back our money then." Suddenly, Gordon noticed something. He called out softly, "Hey, everyone." The troublemaker let out a confused grunt. Gordon voiced his doubt. "We've definitely cut down a lot of trees to get here, right?" Everyone began to gather, looking toward where Gordon was staring. "Yeah, that's right." Before Gordon stood a massive, towering tree. It radiated an aura of ominous, palpable danger. He turned back and asked, "But why is there no path through?" At his question, everyone froze in unison, dread cutting through the gloom. Ghislain's voice rang out like a warning bell. "Everyone, attention all remaining mercenaries, draw your weapons and regroup around me. Defensive formation now." Two mercenaries cried out in alarm. "What the? Why did the atmosphere suddenly change like this?" Ghislain called out to Gordon. Gordon answered immediately, "I'm here." Ghislain told him, his voice calm but cold, "If you stay there, you will die." Ghislain guided Gordon in a stern, commanding voice. "Walk toward me slowly, one step at a time." Gordon replied as he turned around. Yes, I understand." However, a massive tree trunk was slung over his shoulder. As he turned, the trunk slammed into a tree right beside him. The ground quaked violently. Gordon fell face first, the trunk on his shoulder flung backward. The mercenary company raised their weapons, ready to face any beast that might spring out at them. They held their stance and hissed through clenched teeth. That idiot. Gordon flipped over and screamed in fury. Before him, the massive tree was swelling at an unnatural rate, growing larger by the second. The mercenaries in the rear stirred in alarm at the tremor. What was that? Did something just fall? Ghislain watched the unfolding scene in grim contemplation. The troublemaker seized the moment to mock him. Well, well, our employer sure is easy to spook, isn't he? He swaggered toward the massive tree, waving his arms theatrically. Look closely, there's nothing here. The path is just hidden because the scenery all looks the same. That idiot just got lost, that's all. Forest of monster sounds impressive, but it's just a dense forest. Ghislain cut in, his warning deadly serious. If you step any further, you will die. The troublemaker paid no heed, jabbing a finger straight at Ghislain's face. Why do you keep trying to scare everyone? You think we don't know you're trying to control us by keeping us afraid? In a flash, a vine shot out like lightning and coiled tight around his body. It's just a little. Before the troublemaker could even process what was happening, the vine yanked him backward through the air. His blood-curdling screams filled the entire forest as he was hoisted skyward, utterly powerless to resist. The creatures had revealed not a single trace of their presence until this very moment. The vine hurled the troublemaker into a maw of razor-sharp fangs, crowning the great tree's peak. No one could have predicted they would move. The sickening sound of crunching bone and tearing flesh echoed through the forests, was a presence that would make prey of anyone who remained. Ignorant of it, an evil, bloodshot eye split open in the trunk, staring them down. Ghislain stepped forward, sword in hand. He narrowed his eyes, staring straight into the creature's gaze as if daring it to make a move. His voice rang out, cold and commanding, "Move." Now, the entire company was surrounded by monstrous trees. They opened their fierce, ravenous eyes, glaring down at the tiny figures below. On the ground, the mercenaries saw the horror and scattered in every direction, screaming, "Monsters!" They appeared. They wailed in despair, "It's going to eat me, run." The monstrous trees were not about to let their prey escape so easily. In a flash, they unleashed their vines. The vines latched onto the fleeing mercenaries with terrifying precision. Without mercy, the vines hurled their captives into the beasts' gaping maws lined with jagged fangs. The creatures clamped their jaws shut, crushing their prey to pulp. Their eyes glowed blood-red, bulging with savage, insatiable hunger. Gordon sobbed and clung desperately to a tree stump, fighting with everything he had to keep the vines from dragging him away. He screamed, "Save me!" Two mercenaries rush over. One swings his axe, aiming to sever the vines coiled around Gordon, and shouts, "Gordon, hold on tight." He brings the axe crashing down with every ounce of his strength. But the vine doesn't snap. Instead, the axe blade chips. He mutters in disbelief, It didn't cut. How is this vine so tough?" Gordon is dragged away by the vine right before his eyes. The monster tree gazes greedily at Gordon, dangling helplessly in midair. Both men can only stand frozen, watching Gordon scream in agony as he's hauled away. Helpless, they cry out. Ghislain leaps into the air in a single explosive burst, channeling all his force behind a vicious swing of his razor-sharp sword. He cleaves through the vine in one stroke, rescuing Gordon, who is still sobbing before the stunned gaze of the monster tree. Ghislain twists his body in midair with lethal grace, delivers a sweeping arc of his blade, and splits the monster tree clean in half. Blood erupts from the monster tree's vertical eyes. It lets out a piercing, otherworldly shriek. Ghislain lands steadily on his feet, surveying the creature's death throes. Gordon, meanwhile, collapses in a heap beside the mercenaries, who stand wide-eyed at the spectacle. Weapons raised in panic, they stammer among themselves. The young master cut it down so their weakness. Is it the eyes? Ghislain draws a sharp breath and bellows, "Snap out of it," startling the entire group back to their senses. If we scatter, we become easy prey. Raise your shields and form a tight formation. Don't let the vines snatch anyone. He sweeps his hand in a commanding gesture toward the group. Focus on the strategy. Dong Than responds, "Yes, sir." Ghislain orders a defense on all sides. Every shield-bearer converges, mounting a wall of iron-tight defense. Damn it, I don't want to die in a place like this. Ghislain sprints toward the supply cart. "Kaya, where are the oil lamps?" Kao answers promptly, "Yes, they're all here." Ghislain nods with satisfaction and gives the order. "Good, light them and hurl every last one. Burn those abominations to ash." It finally clicks for Kao. "Oh, so that's why we bought so many." Goro shouts an alert. "It's looking this way." Ghislain gives the signal in a low, commanding growl. "Now throw them." Gao, Gato, and the mercenaries hurl the oil lamps toward the monster trees. "Taste our fire, you abominations." The lamps fly in a dense barrage, certain to deal devastating damage to the monsters. But in an instant, the monsters whip their vines, shattering every lamp suspended in midair. Kao gapes. It blocked all of them. Gato grits his teeth. "At this rate, we'll never burn them." The monster trees are infuriated. They lash out with vines in a frenzy, intent on snatching those who hurled the lamps. An axe cloaked in azure energy tears through the air. Gillian arrives at the critical moment. He swings his axe to parry the vine assault, Coldly, he draws darts infused with internal energy and charges forward. She hurls the darts into the monster tree's eye without hesitation, forcing it to shriek in agony. Ghislain swiftly takes command. Gillian, Belinda support the mercenary squad. Seize the opening and prepare the oil lamps. They respond in unison. Yes, a razor-sharp sword slides from its sheath, enveloped in a powerful emerald glow of internal energy. Ghislain cautiously raises his sword and advances toward the monsters. The vines hurtling toward him seem to inspire no fear whatsoever. I will draw their attention, Belinda shouts anxiously, as if to warn him. Be careful, young master. Ghislain shifts to a two-handed grip on his heavy sword. He slashes in fluid figure-8 arcs, successfully deflecting every angle of the monstrous vine's assault. The monster trees are driven to fury. Their eyes burn crimson with frustration at the troublesome prey standing before them. They unleash even more vines in a maddened frenzy, all aimed squarely at Ghislain. His movements flash like lightning as he weaves through the dense cocoon of vines, inching ever closer to the monsters. A monster tree suddenly lifts itself from the ground and lunges to trample Ghislain underfoot. The mercenaries cower behind their sturdy shields. Cowards they may be, but they have heart. They all worry for him. Those monsters are trees, but they have legs. The young master will be crushed. He drops low and unleashes an upward swing. In a blur of steel, Ghislain deftly maneuvers to sever the monster's legs, catching it completely off guard. The distance closed. He leaps up and plunges his sword deep into the monster's eye, making it howl ferociously. The other monster trees, witnessing this, fly into a rage and close in on Ghislain. The mercenaries panic. Heavens, they are all charging toward the young master. Belinda, sharp-minded as ever, spins around and shouts, "Now or never, everyone, throw the oil lamps." Everyone understands at once. They hurl the firebombs at the monsters simultaneously. This time, it will surely work. Throw them now. This time they truly succeed. Roaring flames engulf the monsters, driving them into a screaming frenzy. Fire spreads from one monster to the next, leaving nothing but terror in their eyes. Cow and Gato cheer at the victory unfolding before them. That's it, Ghislain bellows the order. Don't stop, keep throwing. The monsters shriek in agony until they are reduced to nothing but ash. They sink into a sea of fire, wailing and thrashing in their death throes. The mercenaries marvel in awe. So it is possible to fight those monsters after all. At this rate, the fire's going to spread through the whole forest, isn't it? These tree creatures aren't as tough as I thought. Gao, don't laugh, these damn trees are helpless against fire all the same. Ghislain stands before everyone and warns them with sharp vigilance. Don't get cocky, this isn't over yet. The group asks in alarm. What? He reveals the shocking truth with calm composure. Now they'll show their true forms. A wall of steam surges forward, threatening to engulf the entire group. They instinctively voice questions no one can answer. What kind of smoke is this? Steam, has the fire gone out? Belinda and Ghislain rush toward Ghislain. Young master, sir. Belinda asks in alarm. What's happening to those things? Ghislain fixes his gaze on the monsters with heightened vigilance. Their bark fears fire, but their insides do not. He explains calmly. The fire burned away their outer shells, but when it hit the moisture within, it produced all this steam. Behind the thick curtain of steam, faint silhouettes begin to emerge. They tear through bone and burst forth. They look like grotesque carnivorous flowers, their luminous eyes chilling to the bone, all fixed dead ahead on the mercenary company. The monsters roar, snapping open their massive, blood-red maws lined with razor-sharp fangs as they charge. The panicked mercenaries scream. What the hell are those things? They're not dead. A sword soars high into the sky, as if its wielder commands the undivided attention of every mercenary behind him. Everyone listen up. Ghislain raises his sword and barks his orders. Grab your weapons! He swings the blade down and leads the charge against the monsters. From here on, it's close quarters combat. Without another word, Ghislain launches himself straight at the beasts, his eyes blazing with iron resolve. The entire army stares, utterly stunned. The mercenaries are horrified. What? You want us to fight those massive things up close? Easier said than done. They could crush us flat with a single swipe. Amid the whimpering of soldiers still faltering, I thought we were all dead for sure. Cao and his mercenary company follow Ghislain's lead, charging straight into the heart of the battle. Cao's mercenaries surge forward. Belinda rushes ahead with a worried shout. Young master, please be more careful. Her words give even Gordon pause. Gillian turns to look at Gordon's unit, still hesitating. He assures them firmly, this is Duke Ghislain's command. Trust him and follow orders. Behind Gillian, Ghislain swings his sword and cleaves through the first monster. The army frees then decides to trust. They charge in with everything they have. Screw it, if things go south, the young master will handle it. Just follow orders for now. The entire army rushes in, cutting down monsters one by one. Ghislain commands his forces with thundering clarity. Their shells have been scorched. We can cut them down without burning through our internal energy. Don't be afraid. They're nothing but oversized scarecrows now. Belinda and Gillian grip their weapons and charge into the fray alongside Ghislain's battle cry. Crush them in a single blow. Every soldier casts aside their fear of the towering monsters. They rush in with savage fury, cutting them down. Victory tilts decisively toward the humans. Ghislain's cold, sharp gaze gleams. Hesitation on the battlefield is a death sentence. His task is to shatter the doubt of those who follow him and forge within them the will to turn the impossible into possible. Ghislain's sword plunges straight into the monster's gaping throat. He pulls the blade upward in one clean motion, splitting the beast in half. The monster's corpse crashes heavily to the ground, its fate sealed by Ghislain's blade. Silence falls. Monster carcasses litter the ground around the army. The mercenaries gasp for breath, slowly regaining their composure after the brutal fight. Have we really wiped out all those monsters? Ghislain speaks softly. Everyone regroup. The entire force assembles in disciplined formation behind him. Monster corpses sprawl across the earth, but among them lie the bodies of soldiers who fought to their last breath. Ghislain's voice echoes across the clearing. This is the forest of monsters. We've only just reached the entrance, and already monsters like these are everywhere. The entire army now fully grasps the danger of this forest. Ghislain gently steadies the army's morale. But don't worry, he turns his head slightly to look back. I will always lead from the front. Ghislain looks his troops straight in the eyes, his gaze sincere. Trust me, follow my lead. The mercenaries now place their complete faith in the young lord, whom they had doubted and despised throughout the entire journey. The entire army shouts in unison, their voices shaking a corner of the forest. We obey the young master. Along the way, the company encounters countless monsters they have never seen before. They chop trees, blaze trails, fight monsters, rest to tend their wounds, then march on and fight again. A colossal monster with a bull's head and a kangaroo's body charges in, jaws wide open, ready to devour the soldiers whole. Gordon and several mercenaries raise their shields and fall back, pulling distance from the beast. Damn it, what now? Why won't these monsters stop coming? Cow and Gillian rush out to shield them. Cow moves like lightning, leaping in and severing the monster's legs in a single stroke. The soldiers behind him scream, "Its legs, it's falling this way." Gillian blocks the monster's gaping maw with his shield as a sword descends from above Ghislain drives his blade straight into the beast's jaw hinge. Finishing it off, he steps down. Is anyone injured? Several mercenaries respond at once. So your grace, we're all still alive. They chant without end, if you want to live, stay close to the young master. Rally to him. The monsters, Gillian praises them. You've all improved remarkably. Cow smirks, nothing beats real combat. Ghislain nods in agreement. Indeed, Ghislain calls out his orders. A long road lies ahead. Keep clearing the path. The mercenaries fan out and hack at the trees. Yes, sir. A mercenary, utterly exhausted, pants heavily behind Ghislain. He thinks in horror, everyone here has gone insane. A mad forest full of madmen. The forest is dark and gloomy, devoid of light. The menacing aura of monsters lingers in the air, faint yet ever present. The company stumbles upon a crystal-clear lake in the dead of night. The mercenaries rush to the water's edge, crouching down to scoop water into their parched mouths. Gulp after desperate gulp. Look how clear the water is. Drink up, drink up. Belinda does not lower her guard. Who knows what could be lurking in there? Ghislain ponders quietly. He considers, so far, we've been heading in the right direction. This lake is a critical waypoint, the key to reaching the ore vein. Ghislain gives the order. Set up camp by the lakeside. We rest here tonight. The company pitches tents, lights campfires, and cooks dinner to rest on the sandy shore near the lake. Several mercenaries sit around the fire, waiting for their food to cook. They sigh, good heavens, what are we even doing here? We've barely reached the forest entrance. If we go deeper, what else will show up? At least nothing happened during the last 2 nights. Thank goodness. Amid the crackling fire, a voice speaks up. What? Don't be so quick to dismiss Ghislain's proposal. Are you suggesting we silently retreat from here? Another man refuses to believe it. What nonsense are you spouting? Manus tries to present convincing arguments to the others. What I mean is, there's no need to take any more risks. Obviously, your life is more important than money, right? Gordon calmly pops a piece of fish into his mouth. He chews. We've already cleared a good stretch of the path, haven't we? The young master said the destination isn't far from the forest's entrance. So we're almost there. Manus jabs a finger straight at him and demands, "You actually believe that? That's exactly why you keep getting played." His eyes widen. Where do you think the young master's reputation as the craftiest man in Perong came from? He's obviously recklessly chasing glory by cutting straight through this forest. One man pushes back. We've already taken the advance payment. We're mercenaries, we just do what we're paid to do, right? Gordon casually sucks on his finger. It's not the first time the young master has saved our hides. Manus hasn't given up. I admit the young master can fight, but so far it's all been luck. He waves his hand dismissively. One slip and we're all dead. He flashes a sinister grin, deploying his psychological attack. Mercenaries are always treated the same way. When things get dangerous, we're nothing but meat shields. All nobles are the same. These words make Gordon and the others hesitate. That's right, but a subtle, contemptuous smirk crosses Manus's face. He thinks to himself, good, keep hesitating. Going back alone through that pack of monsters would be suicide. If things go south, I'll use him as bait. The mercenary isn't swayed by Manus's cheap tricks. What you're really saying is, without the young master, we'd all be dead already. He points toward one side. Look over there, soldiers are lining up waiting for treatment. Ghislain himself sits there, personally applying medicine to their wounds. Belinda stands beside him, ready to assist at a moment's notice. Ghislain carefully applies the medicine to a mercenary's hand. He advises gently, "Don't let water touch the wound or it will get infected." The mercenary murmurs timidly, "Thank you, sir." Belinda, puzzled, she leans down and whispers to Ghislain, "That precious medicine aren't you saving any for yourself?" The young master picks up more medicine and answers calmly, "This is what it's for moments like these. Holding on to it for later would be pointless." His voice rings out, steady and firm. Next one. The scene leaves Manus utterly speechless. The mercenary picks up where he left off. The young master's medicine and supplies are worth more than our own lives. Would someone who sees us as nothing but meat shields do all this? The others around them nod in agreement. Yeah, he's truly different from any lord we've ever served. At the very least, he doesn't seem like the type who'd throw us away. Manus can't persuade a single one of them. He turns away, gritting his teeth with frustration. He thinks to himself, damn it, that old man is such a pain. If I want to escape this place, I need to convince a few people, but that's not happening anytime soon. Ghislain walks over to where Gordon and the others have stopped talking and are resting while they still can. They respond respectfully, "Yes, sir." He turns to Jillian and Cao. "Jillian, Cao, let's have a word." The two answer crisply. "Understood, sir." Cao glances coldly toward the rear. "Everything all right? If it were me, I'd have cut out his tongue already." Ghislain doesn't bother. Leave him be. He can't pull anything with 7 monsters lurking around us. He leads them to where the lanterns are hung. More importantly, there's something we need to check right now. Belinda looks confused. "Why did you suddenly ask us to count the lanterns I hung up?" Cao answers, "About 24. Ghislain thinks to himself, "Just as I thought, number has decreased." He explains calmly, "Ever since we entered the forest, the monsters have attacked day and night. But for the last 2 nights, there have been no attacks after dark." Belinda suddenly realizes something. Cao furrows his brow. "That means," Ghislain's expression hardens, "we've stepped into the territory of nocturnal monsters, a domain of considerable influence." Ghislain nods in agreement. "Exactly." He turns to face the dark, seemingly endless forest stretching behind them. Ghislain's voice turns to steel. "From here on out, it's the most dangerous ground we'll tread. The flickering oil lamps can barely hold back the suffocating darkness of this cursed forest." Gordon and the other mercenaries lie down under the open sky to rest. Gordon's breathing falls into a steady rhythm. Suddenly, a harsh light pierces his eyes, wrenching them open. Gordon jolts awakeningly to realize an oil lantern has tumbled down from the pile of wood he'd been leaning against. Gordon springs to his feet, dodging out of the lantern's drop zone. What the hell is going on? Why are the lanterns floating on their own? He feels rough, slimy skin brush against his cheek. A dozen eyes seem to bore into him with ravenous hunger. Gordon screams, jolting the others around him awake. He howls, swinging his axe wildly. "Get lost, monster." The monster, cloaked in darkness, slips effortlessly past his wild swings. "I said get the hell away." The other mercenaries rush over in a panic. "What happened?" Gordon whips around, terror blazing in his eyes. "A monster, it was right next to me." The others freeze. "What are you talking about?" They stare at Gordon as if he's lost his mind. "There's nothing here." He turns around, only to realize everything is still and silent. It vanished. They lose patience and shuffle back to their resting spots. Seriously, having a nightmare. Keep it down. Let the guy rest. We've been fighting too many monsters lately. Gordon protests frantically. That's not what happened. Gordon steps forward. It wasn't just a dream. He recounts the strange encounter he just had, his expression deadly serious. I sensed something very strange. I woke up, and the lantern was gone and vanished right before my eyes. The others gradually gather around. Same here. Yeah, that's right, I heard it too. I even heard a bone-chilling laugh. The soldiers begin to feel the creeping tendrils of fear. Why is everyone acting so strangely? What in the world is going on? Gazdo's sharp gaze cuts into the darkness. One thing is certain, something is out there. The oil lamps seem smothered beneath a veil of black, their glow reduced to feeble flickers. Ghislain steps forward. He has already seen it clearly. The soldiers part to both sides, opening a path for Ghislain. Belinda, Jillian, and their commander Ghislain speak in grave tones. Everyone regroup. All the soldiers assemble before the tent. Inside the tent, Ghislain, Belinda, Jelanka, Gordon, and Gazdo form a circle to discuss their plan. Gordon is stunned. You're saying a monster is surrounding us. Gazdo's eyes darken. We can't even see them with the naked eye. Ghislain responds calmly. Of course, that is their nature. He furrows his brow slightly. They've likely been tailing us since the lake, one of the monster species that rules the darkness of this forest. Those creatures have elongated faces with 8 eyes and emaciated bodies. Shadow stalkers prowls. They possess the ability to meld into the darkness. You cannot see them, and physical attacks are useless. Hundreds of them stalk their prey, draining every trace of light in their surroundings. Their hunting method is to lure you into the darkness, their ideal environment. Gordon and Gaz repeat in alarm. Hundreds of them. Belinda's eyes widen in realization. So that's why the lantern light has been fading. Cal furrows his brow in irritation. Those abominations toy with us before killing us. Is that their plan? He leaps to his feet, hot-blooded, and proposes they charge out and annihilate the creatures right now. Wouldn't striking first be better than playing cat and mouse with those things? Ghislain remains perfectly calm. We will wait until they attack. That is the optimal moment to counterstrike. Belinda voices her concern. More than half the lanterns are already gone. Can we really afford to just sit and wait? Ghislain explains coldly. A reckless attack will only provoke their savage instincts. They'll retreat temporarily, adapt their hunting tactics, and harass us even more relentlessly. We would lose our chance to wipe them all out in a single strike. Everyone stares in shock. Wipe them all out in one strike. Jan zeroes in on the key question. You're saying there's a way to catch hundreds of invisible, untouchable monster Saul at once? Ghislain answers simply, correct. Then he turns to Belinda carefully. Belinda, what about the magic scrolls I asked you to prepare? Belinda responds with her usual reliability. I've already distributed them to every mercenary. Outside, the mercenaries hold the paper scrolls in hand, curiously unfurling them to read. Everything is in place. Ghislain's expression is serene. Good, now I'll explain how we fight. He uses his sword to sketch on the ground. Those around him stare intently at the crude diagrams etched into the dirt, as Ghislain carefully dissects the situation. The Powell pack currently surrounds our camp from 3 directions. They are snatching our lanterns and tightening the noose. He points the tip of his sword at the smaller cluster of monster symbols. We can't blanket the entire area, especially when they aren't human. If we face them head-on, our ranks will be flanked and shattered. Ganlian strokes his beard, mulling it over. Since we pitched camp with our backs to the lake, we've already prevented a full encirclement. Ghislain agrees entirely. Exactly. So then, Ghislain smiles faintly. This is an unfavorable situation, but not entirely, because we hold the initiative in this battle. Everyone asks in disbelief. The initiative? Ghislain draws 3 simple shapes into the ground. First, we split into 3 squads. A shield squad to absorb their attacks. The soldiers quickly brace themselves, ready for combat. A crossbow squad to pin them down. The soldiers grip their crossbows with razor-sharp focus. And an elite strike squaddled by me. Ghislain grips his sword, burning with fighting spirit, standing at the tip of the spear. The shield and crossbow squads will form a tight formation at the center to block the enemy's attacks. Ghislain's hand moves swiftly, sketching diagrams without pause. Meanwhile, the strike squad will concentrate all firepower and punch through the left flank. Once we rejoin the central force and encircle them, that will be our victory. The diagram depicts the monsters completely encircled by all 3 squads. Jan raises his hand. I understand, it's clear. Gordon murmurs, will this plan really work? Cow considers the plan viable. If the center holds, it's definitely possible. Belinda raises her hand, cutting in. Wait, everyone. She poses a sharp, incisive question. You said these pulsar, whatever they are, can't be attacked because they meld into the darkness. So how exactly are we supposed to deal with them? The question draws every gaze in the tent onto Ghislain. Belinda wonders aloud, can't we just use internal energy? Ghislain reassures her. Don't worry about that, Belinda. He lets out a soft chuckle. The magic scrolls. War cries erupt from the entire squad, echoing through the night. They roar at the top of their lungs, holding formation tight. As the boss said, never break formation. The defensive ranks lock in, bracing for the monster's assault. They have taken the last lantern. Something is coming. This was documented in the Pioneer Journal of the Delphin Ducal House. Ghislain steps forward. They had discovered that the Powells are terrified of light. He grips it with both hands, the magic scroll. When intense light is cast upon them, their true forms will be revealed. He tears the scroll decisively in two. It's time, starting with Ghislain. Belinda, Jillian, Cow, and Gazdo tear their magic scrolls in unison. Pillars of light from the magic scrolls shoot straight into the sky. The blinding radiance erupting across the heavens startles the Powells. The first circle of magical scrolls activates. The light, it seems to swallow the monsters whole. They let out bizarre, piercing shrieks. The shield squad stares in astonishment. The darkness has been dispelled, their true forms revealed. Things that look like Eilsthi are surrounding us. Seeing the monsters closing in, the shield squad raises their guard. They're attacking. Prepare to engage. Ghislain gives the order. The crossbow team holds the line. The crossbowmen raise their weapons in perfect unison, every bolt aimed straight at the Paulo. Ghislain shouts, hold them off for as long as you can. He raises his sword high, his imposing silhouette radiating arrogance and authority. Their true forms have been revealed. Ghislain drives his blade into the ground and commands. The assault team charges. They surge forward with ferocious momentum, crashing into the monsters. 4 people, Ghislain included. Belinda, Cow, and Jillian take point, cutting through the monsters. Ghislain cleaves Apollo's head clean off in a single strike. He sweeps his gaze over the swarm of monsters, charging with claws bared. They can meld into the shadows, but their physical durability is pitifully weak. With this formation, we can shatter their line in the blink of an eye. He issues a crisp, commanding order. Thin their numbers as much as possible. Cow, Jillian, Belinda push forward. Move. Jan hold the front, block their attacks and draw aggro. Jan swings his axe, slamming aside the Paulo's lunging claws. Meanwhile, Cow wreaks havoc. Cow moves like a phantom, blitzing through monsters everywhere. A vicious Paulo lunges at him, swiping its claws in a killing blow aimed at Cow's torso. Belinda appears behind Cow. She leaps into the air, both hands bristling with small throwing knives. If Belinda provides cover, they can create an opening. Belinda hurls her knives with pinpoint accuracy, driving them into the eyes of the Paulo trying to ambush Cow. She whips her head around and shouts, "Young master!" Ghislain sweeps his sword in a wide arc, mowing down an entire pack of Paulo Persium's elite forces unleashed. Ghislain's eyes burn with killing intent as he stares down the monsters he just bisected. The twang of crossbow bolts blends with the crack of spell bursts lighting up the sky. The crossbow team fires relentlessly, picking off monsters that swarm in wave after wave. One by one, creatures dodge the bolts and crash toward the ranks. The mercenaries are gradually losing their patience. What the hell? Why are there so many? I'm out of bolts. When is the assault team getting here? The Paulo charge straight into their faces. The shield squad can only scream helplessly. At that razor-thin moment between life and death, a gleaming blade intercepts the blow right in front of the shield squad. The assault team arrives just in time, linking up with the shield and crossbow units to mop up the remaining Paulo. Ghislain turns back and praises them. You held the line well. The troops erupt in joy. It's the young master, we're saved. Right on cue, following the prearranged plan. Gordon bellows spread out, surround them from all sides. Our turn to counterattack. A horned Paulo whips around and lets out a sharp, commanding shriek. The monsters turn tail and flee, leaving the ranks bewildered. Ha! They're running. Ghislain frowns, thinking. Retreating before we could finish the encirclement. The Paulo assessed the situation. Extremely fast, he turns and issues an order. Belinda, find the Alpha. It's the one with horns on its head. It's the one signaling the retreat. Cow speaks up. Should we pursue? Belinda is puzzled. Wouldn't it be better to just let them go? Ghislain explains bluntly. They have an obsessive fixation on their prey. Even if they pull back now, they'll stalk us for days until the job is done. Ghislain grits his teeth. We can't afford to fight them twice. A war of attrition is the one thing we must avoid. If we take out the Alpha, the rest lose their command structure and scatter. We end this here. Belinda stares at him, stunned. She lets out a faint smile, pulling a coil of rope free. She thinks to herself, You've changed so much, sir. Belinda swings the weighted end of her rope in a tight circle. Understood. She hurls the rope decisively, hooking it onto a thick branch nearby. Securing it firmly, Belinda launches herself skyward. She soars toward the Palo horde. From high above, Belinda spots the Alpha. Lock-on acquired. Target the horned one. She swings her rope. Belinda hurls the hooked end downward, lassoing the Alpha and binding it tight. She shouts out, a signal to Ghislain. I found it. Ghislain rockets toward her at blistering speed. He raises his sword. Souther you are. Ghislain stomps down hard, launching himself toward the target. He carves a bloody path straight through to the Alpha. Ghislain drives his blade clean through the Alpha's gut. With his sword still impaled through the Alpha's body, he growls, time to finish this. Ghislain wrenches his sword sideways, shredding the monster apart. The remaining Palos, stripped of their Alpha, shriek in panic. Ghislain bellows the order, the Alpha is dead, wipe them all out. The rear guard surges forward, cutting down the last of the monsters. They roar, liked hiding in the dark, did you? Let's make them regret ever daring to hunt us. Cal grinds his teeth and shouts, Merc Squad sees that EXP. Don't you dare let that old man outpace us. Jan hears that and can only heave a helpless sigh. The battle rages until dawn. The merciless blade plunges straight into a monster's throat. That's the last one. Ghislain pulls his sword from the unlucky Palo's throat. He praises his team. Outstanding work, everyone. We won. The mercenaries raise their weapons and erupt in triumphant cheers. They shout with unbridled joy. We survived, we're alive. Belinda rushes over to check on him. Young master, are you hurt anywhere? Jan speaks respectfully. You've worked hard, sir. Ghislain sheathes his sword. You all performed well, too. Ghislain immediately takes command of the unit. Belinda, check the head count. Gather Cow and Jillian's people. Then we clear the Palo carcasses around the camp. Belinda bows respectfully. Understood. Cow frowns, confused. Clear the corpses, what's the point of that? Ghislain glances at the monster remains. The stench of death will drive other monsters away. Palo are one of the highest-tier predators at the forest entrance. Jan scoffs at the notion, which means the camp area will be safe. Cow bristles like a cat with its fur standing on end and snaps back. What did you just say? He leans over and kicks Gillian. Is the old man planning to end everything today? The sight forces Ghislain to let out a helpless breath. Ghislain looks up in thought. It has been roughly 10 days since they entered the monster-infested forest, and they have already hunted down 3 packs. Every dangerous creature along the route he charted has been eliminated. All that remains is to extract the mineral vein. He watches the brilliant dawn welcome a new day over the monster forest. Ghislain narrows his eyes, alert. A thought crosses his mind, is it really over? Belinda approaches and reports, Young master, I've completed my inspection. The raider mercenaries number 41. 3 contract mercenaries are missing, gone 126 remain. Ghislain murmurs, Ghislain's core squad has suffered 0 casualties. Cow smirks, of course, just look at who's leading them. Jan, standing nearby, is left completely speechless. Ghislain presses, 3 contract mercenarius confirmed dead. Belinda pauses, only then realizing the issue. Wait, we can't confirm their identities. No bodies have been found. Go glances around, only then recalling the incident. A nearby mercenary speculates, could he have died in that battle? Another rebuts, they already said no bodies were found. A mercenary nearby adds, knowing him, he definitely slipped away. As obvious as it gets, Manus and 2 mercenaries desert the squad, fleeing at full speed in the opposite direction. The 2 trailing behind exchange words as they run. That battle back there was brutal. Manus would definitely be dead if he hadn't run like you said. We've put enough distance between us by now. Can we slow down a little? Manus whips around, barking at them in irritation. You idiots, get it together. We need to get out of here while the monsters are still distracted. If you want to live, keep running. Manus turns back, only to find the other 2 frozen stiff, their faces drained of color, staring at something behind him. Huh? He shouts, are you even listening to me? Why has everyone stopped running? The 2 tremble in raw terror, their throats producing only choked, broken sounds. One of them raises a trembling finger and points. Behind us. Manus follows their gaze. A pair of blood-red eyes, savage and unblinking, locks onto its 3 prey. Manus widens his eyes. What the hell is that? Amid the eerie glow of spirit stone pillars, a colossal serpent monster emerges, its scales blazing crimson like molten lava. Its eyes burn like twin embers of hellfire. What it clamps in its jaws still drips blood onto a ground littered with bones. The creature drops its prey with a heavy thud. On closer inspection, 3 soldiers drenched in crimson from head to toe lie motionless amid a pile of skeletal remains. The serpent's eyes gape like 2 bottomless pitsand in that darkness. A thirst for blood blazes as bright as an inferno. Scene shift, hum of diligent labor fills the air, accompanied by the steady crack of timber being stacked. Axes hack frantically at tree trunks. The soldiers scramble like a hive of disturbed bees. This cart's full, that tree's coming down. Clear this damned forest already. Cow silently observes the soldiers dividing tasks among themselves with practiced efficiency. He can't help but let out a remark. Well, look at Thatno. They know what to do without anyone telling them. This is the first time I've ever seen mercenaries. Those lazy bumps this disciplined. Amid the urgent atmosphere and swinging axes, others hauling timber all moving in swift, rhythmic precision. Jan shoulders a massive log alone, calling out to Cow as he passes. Not like some people. Cow turns and nods. Oh, right, of course. Cow casually hoists his axe onto his shoulder, his gaze trailing the soldiers' silhouettes. Are they going to disband this expedition? What a waste to use them only once. Ghislain, standing nearby, kicks a freshly felled trunk. Don't worry, I plan to hire every last one of them as my personal army. In his mind, he thinks everyone knows that disorganized mercenaries can't defeat a professional army in a large-scale battle. But these men have already surpassed the limits of mere mercenaries through the experience of this expedition alone. They will be an excellent foundation for expanding our forces. Gordo dusts off his hands and leads his soldiers over to report to Cow. Captain Cow, we've cleared the bowler beasts near the open area as you ordered. He reports with satisfaction. Well done, Gato. Cow turns to him. Just as you said, the results are remarkable. From the campsite to here, not a single monster has appeared. At the very least, there should have been a stray beast wandering around here somewhere. The forest conceals countless lurking dangers, yet the eerie absence of monsters leaves a massive question mark hanging over everyone's mind. Ghislain listens intently, his gaze fixed on the dense canopy in the distance. A premonition flickers in his mind, can only hope. Without a single sound of warning, Belinda descends gracefully, landing amid the group. Young master, I've returned. Ghislain asks, how did it go? Anything ahead? Her face lights up instantly, her eyes gleam with excitement as she speaks. He freezes momentarily, his contemplative gaze suddenly widening in unmistakable surprise etched across his face. Ghislain spins around, barking orders at the mercenaries hacking at the trees. Full speed ahead, clear the road. They answer in unison, with a resounding shout. Behind the green curtain of forest, the destination finally reveals itself. A mysterious landmark beckons. Ghislain announces to everyone, our destination is right before us. Everyone is stunned. They exclaim in disbelief, impossible, this can't be real. As if to answer their doubts, Ghislain speaks. This is exactly why we started this expedition. A high-grade mineral vein colossal in Scala reveals itself like a glacier of blue. Countless crystals glitter and shimmer. Every pair of eyes stares in awe at the magnificent grandeur of the enormous mineral vein. Cow gazes at the minerals before him. So there really was something valuable in this forest. Gillian looks at him. Didn't I already tell you? He always has a plan. Belinda leaps forward and throws her arms around him. How did you even know, young master? Before everyone's stunned faces, Ghislain's expression doesn't change in the slightest. Is all of that really mineral ore? Something you might never even touch in a lifetime, and now it's spread out right here. If we mine all of this and haul it back, we'll be filthy rich. Amid the stillness of the mineral vein, a voice suddenly tears through their euphoria like a blade. None of you are going anywhere. A flicker of irritation crosses Ghislain's face. His icy gaze locks onto the one who just shattered their moment of joy-fighting intent radiates from him, clear as day. Everyone stares at the silhouette, but the figure hasn't moved. Only the echo of his voice lingers. It's over. After those words, the man collapses. A shout rings out. Someone recognizes his identity. Manus, Gordon, and the one-eyed mercenary approach them, bewildered. That idiot, that bastard, what the hell are you doing here? As two figures are about to charge forward, a blade blocks their path. He stands at the front, sword raised in a combat stance, and quickly orders his two subordinates. Fall back now. Without a moment's hesitation, Ghislain spins, channeling the momentum of his rearward swing into a devastating forward strike. With terrifying force, his sword cleaves the air, conjuring an invisible wall of windpurple and sweeping forward like a cyclone. After the shockwave subsides, the scene before them grows even more horrifying. Skeletal remains are scattered everywhere, dried crimson bloodstains still etched into the white bones. The mercenaries behind him erupt into chaos. Corpses litter the ground in every direction. What the hell happened here? Are those not just monster corpses, but human remains too? Belinda called out to the young master with worry. Jan, standing beside her, was gripped by the same unease. He called out, "My lord, looking at the situation here. It seems we won't be able to claim the mineral vein easily. Given the scale of this is most likely the nest of a high-tier monster. Some of the corpses haven't fully decomposed yet. That means they weren't simply abandoned. Toxic gas from the remains has been seeping into the fog and spreading, which is why we didn't notice it right away." After analyzing the situation, Ghislain cursed under his breath. Damn it, there wasn't a single record mentioning any special danger at the mineral vein site. He spun around and barked orders at everyone. "Get ready, everyone, prepare for combat." Before the words even left his mouth, Ghislain realized in horror that lurking behind the glimmering mineral deposits was an enormous creature. Its blood-red scales gleamed as it glared straight at them. Fast as lightning, the monstrous beast snapped its maw-wide open chasm of razor-sharp fangs, stained deep with blood. He seized his sword and shouted, "Scatter!" The others whipped around and every single one of them froze in terror. Ghislain's cold blade faced off against the massive, death-filled maw of the serpent. Without a shred of hesitation, he swung his sword. Steel screamed through the air, hurtling toward the giant snake's skull with terrifying force faster than even the beast could react. Ghislain had already vaulted onto its head. Seizing the fleeting opening, eyes cold as ice, he poured every ounce of strength into his arm and drove the blade down, piercing through scales as hard as steel, pinning it straight into the monster's skull. But contrary to expectations, that fatal thrust left nothing more than a thin scratch on the colossal beast's steel-thick scales. Ghislain and Cow watched from below, brows furrowed. Even with mana reinforcement, it only left a scratch. What the hell are those scales made of? In a flash, Ghislain launched himself into the air. The massive blood serpent opened its maw and lunged straight at him. Before he could even register what was happening, a torrent of slimy green liquid erupted from the serpent's mouth. Ghislain thrust his sword forward, praying he could block the toxic onslaught. He dodged the bizarre discharge, and a thought flashed through his mind. Venom without warning, without any sign. A jet of eerie green fluid slammed straight into Ghislain. The corrosive toxin was horrifying. The cloak struck by the spray dissolved instantly, and before he could recover, the serpent's colossal tail whipped toward him like a steel lash. Undaunted by the looming death, Ghislain didn't flinch, gripped his sword tighter. Ghislain's blade sang whoosh, just barely in time to intercept the devastating tail strike. The force from that massive tail was immense, crushing down on his sword until Ghislain's wrist felt like it would shatter. A brutal assault blood serpent slammed its tail down with savage fury, driving Ghislain straight into the ground. Belinda saw Ghislain get hammered into the earth by the blood serpent and screamed, "Young master!" The colossal serpent coiled and writhed. Its spiraling loops sent shockwaves rippling across the area, making it nearly impossible for the soldiers to keep their footing. The soldiers screamed nonstop, "Arrow, watch out, don't get caught in it. That snake is enormous, it's going to crush us." Without a moment's hesitation, Ghislain, Belinda, and Cow charged in to rescue the soldiers trapped in the death coils of the massive blood serpent. Amid the chaos, people shrieked, "Move, save me, we're gonna be crushed. I don't want to die here. Hold it back, someone stop it. Hold the line. Where's the young master?" "The young master is underground," Ghislain thought grimly. Seeing it with his own eyes, every last doubt had vanished. That thing was the true master of the mineral vein, a blood serpentone of the creatures, classified as unhuntable according to the Beast Forest Expedition reports. They dwelled deep in the forest. He had never imagined he would encounter one like this. The odds of victory were razor-thin. Retreating and waiting for another opportunity was the logical choice. But he had no time to waste. Ghislain clenched the crystal tight in his palm. If he gave up now, everything he had fought for until this point would mean nothing. In a space drenched in death, Ghislain raised his sword. A strange, rosy glow radiated from his chest. His eyes were steel. "Don't stand in my way, I will carry this burden." Third core activated. A gentle, eerie pink light enveloped Ghislain's blade like a challenge thrown at fate. He faced the raging blood serpent head-on as it charged at terrifying speed. The colossal blood serpent lunged with blinding speed, but he sidestepped, escaping its fangs by a hair's breadth. Ghislain exploited his own speed, slashing a razor-sharp arc across the beast's jaw. Ghislain's speed was so fast the naked eye could barely follow. Only the swish of his blade, slicing through air, remained. Ghislain's glowing pink blade tore through the air, leaving a vivid streak of crimson across the rough scales beside the serpent's mouth. Fast as lightning, the blood serpent suddenly whipped its tail in a vicious strike from behind. Ghislain braced himself, using his sword to intercept the bone-crushing force of the incoming tail. The force from that colossal tail far exceeded what he could withstand. His defense was crumbling. The blood serpent roared in fury. Deep down, Ghislain knew no matter how slim the chances, There are battles you cannot run from. Responsibility, he roared, channeling every last shred of strength. The blood serpent stood before him like a terrifying opponent, mocking his defiance. At the sight of Ghislain's insane charge, everyone's jaw dropped in shock. He sprang upward, swinging his blade toward the serpent's maw. A gush of bright crimson erupted from the snake's mouth. This was the moment to fulfill that duty. After delivering a devastating sword strike to the blood serpent, Ghislain landed on the ground. His expression was heavy as lead. His face darkened. Eyes deep in thought, the blood serpent. Ghislain thought it shows no signs of going down. Keeping the third core active for too long was too dangerous. If this continued, his mana would run dry before he could kill it. The gravity of the situation meant the people behind him couldn't just stand by. They charged straight toward him. My Duke, Gillian and Cao stepped forward to form a defensive line, while Belinda rushed to Ghislain's side, anxiously checking his condition. Are you injured anywhere? She pleaded, please retreat to a safe location. Young Masterwheel, hold that monster back. His expression darkened. Without an ounce of hesitation, Ghislain roared his command, everyone, get out of here now. They all stared at him in stunned silence. Belinda, suspecting she had misheard, asked, what? Cao asked anxiously, what did the Duke just say? Gillian's face turned grave. He turned and demanded clarification. What do you mean by that? Ghislain looked at the colossal blood serpent and said, even I cannot guarantee I can protect all of you from that thing. His voice was resolute, but laced with deep concern. With a heavy expression, he spoke solemnly, his brows knitted with worry. I won't let any of you die here. Belinda worried for her young master. Then what about you? Ghislain tightened his grip on his sword. I have to bring that thing down right here, right now. In her mind, just reaching this place had already been a miracle. Why are you so reckless? Facing the lurking blood serpent, Ghislain stood his ground. His piercing gaze never wavered from the enemy, his body wreathed in a faint layer of rosy light. The blood serpent opened its jaw's end instantly. A blast of slimy green venom shot straight toward the group. He shouted at them, just go. Ghislain lunged forward, but to his shock they didn't retreat. Instead, they drew their swords and charged ahead. Without a moment's hesitation, the soldiers surged forward as one. Wooden and metal shields quickly locked together into a solid wall, stubbornly blocking the serpent's lethal venom. Ghislain's eyes locked onto the shields, valiantly withstanding the poison. His expression froze. The soldiers gripped their weapons and rushed forward. Let us fight alongside you. The one-eyed soldier laughed and said, we've never had a master like you before. Cordrin added, thanks to you we've survived countless times. Cao, at the front with his sword slung over his shoulder, grinned. If we kill that damn snake, all the treasure is ours. Belinda's face showed not a trace of fear. She said, there's no way in hell I'm leaving you behind. She stood before Ghislain. Keen Din spoke up. I'll draw its attention and create an opening. He called out softly, Gillen. The man replied with confidence. The same way we trust you. Duke, please believe in us. Ghislain observed the battlefield in silence, his expression still stern but deep within those brooding eyes. Something profound was stirring. Cao laid out the situation clearly. Its size is way beyond normal. Gillian turned around, not understanding what he was getting at. Its venom is lethal. Those blood-red scales are insanely hard. Even a mana-reinforced blade gets deflected. If it lands even one hit, you're dead. Hearing about the deadly poison, Belinda thought of Ghislain. She couldn't help calling out. Young master, he replied with an air of indifference to the danger and continued. But its right eye is destroyed, and it has an open wound. We can strike there. Ghislain's blade pointed straight at the colossal blood serpent. His stance was unshakable. Without hesitation, he raised his sword high and led the charge straight at the colossal blood serpent. Beast Forest expedition, let's all make it back alive. The mercenaries showed not an ounce of fear. What burned in their hearts now was the unyielding fighting spirit ignited by Ghislain, their leader. They roared in unison. With an explosive bellow of fury, the colossal blood serpent lunged at the gathered soldiers. Its gaping maw of razor fangs aimed straight at them. Fear was gone. All of them poured everything they had, standing shoulder to shoulder to fight the blood serpent. An iron will blaze to life. In a lightning-fast, coordinated assault, Cao struck at the serpent's body while Belinda moved with fluid agility, drawing its attention. Jan didn't hesitate. His axe came crashing down with devastating force. Ghislain, with extraordinary agility, seized the opening. He struck directly at the beast's eye. Even if you know what's coming, not everything goes according to plan. But if he didn't act now, many would die. He would not let that happen. The serpent crashed down to the earth. I am the only one who knows the future of this land. He charges straight at the serpent. His men screamed, Duke. The blade imbued with devastating force pierces through steel-hard scales, and tears through the thick flesh beneath, carving a horrifying gash across the beast's body. The serpent's head cleaves in two, the halves splitting apart as blood gushes ceaselessly from the ghastly wound, a scene of pure horror. They are all stunned by the spectacle, but above all, triumph surges through their hearts. Ghislain's expression is deadly serious, a resolute gleam in his eyes. He is the future of Perdium. Slash after slash is unleashed in rapid succession. The scene shifts to Perdium Castle, a massive fortress, crowned with blue-tiled roofs. Anbos slams his fist on the table in fury, and shouts that this is blatant insubordination. The three are conferring inside the castle. Anbos presses a hand to his forehead. The Duke defied the Lord's orders and charged into the monster forest on his own. Home Yun sees his frustration and says, "Calm yourself, Anbos." Anbos frowns in irritation. Even Lord Home Yun knows the Duke's reckless nature. Now that the Lord is away on an extended reconnaissance, does he think he can rule in his stead? Home Yun raises a hand and says, "Getting angry now won't help. The Duke has been in the monster forest for 15 days. If that bastard Skaven hadn't falsified his reports, we could have stopped this sooner. I can't fathom why he would help the Duke. He could lose his knighthood over this. We cannot turn a blind eye any longer, sir. We must act before he causes an even greater catastrophe. The moment he returns, he must be thrown into the dungeon and punished severely." Lord Ganter broods in silence, weighing the words of the two advisors. Ghislain, while he ponders, Jan bursts through the door. "My lord!" The shout startles Ganter as he whips his gaze toward the entrance. Jan rushes before the three of them and announces, "An urgent matter, you need to come outside immediately." Lord Ganter demands, "What is it?" Jan is breathless. Jan delivers a staggering announcement: Duke Ghislain has returned. At the news, the faces of all three freeze in shock, unable to believe what they just heard. Outside, the man they had been speaking of, Ghislain, striding toward Perdium Castle. Back from a life-or-death battle, Ghislain takes his seat before them all. The air in the room freezes solid. Every gaze locks onto him. 4 pairs of eyes bore into Ghislain's, laden with expectation and silent questions about the battle just fought. He looks his father straight in the eye. "I have returned, father." Lord Ganter's brow furrows as he studies his son, a major question mark etched across his face. "I explicitly ordered that the monster forest was not to be exploited." Ghislain closes his eyes and lowers his head. Home Yun frowns and presses further. "I am still alive, and the monsters have not invaded the territory." Home Yun's expression darkens in shock. What crime?" Someone shouts, "How dare you say that?" Anbos, who has been silent until now, also fails to understand. "Do you find this amusing, Duke?" Ghislain slips a hand into his pocket, rummaging for something. It's true that the monster forest saw no incidents this time, so it can be overlooked. However, Anbos places a piece of paper on the table and says to Ghislain, "But this matter leaves no room for excuses." He frowns and picks up the paper. Ghislain's eyes widen in surprise. "This is a formal complaint from Count Ghislain." He responds, "Indeed, the moment I heard you went to see Count Ghislain without prior notice, I had a bad feeling, but coercing Lady Ameliath very person, who regularly sends financial support to Persiaminto, handing over 20,000 gold. Because of you, Count Ghislain is utterly furious. He has severed all financial support to the territory and called off the engagement. This is a matter that could destabilize the entire territory." He flips the paper over, examining it, thoughts racing. A report written directly by Count Ghislain himself. The Count, who never had any fondness for Amelia to begin with, it doesn't appear to be forged. Manipulating the emotions of a money grubber like the Count isn't exactly difficult, but it also means Amelia is willing to conspire with the enemy just to bring me down. Ghislain sets the paper back on the table, calculating silently. "I suspected sending assassins wouldn't be their final move. In that case, the leverage I held over Amelia has become useless. Any covert dealings or merchant connections will now be seen as nothing more than an attempt to cover up the incident. If I were even a step slower, I'd already be locked away in this territory. Time is truly not on my side." Anbos looks toward Ghislain and speaks coldly. "Duke, do you have anything to say for yourself?" Home Yun cuts in sharply. "First, you must return the 20,000 gold immediately." Jan, beside him, raises a hand to his forehead and sighs. That sum could sustain the Knight Order for quite some time. Before the accusations of everyone in the room, Ghislain responds in an utterly nonchalant tone, "I've spent it all." At Ghislain's words, all 4 are left utterly speechless. He explains, "I used the entire sum to exploit the monster forest." A heavy silence blankets the room, thick with contemplation. Everyone seems lost in their own thoughts. Anbos's expression turns grave. "You burned through all that money in a forest crawling with monsters." Ghislain lowers his head in apparent contrition. I apologize. I have no excuse regarding the matter with Jeffon. Then, like a bolt of fury from the clear sky, Jan's hand seizes him by the collar. Jan shouts in his face, "You insolent brat, an heir who sells out the territory's future with his own hands." Home Yoon, now equally furious, abandons all decorum and points at Ghislain Perdium. "You are no longer a duke, you are a criminal. Seize him and throw him in the dungeon at once." He pays no heed to their words and speaks softly, "I will provide the funding. From this moment forward, I will personally cover all financial support, including the 20,000 gold." Lord Ganter finally speaks, his voice deep and carrying undeniable authority. "What do you mean?" Ghislain glances toward the door and calls out. Belinda, at his call, she steps inside, carrying a chest. Belinda places the chest on the table. He rises from his chair and says, "If I had merely intended to enter and leave the forest, I wouldn't have started mining from the very beginning." In that breathless moment, the chest open saw vibrant blue radiance spills forth, illuminating the expectant faces of everyone present. Ghislain's gaze is deadly serious as he reaches toward the chest. "This is high-grade mineral ore." An exclamation erupts. Mineral ore. The doubter's eyes are now glued to the minerals inside the chest. Home Yoon carefully reaches in and picks up a single ore. "This, where did you get such a treasure?" Jan, standing behind, breaks into a cold sweat. "Didn't I say I traded it for 20,000 gold?" He continues, "I mined it from the monster forest." Belinda, standing beside him, looks at them and nods, confirming every word. Anbos examines the mineral in his hand. If this truly is mineral ore, its value would be immense. Even so, this much alone still wouldn't be enough to sustain the entire territory. Ghislain smiles and replies, "You're right, it's not enough. But this isn't all of it." Outside, the mercenaries have gathered around the enormous serpent carcass. They work urgently, dividing the load to transport the precious minerals that gleam with a metallic luster. Those inside the castle watch the soldiers move with swift efficiency. "This cart is full. Careful, don't scratch the minerals. Stack all the Joseon bark over here." Home Yoon is astonished. "You collected all of this in just 15 days. Jan breaks into a cold sweat, unable to believe what's right before his eyes. "Lord Home Yoon, am I seeing things right?" Lord Ganter asks Belinda about these minerals. "Belinda, are you saying all of this was obtained from the expedition?" She replies, "Yes, my lord. The young master personally led the charge and harvested every last bit of it. Jose bark, various blood serpent remains, and much more besides. The minerals here are only a fraction of what was extracted from the vein." Ghislain places a hand over his chest and declares, "This entire development plan is for the benefit of the territory. Naturally, all of it will be used for the territory." And, less flustered now, opens his small ledger and says, "My lord, based on our preliminary estimates with this amount, we should no longer have to struggle with the relief fund." Both Homejun and Jando stand frozen in place. Their eyes are stretched wide open, unable to believe the words just spoken. Both of them simultaneously place their hands on Ghislain, which startles him slightly. They begin flattering him, kneading his shoulders. "Unbelievable. Duke, you must be exhausted after the expedition. If you need anything at all, please let us know." Not letting them revel in joy for even a moment longer, he says, "There are a few conditions for receiving my support." Their faces drain of color. "Conditions?" Ghislain raises his hand. "Conditions. First, release Skaven and Jard. They were only following my orders. Second, we will continue restricting access to the monster forest. If needless rumors spread, the territory could suffer the consequences." Hearing his two conditions, they mull it over. One strokes his chin and says, "Those demands aren't entirely unreasonable." But Homejun hesitates. Ghislain continues, "Lastly, I will personally recruit and manage the mercenary corps as well as the security force. It would be a waste of time if every troop deployment within the territory required outside approval." Homejun immediately questions his intent. "Are you saying you want a private army?" Jando shouts, "That is absolutely unacceptable. Who knows what you'd do with it?" And covers his mouth and closes his small ledger. "Duke, I believe you are gravely mistaken. Allow me to be blunt. You are in no position to demand forgiveness. What I'm hearing is that you intend to do as you please, with no one allowed to interfere." Ghislain looks at him and says with a smile, "That's a misunderstanding. Treasurer Amb, I am merely setting the necessary conditions to replace the financial support from Zone." His explanation makes Amb flinch. If petty issues like these delay the plan, Perdium's finances will also suffer a negative impact. "Are you certain you want that?" He breaks into a cold sweat and turns to look at Lord Ganter. "Please say something." He's gambling with the future of the entire territory. Ganter remains deep in thought, silent. Someone calls out to Ghislain, "Duke." The voice cuts through the heated discussion. Everyone turns toward the source. Cao and Gillian lead a column of soldiers forward. You've returned. You've all worked hard. He looks at them and says, indeed. Cao bows his head and reports, the mineral transport is nearly complete. On your order, we can move out at any time. Gillian also reports to Ghislain. As you instructed, the Jose bark has been stored without preservatives. What do you plan to do with the blood serpent carcass? He gives his orders. The body will be disassembled shortly. Venom, blood, meat, and hide will be separated to prevent decomposition. They respond in unison. Understood, sir. Lord Ganter furrows his brow and glances at Jando behind him. Ganteries, my lord, each individual in the mercenary group, is impressive in their own right. But I don't understand how the Duke can command such formidable warriors. His gaze grows heavy as it follows the battle-hardened mercenaries. They look like an elite military unit. While conversing with his subordinates, Ghislain glances back unconsciously and meets his father's gaze. He approaches as Lord Ganter speaks. Getting a bunch of unruly mercenaries to obey orders willingly, it must have cost you dearly. In effort, Ghislain lowers his head. Father, without their help, this expedition would have been far more difficult. Ganter closes his eyes briefly, giving a slight nod to acknowledge his words. I see. Ganter turns around. Let's head back. The others are surprised that he accepted it so easily. Yes, my lord. As he turns to leave, Ganter says to his son, this once I'll let it slide. Ghislain stiffens. But if you defy my orders again, be prepared to face the consequences. Despite a flicker of unease after the warning, Ghislain smiles and says, thank you, father. Ganter doesn't look back. He keeps walking and says, one day you will inherit this territory as its rightful heir. So you carry the spirit of the Northern Wolf within you. Ghislain watches the figure disappear, lost in thought. The Northern Wolf, a title bestowed upon the Count of Tum, the guardian of Lathania's northern border. His father was a lonely man, his military forces weak, his territory steeped in poverty, and yet he fought ceaselessly on the farthest northern front, dedicating his life to protect a territory that held neither his wife, nor Alina, nor even his own son. And in the end, his reward was a wretched death so ignoble that no one even remembers it. Cao tips his head back with a grin. Finally, we can catch a breath, Belinda asks. The young master will return straight to the castle, won't he? But even after everything, Ghislain's expression remains tense. Not yet. Prepare everything so we can depart at a moment's notice. Her eyes widen. You're not going to rest, my lord. Gillian says with concern, you've pushed yourself far too hard. Your body is still far from a full recovery. Belinda chimes in. The fact that you survived being swallowed by the blood serpent is already a miracle. She presses anxiously. Do you have any idea how much effort it took to detoxify you? Noticing the worry etched across Belinda's face, Ghislain gently places his hand on her shoulder. Belinda, he looks her straight in the eyes. Without a trace of doubt, he says, I'm counting on you. They can't conceal their worry. Their eyes are filled with concern and a lingering unease. Ghislain turns away. News of our mineral acquisition will spread fast, and naturally it will reach the ears of those who covet this territory. We must consolidate our forces as quickly as possible to a level no one dares challenge. Ghislain lifts his gaze to the deep blue sky stretching to the horizon. The towering castle beyond is what he must protect. Without warning, like a mighty tree struck down, Ghislain collapses to the ground. Thud, everyone panics. Duke, in a dim, silent chamber, a pristine white dove flies in from nowhere, carrying a letter. The mysterious man sits motionless in his chair. Seeing the dove arrive, he slowly raises his hand. He unties the small missive bound to the dove's leg. His eyes sweep across the lines of text. Confirmed partial recapture of the monster forest. Initiate territorial war against the Gild family and erase Perdium. The Duke will act thereafter. The tiny candle flame is etched deep into his eyes, but in his mind burns an entirely different fire, the annihilation of Perdium. The men around the round table begin to argue. Are you saying we should turn Perdium into unclaimed land? The final hour has arrived. That means the Duke intends to appoint a new ruler over Perdium. He addresses the squabbling crowd. How many of our people remain in Perdium? A voice from below answers, 2 attendants and 1 knight. Send the 2 attendants to the Gild territory. The discovery of Gild's missing heir found dead in Perdium will be sufficient pretext for war. His gaze cuts like a blade, revealing the cruel venom hidden beneath. Furthermore, Victor will be given full command of this campaign. Hearing that name, the crowd erupts into murmurs. Victor, unbelievable, we're deploying our trump card already. The strongest ace in Deadman's hand, and we're sending him out this early. If Victor had completed his mission properly, Perdium would have already collapsed on its own. One of them speaks up. My lord, Victor will certainly handle this, but aren't we revealing our trump card far too early? We've exercised caution all this time. This move feels too reckless. Why is the Dukyuho has always acted in secretno, directly intervening in Perdium? His hand clenches the armrest. Because of the monster forest. They look at him in surprise. The monster forest. He braces his hands and stands. Every decision follows the Duke's will, no further questions permitted. His face hardens, preparing for war. Is this a count or a demon? His expression is stern, his gaze cold. His eyes sweep over those below as he asks, does anyone else know about this situation? Then, without warning, a scream tears through the silence from inside the castle, so horrifying it makes everyone flinch. Amelia trembles, burying her face into the steward's chest. Seeing her sob uncontrollably, he calls out, "My lady." Amelia shakes with rage, her fists clenching the steward's clothes. That bastard Ghislain seized the mineral vein, with the 20,000 gold he stole from me. Malice gleams in her eyes, her face flushed crimson from rage and endless crying. Even after I sent the Ducat strike team, they still failed to kill him. I even groveled before that wretched father of mine to cut off Perdium's funding. It makes me look like a complete fool. The steward listens in silence to Amelia's words. A moment later, the steward speaks. This is not like you, my lady. After the steward's counsel, she lets out a long breath. The wretched look on her face eases somewhat. Amelia turns around. You're right, she admits. I let my emotions get the better of me. She clenches her fists, her eyes turning cold and hollow as if the woman who was just crying was someone else entirely. What's done is done. He bows his head slightly. Just give the order, my lady. Amelia places her hand on the map. Now that Perdium has found the mineral vein, they'll escape their financial crisis soon. The steward steps forward. There will likely be a celebration over there. She turns to him. That seems likely, but the crucial point is they haven't sold those minerals yet. The steward looks puzzled. Not yet. According to the latest intelligence, they only seized it 2 days ago. Not enough time to establish a supply chain. We'll exploit that weakness. They'll obviously try to sell them somewhere. Hearing this, the steward furrows his brow. You plan to strike before they can sell the minerals. But where? Amelia closes her eyes in thought. There's only one place in the north that can buy them. The Northern Magic Tower, governed by a 7th-tier Mage Ascension Tower. She places a piece on the map. Mineral ore is a critical component for magical research. The magic towers are always under intense pressure to secure their mineral supply. We'll use the Ducat squad to ambush the main trade route leading to the tower. The target isn't Ghislain himself, it's the workers transporting the minerals. Strike hard, then withdraw, cause disruption, sever the supply line. In the chaos, we seize the minerals. The steward frowns, but they're still. Flame Tower, located in the territory by the Jiven border. Are you certain we should commit all our forces to Ascension Tower? Amelia recalls the past. Perhaps before, but things are different now. Flame Tower has lost its position at the top, and has long since declined. Since then, that greedy Ghislain would never choose Flame Tower, when Ascension Tower offers a higher price. She utters a cutting remark, her voice devoid of warmth or hesitation. This time, I will take everything from you. Ghislain Perdium, while darkness blankets one side, the Perdium castle basks in brilliant sunlight beneath a clear blue sky. Bandaged and battered, Ghislain lies motionless on the bedstill, lost in unconsciousness. In that coma, the beasts roar. The clash of steel against serpent scales echo through Ghislain's mind. In his delirium, Ghislain sees himself landing a single devastating blow on the blood serpent, making it thrash violently. A predator begins preparing to digest its prey. Before it passes through the larynx into the esophagus, the venom secreted inside dissolves the prey for easier digestion. The mana released from the third core burns the venom on contact, preventing it from penetrating the body. However, the toxic gas produced in this process creates a lethal environment when inhaled. Most prey would lose consciousness or die during this process. Endure it. If you lose consciousness now, it's all over. This expedition, the precious treasures, my future I will make them all mine. The venom that has infiltrated my body I will absorb all of it into my mana core. Using the intense mana vortex swirling within the core, I will neutralize the poison. A delicate control of mana that only those who have reached a transcendent level can achieve. I will use it as an alternative fuel source to withstand the mana explosions. His eyes open still dazed and hollow. Ghislain needs a moment to reorient himself after the coma. After some rest, he feels refreshed all over. A single thought surfaces in his mind that feels incredible. Ghislain sits up, running a hand through his hair. This is my room. What happened? I remember. Father forgave me. But then his eyes widen in shock as he notices Alina sitting quietly, keeping vigil by his bedside. The moment she sees Ghislain open his eyes, she can no longer hold back her emotions. Elena bursts into tears and throws her arms around her brother. She scolds him angrily. You've been unconscious for 2 whole days. You left without a single word, and then collapsed the moment you came back. After the gentle scolding, Elena's voice turns soft and full of love. Bro, she falls silent. Ghislain calls her name gently, concerned. Elena, before Ghislain can react, Elena shoves him back down onto the mattress. A soft groan escapes Ghislain's lips. She rushes out to call for help. Belinda, big brother, is awake, leaving him staring helplessly after her. Ghislain frowns, trying to piece together the chain of events. 2 days after crawling out of the serpent's body, Belinda only gave him basic first aid before he forced himself back to work. He tried to hold on until the minerals were sold, but this young body couldn't take it. But considering how reckless he'd been, his body is in surprisingly good shape. 2 days of sleep shouldn't be nearly enough to recover from injuries that severe. Sensing something abnormal, Ghislain disregards the old bandages and unwraps his wounds. Something is off. His recovery rate has increased dramatically. His total mana capacity has also grown inexplicably. He's not entirely sure. The very nature of the mana inside his body has changed. In his previous life, he never knew he could grow stronger this way. I need to run some tests. Ghislain stares at his clenched fists, his mind swirling with a storm of thoughts. If this method works, I could become dozens of times stronger in a short period. After a moment of contemplation, he opens the wardrobe. But right now, selling the blood serpent remains takes top priority. As he gets dressed, Ghislain mulls it over. 2 days have passed by now. Everyone who needed to know probably already does. He calculates, I need to assemble the mercenaries immediately. At the sound of a knock, Ghislain calls toward the door. Belinda, no need to knock. But instead of Belinda's familiar figure, the door swings open to reveal a pair of legs clad in cold steel. With a dignified bearing, Lord Ganter led the way into the room. Elena and Belinda silently followed behind him, his expression stern. Lord Ganter watched his son's every small movement before slowly speaking. You're awake, Ghislain froze, his eyes widening to their fullest when he saw his father unexpectedly appear at the doorway. Utter shock was written plainly across his face. His father continued, I heard from Belinda that you threw yourself into the serpent's maw and got yourself poisoned. Are you all right? He asked back in return. Lord Ganter nodded slightly, showing understanding and agreement. Good, then I can rest easy. Belinda rushed over, examining Ghislain's face. You suddenly collapsedo. You have any idea how worried we were? Are you really all right? He felt helpless in the face of her excessive concern. Yes, I'm fine. Suddenly, Lord Ganter called out to his son. Guy, his voice dropped low, carrying an unusual gravity. Can we talk for a moment? With furrowed brows full of severity, Lord Ganter stared at Ghislain. I have a request for you. Confusion flickered in his eyes. He asked back a request. Their footsteps echoed evenly across the floor. Lord Ganter and Ghislain, each with a sword in hand, made their way toward the center of the training hall. He thought, father and the training hall. This is the first time the two of us have ever had time alone together. In my past life, I was always busy hitting Gaffraid of being scolded. Lord Ganter turned around and spoke. Sorry for calling you out right after you woke up. Ghislain replied casually. It's fine, father. I've been out cold for 2 whole days. I feel perfectly fine now. With eyes full of suspicion, Ghislain spoke up, his voice carrying a mix of curiosity and a desire for clarity. So what is this request you mentioned? Lord Ganter silently regarded his son, his gaze stern and unreadable, as if weighing something within. After a moment of silence, Lord Ganter glanced away, as though there was something he couldn't bring himself to face. Seeing his father suddenly turn away, Ghislain furrowed his brows. Confusion and concern surfaced clearly on his face. He sank into deep thought, and suddenly, Ghislain remembered his mother. The words she once told him as a child, was this what she meant? In his memory, the gentle image of Ghislain's mother. She said, your father isn't one to wear his heart on his sleeve. He turned to look at his mother, puzzled. Why? Little Elena lay fast asleep in her mother's arms at that moment. Ghislain's mother spoke. He says he has to be the unshakable pillar for everyone in the manor. He always puts others before himself and never shows his true feelings. Except for the time your father confessed his love to me. He listened in silence without a word. She gave her young son this piece of advice. So even if your father seems a bit stiff, try to understand him. Your father just isn't good at expressing his emotions. Lord Ganter held a sword in his hand, his gaze stern as he looked at his son. Pick up your sword. Ghislain looked at his father. His expression was contemplative. In his heart, thoughts rose about a relationship that had always been cold and distant. Ghislain tightened his grip on the hilt, the cold steel blade raised to face his father. Yes, father. Both assumed their fighting stances. Lord Ganter charged first, his sword carving a razor-sharp arc through the air, aimed straight at him. Though Ghislain managed to raise his blade in time to block, the sheer force behind the blow drove him to grit his teeth and drop to one knee. Lord Ganter and Ghislain clashed in a fierce sword exchange, blades whirling and slashing relentless, neither yielding an inch. The power behind each strike, combined with sheer speed, generated a torrent of violent sounds. Metal screamed against metal in an unrelenting clang. After a flurry of lightning-fast strikes, father and son leaped back. They locked eyes, caution and razor-sharp focus etched across their faces. Ghislain observed carefully, thinking, so heavy. This is father's sword. Lord Ganter raised his blade high, his gaze locked tightly onto his son. A blade powerful enough to crush the savage brutes of the north, yet gentle enough to protect everything precious. Giving no quarter, both lunged at each other again. The ring of clashing steel echoed without pause. This time, Ghislain no longer fought defensively. He charged forward on the offensive, his sword swinging with terrifying speed and force. A flicker of surprise crossed Lord Ganter's face, but with astonishing reflexes, he whipped his sword behind his back in an instant, blocking his son's lethal strike. Lord Ganter's and Ghislain's expressions were cold as ice, their gazes locked on each other, nothing but deadly seriousness between them. In that moment of peak tension, both blades hovered at the other's throat. A single misstep would mean death. The exchange halted. He stiffened slightly, a trace of gravity crossing his face as he stared at the cold blade pointed directly at him. Lord Ganter sheathed his sword and turned to face him. Rare praise from a father, you've improved a great deal. With a hint of awkwardness, Ghislain answered his father, his voice soft and full of respect in the face of the unexpected compliment. Thank you, father. Lord Ganter suddenly spoke up. The unexpected and somewhat cryptic words made Ghislain furrow his brows. However, Lord Ganter stroked his chin and said, when you're fighting, try easing off the pressure a little. You have the strength and reflexes to bring down the massive beasts in the forest, but I think your opponent can read your intentions far too easily. He also raised a hand to his chin, lost in thought. Is that so? When I fight, I can usually sense how my opponent is about to move. Ghislain suddenly realized something. Now that I think about it, is this the first time anyone has ever properly taught me? My swordsmanship was built entirely on real combat and experience. You could say it's purely instinct. Since I was never formally trained, I've probably been missing things without even realizing it. Father is pointing those things out and teaching me right now. I always thought I could only rely on myself, that I had to struggle alone. Getting some guidance isn't so bad after all. After listening to and accepting his father's instruction, a faint smile graced his lips. Ghislain nodded and spoke with respect. Thank you for teaching me, father. Lord Ganter looked at him, still stern, but his eyes carried a contemplative depth. Lord Ganter said softly, actually, I was planning to scold you. Ghislain asked back in surprise. What? He closed his eyes and said, no matter how many achievements you've racked up, a violation is still a violation. If everyone ignores the rules just because they've made contributions, everything will descend into chaos. Ghislain listened silently to every word his father spoke. His expression was pensive, trying to digest and understand the deeper meaning behind each word. Lord Ganter turned back around and said, however, you've changed. He was surprised, wondering what his father was about to say. Unlike those who stir up trouble just to chase glory, I can tell that you're looking further than that. Lord Ganter continued walking as he instructed. Keep it up. Think of Perdium and the people around Yuan. Fulfill the duties of an heir. Ghislain was completely lost in thought. Those two words echoed endlessly in his mind. Responsibility. Ghislain's eyes suddenly glanced somewhere. He remembered something. Right. Ghislain spoke to him. Now that I think about it, you said you had a request for me. You still haven't told me what it is. Hearing his unexpected question, Lord Ganter froze. His steps stopped abruptly, as if he had hit an invisible wall. Lord Ganter fell silent for a moment, then a flicker of hesitation crossed his face. He cleared his throat with a light cough. Lord Ganter grimaced slightly, his gaze shifting uncomfortably away before he looked over his shoulder. Lord Ganter's voice weighs heavy, as if every word takes tremendous effort. Do you have the money? Fully recovered from his injuries, Ghislain arrives at the gathering camp in the beast forest where everyone has assembled. In solemn silence, every person present stands at attention, eyes fixed on their leader. A respectful welcome met with a gentle smile. Ghislain stands tall, an aura of calm and composure radiating from him. Ghislain sweeps his gaze across each person, eyes sincere and open, then asks, Is Everyone all right? Like a thunderclap echoing through the air, everyone shouts in unison, "Yes, my lord." Cao steps forward, sizing up Ghislain. "You look even healthier than before." Gillian also approaches, asking, "Has your body fully recovered?" Ghislain replies, "Sorry for making everyone wait." Ghislain turns to him, asking about Gel. "Gillian, how is Gel doing?" When Ghislain mentions his daughter's condition, Gillian furrows his brow slightly, his expression pensive, as though a deep worry weighs on his heart. Gillian bows deeply before Ghislain and says, "I never thought I'd see her walk again. It's all thanks to you." Duke. Ghislain smiles softly at the news and replies, "I see. Belinda, Gillian, Kea, there's something I need to tell you all." Ghislain delivers critical news. The territory is in danger. His words hit like a bolt of lightning. The three standing before Ghislain freeze, unable to hide the shock on their faces. The four of them sit around a table. On the table lies a map of the territory. Ghislain runs through the calculations in his head and tells them everything about the attack on Alina, how they plan to kill Alina as a pretext to ignite a war, the discovery of Prince Jiga's corpsing the existence of forces targeting Perdium. Ghislain's voice drops low. "Someone is watching us. They've likely been operating inside the territory for a long time now. We don't have enough time or resources to prepare for an attack." Belinda says, exhausted, "Now I understand why you've been in such a hurry. I thought we could finally catch our breath after securing the mineral vein, young master." Cao crosses his arms and nods. "So after the beast forest, war is next on the menu. This territory never gets a moment's peace." Jan looks at him. "If what you say is true, then Perdium is the perfect target." Ghislain nods in agreement. "Exactly. At a time like this, a poor and weak territory suddenly discovers a high-value mineral vein. They won't leave us alone." Her eyes widen in alarm. "You should have told us sooner. We need to notify the generals and lords immediately." Ghislain meets Belinda's gaze. "No, not yet. Even Alina's own knight betrayed her. There could be spies among the generals as well. Right now, I can't tell friend from foe. It's best we keep this between us." Belinda shudders at his words. Ghislain continues, "Because Alina survived. Their plan was shattered, and we've bought ourselves a little time. But now that the mineral vein has been exposed, they have no reason to delay any longer." Ghislain's gaze drifts into the void. "This battle will be brutal." After Ghislain's words, silence blankets the room so tense you can hear heartbeats. Cao looks at him and speaks with a calm nonchalance, as if every fiber of his being trusts in Ghislain. "Fine by me, just give the order. Honestly, following you is never boring." Jan picks up where he left off. "Cao's right. We've sworn our loyalty to you, Duke. We'll follow you to the very end." Belinda clenches her fist with determination, her face alight with excitement. "Damn right. Who else is gonna protect you if not us?" The young master smiles, gazing at his comrades. Ghislain's smile carries trust and pride for the people standing by his side. The greatest enemies of Perdium are Duke Delphi, and those acting under his command Count Du and Amelia. "I won't let things go their way." His expression turns serious. "From now on, we head to Flame Tower." She throws her head back and laughs. "Finally, we can sell off these damn rocks. We're about to make some serious coin." Belinda, hearing Flame Tower, furrows her brow. "Wait, why Flame Tower? Bloodfire Tower is closer and pays better, isn't it?" Ghislain answers calmly, "Because dealing with Flame Tower will spare us unnecessary trouble." Gillian asks, confused, "Trouble?" Then the realization seems to hit him. "I see. When transporting high-value cargo, uninvited guests are bound to show up, especially minerals. Preparing for an enemy ambush is just common sense." Belinda nods. "Right, they might ambush us again just like last time." Ever since the Archmage of Bloodfire Tower became a renowned 7th Circle Grand Mage, Flame Tower has been gradually declining. Since then, selling minerals to Bloodfire Tower, the leading tower in the northern region, has become far more profitable. Flame Tower is still doing its best, but restoring its former glory is no easy feat. And yet the reason I chose Flame Tower is because of her. Flame Tower, a magnificent structure, towers into the sky, dwarfing every building they've ever seen. Alone in a vast library, a girl clutches her staff, trembling, surrounded by towering stacks of books. Her voice whispers softly, "Master." She grips her staff, fingers white-knuckled around the wooden shaft, and whispers to herself, "The light you spoke of. When will it appear?" Ghislain's group rides up to the base of Flame Tower, gazing up in awe. "This is Flame Tower." Cao stares up at the tower, awestruck. "It's so tall." Another mercenary exclaims, craning his neck in admiration. "I've heard about it for ages, but I never thought I'd actually set foot here." The mercenaries are overwhelmed by the sight of the buildings lining the path. Just the way people live here tells them this is a completely different world compared to Perdium. "So this is where they make the spell scrolls." Along a stretch of road, a group of mages is repairing the surface, their voices ringing out. Look, a mage. The mercenary column riding alongside glances over at the group of mages, puzzled. What's he doing? I've never seen magic without a scroll before. The mages look at them with contempt. One raises his staff and casts an invisibility spell, cloaking the entire group and evading the mercenaries' gazes. Their eyes go wide. He vanished, damn it, that's insane. Ghislain turns back to explain. That was an invisibility spell. Seems they're not too welcoming of visitors. Cal turns around and snaps. You idiots, stop acting like country bumpkins. Belinda observes her surroundings in admiration. Even if it's no longer the strongest, a magic tower is still a magic tower. Jan adds from beside her. After all, the Perdium region is still one of the wealthiest in the kingdom. Ghislain gazes at the tower ahead, lost in thought. The exterior says one thing, but who would have guessed that a tower once at the peak of its power has fallen into such decline? With that thought, his group arrives at the tower's gate. He reins in his horse. All right, we're here. Cal beside him looks up and says, This close up, my neck's about to break. Belinda behind them also exclaims, It's so massive that just reaching the main gate takes ages. She scans the entrance, puzzled. Where are the gatekeepers? Why are these armor sets scattered all over the place? Suddenly, a gatekeeper's voice calls down from above. Stay back. A surge of green energy appearing from nowhere links the scattered iron armor pieces together. They cast a spell, assembling the armor fragments into two puppet sentinels standing guard at the gate. The man standing atop the gate wall controls the puppets and calls down. Not just anyone can enter the magic tower. State your identities and purpose. The gatekeeper demands, casting a probing spell. Belinda looks up, bewildered. What? Is that all the armor you've got? Cal snaps irritably from beside him. They don't even bother coming down to meet them in person. Typical magic tower gatekeepers. Jan gestures toward Ghislain and announces, This is Ghislain, Duke of Perdium. Call out the person in charge of trade. He then speaks sternly to the guard. We carry goods of considerable value. The gatekeeper sneers in contempt. We're not buying. Belinda shouts in disbelief. Wait, you haven't even seen the goods, and you're already refusing. The gatekeeper replies with utter disdain. Perdium, isn't that some dirt-poor territory up north? Anything brought from there is probably just cheap monster materials or mediocre potions. Dealing with people like you is nothing but a waste of our time. Get lost. He manipulates the puppet golem, leveling its halberd straight at Ghislain. Belinda raises her fist in furious defiance. Hey, who gave you the right to call us beggars? Get down here right now. Jan turns to Ghislain and asks, What should we do? My duke. Ghislain fixes the man with an icy stare. His voice rings out, cold and sharp. Are you truly comfortable with this decision? If you're a mage, surely you know exactly what this is, don't you? He raises the mana stone high into the air. The gatekeeper stares down in confusion. What? He cannot believe his own eyes. Shock seizes him. A mana stone. Could it be that everything they've brought is? Ghislain asks him with a raised brow. You're really not going to buy? After that, Ghislain's party is escorted inside and meets Sven. He bows deeply, apologizing profusely for failing to recognize such distinguished guests. I am Sven, the trade manager of the Magic Tower. Please tell me what you require. Ghislain gestures toward the loaded wagons and declares, As you can see, we have an enormous shipment. I need someone who can take full responsibility for this transaction, therefore. I wish to meet the Tower Master directly. Sven's face drains of color, startled. The Tower Master. Understood, I'll report at once. Please wait a moment. Escort them to the reception hall. He steadies himself and orders the gatekeeper. The man answers stiffly, Yes, sir. Belinda eyes the gatekeeper and mocks him. That's how it should have been from the start. How dare they insult our territory? They pass through a long corridor. Strange sounds echo from within. Ghislain questions the guard, Is something wrong? The man turns back calmly. No need to worry, those are merely sounds that occur during magical research. The scene shifts to the entrance of a magic research room. The door opens and there stands Vanessa, forced to her knees before Anfi and two low-level mages. Anfi approaches, taunting the trembling Vanessa. Hey, I told you before, didn't I? Don't even think about setting foot in the laboratory. You can't even cast a proper spell, yet you dare occupy a spot in the research room. He looks down at her, his contempt deepening. You dare ignore my words. The heir of the Magic Tower, a third-rank mage. The two low-level mages behind him don't hesitate to pile on the mockery. Unbelievable, a professor actually accepted her as a disciple. You should be grateful the master of the Flame Tower deigned to grant you even the tiniest corner. Vanessa's voice trembles. but I have every right to use the research room because I am a mage. Anfi gazes down at her, eyes brimming with contempt. Oh, is that so? Very well, then I'll call you a mage. Vanessa blinks in surprise at his words. Then surely you should be able to block this basic attack with a defensive spell, right? With that, he raises his hand and casts a spell, conjuring a blazing flame. Anfi faces Vanessa with a triumphant smirk. Advance. Come unblock it with your magic if you can. Before Vanessa can even regain her composure, Anfi hurls the spell straight at her. First-tier magic fireball. She raises her hand weakly, stammering each syllable as she tries to erect a barrier. As the fireball closes in, she desperately yanks her hands back and covers her head. Quick as a flash, Ghislain surges forward like a bolt of lightning, shielding her with his body. He effortlessly deflects the fireball away with a flick of his sword. Witnessing the scene before them, Anfi's group and the two low-level mages are left utterly stunned. Anfi coldly grits his teeth, his voice laced with disbelief. Magic research, so this is what they study at the Flame Tower. Inside the Tower Master's conference chamber, a thunderous roar echoes through the halls. What? We're running out of mana stones. Hubert, seated in the long chair, demands answers. Hubert, the Red Tower Master, damn it. How did this happen? He scratches his head and mutters, if this keeps up, the gap between us and the Blood Fire Tower will only grow wider. I told those old fossils on the board to stockpile mana stones ages. What the hell have they been doing all this time? He points furiously at the elders. The golden-hatted elder sighs inwardly. Every time I try to secure the supply, they claim there are better uses and push the order back. The red-hatted elder broods in silence instead. They waste their days fawning over nobles, buying jewelry and luxury goods. I can't endure this any longer. The green-hatted elder speaks up. Well, the mana stone shortage is one problem, but the Tower Master of the Blood Fire Tower is a 7th-level mage, whereas ours has only just reached the 6th. Hubert waves his hand to cut him off. Don't mention that bastard's name again. If I had more mana stones, I'd reach the 7th level in no time. The green-hatted elder sighs. But if we run out of mana stones entirely, we won't even be able to train normally. What does my lord intend to do? Hubert furrows his brow, muttering through gritted teeth. Damn it all, how could a lowly, despicable wretch surpass me and reach the 7th level? Isn't he the one buying up every last mana stone in the entire kingdom? What's so special about those blasted stones anyway? Sivan bursts through the doors in a panic. Tower Master, there's an emergency. Hubert whirls on him, pointing an accusatory finger. How dare you interrupt? Can't you see we're in the middle of a meeting? Who gave you the right to barge in here? Sivan bows his head in submission. My deepest apologies, but you need to come downstairs immediately. As if unable to believe his own eyes, he shouts, a massive shipment of mana stones has just arrived. Hearing this, every person in the room gapes in utter astonishment. Back on the battlefield, Anfi hurls fireballs in rapid succession, a flicker of tension flashing across his ice butt. Every single one is deflected by Ghislain's blade. Suddenly, Anfi channels every last ounce of his power into a colossal fireball, launching it straight at Ghislain. With a devastating swing, Ghislain's sword cleaves the fireball clean in two. The onlookers watching the duel stare in stunned disbelief. Anfi can hardly believe his own eyes. He grits his teeth at split in two. Who the hell is behind all this? Before he can even snap out of his daze, ropes materialize around him, coiling tight. Belinda appears from behind, wrenching the ropes taut around Anfi. Her voice drips with fury. How dare you attack the young master? Anfi trembles violently, stammering, who the hell are you people? At that very moment, Hubert arrives and bellows, stop this at once. What the hell is going on here? He roars, eyes wide with bewilderment. Vanessa glances cautiously at him and calls out softly, Tower Master. Ghislain gives a slight nod toward Belinda, who still has Anfi bound. Release him. Belinda retracts her ropes and replies very well. Anfi, just released, cries out in grievance. Master Hub catches him and questions him. Oh, Anfi, what in the world is happening here? He buries himself into the old man's arms, playing the innocent victim. I was only trying to stop Vanessa from entering the laboratory when they suddenly attacked me. I just didn't want Venus Somion with no power toe get hurt, so I blocked her way. Belinda, listening to his little act, cannot hold back her mockery. Oh my, now you're crying like a little girl. He shoots her a glare and growls through gritted teeth. I'm a boy, all right. Vanessa speaks up softly, her voice trembling with fear. I just wanted to use the laboratory. Ghislain glances at her, a thought flashing through his mind just as I suspected. I didn't misread her. A scene of raging flames erupts in his memorized seed of a nightmare Vanessa. So even Shivan that nightmariance had a time like this. Hubert, seething with fury, raises his wand and conjures a ball of fire that swirls tightly in his palm. You not only infiltrated my tower, but now you dare lay hands on my disciple. I will burn you all to cindersnot, even ash will remain. Belinda grips her blade tight and asks Ghislain, "Young master, what do you intend to do?" They look quite formidable. He steps forward, calm and composed. "Forgive the belated introduction. I am the Tower Master of the Flame Tower. I am the Grand Duke of the Cordium territory. Ghislain, I have come to trade mana stones." Hubert stands frozen, then asks again, "What?" Anfi startles in shock. "Mana stones." Ghislain's expression turns grave as he speaks. "I have people waiting outside the castle. Would you like to meet them now?" They step outside and lay eyes on dozens of carts piled high with mana stones, all lined up before the tower. The tower master and every elder present gape in stunned silence, jaws dropping at the mountain of mineral before them. The blue-hatted elder is struck dumb with disbelief. The red-hatted elder is the first to find his voice. Where in the world did he get this many mana stones? After a long moment of observation, the yellow-hatted elder turns to Hubert and reports, "Tower Master, it appears there are at least 10 carts worth of ore. What would you have us do?" Hubert's expression darkens at the title. "Tower Master," he gloats inwardly, laughing with unrestrained glee. "We have this much mineral. This is a gift from the heavens. With this much ore, I can crush that detestable Bloodfire Tower once and for all." His face practically radiates with elation, but for the sake of dignity, he maintains a calm facade. But this quantity falls short of my expectations. The quality doesn't seem particularly impressive either." Cow's Fury Serjesh itches to draw his blade and cut the man down. That man dares to disparage what we struggled so hard to gather. Vanessa appears behind him, her voice soft and gentle. "But isn't this an enormous amount? As far as I know, even a single cart of ore would be enough to last several weeks." Hubert whirls around, his voice a thunderous roar. "Silence, what could the likes of you possibly know? Get out of my sight, now." He glares at her, grinding his teeth as he spits his rebuke. That wretched, rotten scoundrel left behind nothing but a mountain of trouble. If she's useless, the least she could do is know her place. Ghislain watches in silence, studying every expression around him. Then Hubert gives a signal to the elders. "Surely you all share the same sentiment, do you not?" They step forward, picking up the mana stones to examine them, nodding thoughtfully. Looking closely, the quality does seem a touch low, just as the Tower Master said. To suddenly receive so many rare minerals from a destitute backwater, there's a real chance they could be counterfeit. Belinda flares up in fury. "What did you just say? Our young master poured his blood and sweat into obtaining these mana stones, and you dare claim they're fake?" The old man in the golden hat replies nonchalantly, "Well, no matter how much hardship was endured to acquire them, that is none of our concern. Swindlers are rampant these days, wouldn't you agree? There is no reason to blindly trust the seller's word alone." Seeing their maneuvering, Ghislain fixes his gaze on the elders and speaks. "I see. So that means you have no intention of buying them." They jolt in surprise, caught off guard. He turns away and addresses his companions. "The Flame Tower says they have no need for mana stones. Let's Gowl find another buyer." Hubert's face drains of color. He moves to block them. "Wait a moment." He exchanges a quick glance with the old man in the blue hat. "Yes, Tower Master." The old man in the blue hat catches the signal and swiftly calls out to Ghislain's group. "Thento, honor the effort you have made in bringing them all this way. How about we agree to purchase them? You've traveled a long road. Returning empty-handed would serve no one's pride. Please help the Tower Master save face." Hubert dons an expression of lofty magnanimity and nods sagely. "Now that sounds far more reasonable. Since the elders have spoken so earnestly, how could this one simply turn a blind eye? Out of my boundless generosity, we shall purchase every last mana stone you have brought here." He announces the price with a triumphant air, but it sits noticeably below the market rate. Ghislain cuts in. "It seems there has been a slight misunderstanding. I'll leave behind just 1 cart of stone. Take the rest and go." He then turns and gives his orders. "We had an agreement, did we not? Only 1 cart was to be sold." A faint smile plays across his lips as he looks at Ho-Mun. The man and the elders freeze in shock. "What?" Ghislain turns back to them, smiling. "All right, how careless of me, I forgot again." Then he urges his men forward. "Everyone move the carts out." The wagon teams whip their horses into motion and speed away without hesitation. "Understood." Hubert panics, pressing Ghislain for answers. "What the hell is going on here?" He explains calmly. "My apologies. It seems there was a misunderstanding regarding the quantity of clerical error on the part of my subordinates. Our destination is the Blood Fire Tower. We only need a small sum of cash to cover travel expenses, nothing more. He answers with an expression of utter nonchalance. Ho-Mun bristles as if a sore spot has been struck. He furrows his brow and demands, "What?" "The Blood Fire Tower." He gently pulls Gysarian's group back. "Why, I was merely jesting to lighten the mood. Now, no, don't be like that. Come, let us go upstairs and have a chat." The elders hang their heads, thoroughly humiliated. The Tower Master's wish is granted, and a flicker of satisfaction crosses Gysarian's face. He nods in acceptance. "Very well, let it be so." Ghislain's group is invited into the meeting room. Hubert begins the introduction. "Snow, allow me to introduce the elders of Flame Tower. All of them are mages who have reached the 5th circle." He gestures toward the 4 elders sitting in stiff, dignified silence. Ghislain responds with calm composure. "All 5th circle. Impressive. This really is the 2nd strongest tower in the north. The power assembled here is quite remarkable." He offers his compliments. Hubert, a bit embarrassed, waves his hand and answers, "You may have heard some strange rumors, but they are all false. Flame Tower still reigns supreme in the north." Ghislain smiles and replies, "Sure, let's go with that. It doesn't really matter to me either way." Belinda is puzzled. "Young master, you're provoking them for absolutely no reason. Is this really a good idea?" Jan reassures her from behind, knows what he's doing. "Just let him handle it." Hubert waves everyone back on topic enough chit-chat. "How much are you selling those stones for? I guarantee that if you go elsewhere, you won't even get their fair value." Ghislain casually holds up 2 fingers and offers double the price. "We need double the market rate." He is dead serious. Hubert scoffs, his face twisting in disbelief. "You clearly don't understand how the world works. That's not how business is done. I don't know who taught you to trade, but they got everything wrong, didn't they?" He waves his hand, signaling let's negotiate. "Don't just set your own terms like that." Ghislain responds bluntly, "Believe Flame Tower can afford to pay double." The blue-hatted elder frowns and speaks up. "Do you even know where you are, pulling a stunt like this?" The green-hatted elder is outraged. "Do you think Flame Tower is some kind of joke?" Hubert stares at the young man before him. "Watch your words, boy." His voice drops, laced with fury. "Some ignorant brat running his mouth without knowing a damn thing. It's starting to get on my nerves." Ghislain's face shows not a trace of fear. He stares back without flinching. "Of course, you're still young, so mistakes are to be expected. This time I'll let it slide. Generously, but get serious." Hubert lectures him sternly. Ghislain sits in silence. "Now, how about we pay just a bit above market price, and you sell everything to us?" Hubert offers his price outright. Suddenly, Ghislain rises to his feet, surprised. "Why are you standing up?" Ghislain glances over, his tone leaving no room for debate. "Frankly, it seems like you're not all that interested. I gave you a price of double. But if you don't want it, I'll just take my business to Bloodfire Tower." "Well then, I'll be on my way." He turns and walks away. Hubert panics. "Wait, hold on. Hey, why the rush? I never said I wouldn't buy, now did I? I just got a little carried away. Come, sit back down." His voice softens into a coaxing tone. Ghislain looks back at him. "Oh, is that so?" Ghislain's entourage watches Hubert's constant flip-flopping, and can only sit there in helpless silence. Hubert relents with gritted teeth. "Fine. You've got guts, I'll give you that. Since you came to us first, we'll buy everything at the double price you just proposed." "Well, satisfied now?" Ghislain turns back, looking pleased. "Fine, we'll sell at double the market rate." His expression is serious, but only 1 cartload. The green-hatted elder is stunned. "What?" Hubert's face goes pale as he asks, his voice barely steady. "What did you just say? You have to sell everything you brought today, don't you?" Ghislain sits back down and explains with calm composure. "If word gets out that you bought at double price, Bloodfire Tower might offer triple. So why would we sell everything here for just double?" Hubert's expression grows even darker. "Triple, this brat keeps toying with us. I'm running out of patience." Hearing this, Ghislain stands up again and turns to leave. "Goodbye," Hubert shouts in alarm. "Wait. Fine, hold on. I'll buy everything at triple the price." He makes the decision, utterly cornered. A smirk of triumph crosses Ghislain's face. Having achieved his goal, he returns to his seat and sits down. Now we're speaking the same language. Truly the top mage tower in the north. Hubert quickly rises, afraid Ghislain might change his mind. He points at him. "Stay right there. I'll go get the money immediately." The green-hatted elder calls out, "Tower Master Hubert, think of a way to close this deal fast. Damn it, I'm a 6th circle mage, and yet I'm getting played by some country bumpkin. I really don't understand why one ridiculous thing after another keeps happening in my era. This time we need the mineral stones, so I'll endure it. but if he tries anything else, I'll burn his head clean off. But Ghislain's voice cuts through his thoughts. Hold on, I haven't stated all my conditions yet. Ghislain calls out to the departing Hubert. Hubert spins around furiously. What now? Ghislain speaks his demand with full seriousness. Vanessa, hand her over to me. His eyes are resolute. The air in the room goes dead silent. All eyes turn to Hubert. He stares back, confused. Vanessa, Ghislain's voice is even more firm. Yes, Tower Master. I wish to take her as my personal mage. Flashback Ghislain's previous life. While Ghislain and Claude are roasting meat on a large blade. He warns the meat's burning. Claude answers, unwilling then, why don't you do it yourself? You're making a guy with only one arm do this. What the hell, man? Ghislain clenches his fist. What did you just say? Claude quickly changes his tune. Nothing, sir, nothing at all. Claude shifts the topic with a look of genuine interest. But hey, Captain Ghislain, have you heard about the Red Nightmare, Vanessa? Ghislain turns to him, wanting to know more of the Red Nightmare. Claude relays the information he has gathered. I've been picking up some intel lately. It's actually quite the story. You know, the female mage who burned all of northern Lutania to the ground. An image appears, a woman in a white dress, standing in the middle of a sea of flames. Claude continues. That woman has reached the 7th circle. 7th circle. Ghislain sips his drink, responding with indifference. 7th circle and Red Nightmare sounds pretty impressive. He pauses. But so what? Claude swings the hook on his right hand and speaks up excitedly. I hear she completely lost control. She's a mage, but she went and learned mana cultivation instead. Ghislain sets his cup down and asks, why would a mage abandon spellcraft to study mana cultivation? He continues, she's completely lost it. After all, she burned and slaughtered her way across the land, driving lords into bankruptcy. The recent kill order was issued specifically to eliminate her. As they ride along, he adds more details. His expression turns serious. After a moment of contemplation, Ghislain speaks, a mage who reached Tier 7 through mana cultivation instead of traditional spellcraft. He raises his hand, a look of fascination crossing his face. Now that's intriguing. Claude, bring her back to me. He turns and gives the order. Claude stares blankly. But that plan never came to fruition. Back to the present, Ghislain ponders in silence. Vanessa cannot control her magic, and when we found her, she was nearly dead. Even out of control, she possesses the talent to reach Tier 7. With proper guidance, she could truly shine. He silently steals his resolve. Ghislain's eyes grow even more determined. This time I will take her with me, no matter what. Jan strokes his beard thoughtfully. You're talking about that girl from earlier, sir. Cow stands there looking puzzled. She didn't look particularly strong. Belinda steps closer and whispers, if you plan on taking someone along, you should at least give me a heads up, young master. The elders deliberate with Hubert. This is perfect, actually. Indeed, quite perfect. She's nothing but dead weight. Why not use this chance to hand her off? Taking care of her this long has been enough to maintain our relations with NATO, hasn't it? He steps forward and addresses Ghislain. Well, Vanessa is one of the most talented mages of the Flame Tower. She will certainly be willing to serve your magic tower. Ghislain cuts in. Furthermore, I need combat mages of Tier 3 and above dispatched to Perdium. We need mages for the territorial wars. The air in the meeting room grows tense. The elders gasp in shock. Territorial war. He raises his hand, signaling. Ghislain speaks. Triple the market rate. Dispatch Tier 3 mages and above to Perdium for 1 year, and hand Vanessa over as my personal mage. Those are my 3 conditions for the mineral sale. The tension in the room thickens. Everyone falls silent. Hubert turns his back to Ghislain. Suddenly, his fury erupts, a torrent of killing intent so powerful it shatters every glass window in the room. Hubert's voice booms across the room. Ghislain, do you truly take me for a fool? His eyes darken as he fixes his gaze on Ghislain. Mages belonging to a magic tower are forbidden from interfering in territorial wars. Not only are you ignorant of the kingdom's basic laws, you dare ask me to send our key mages of the 3rd circle and above to a battlefield. This is an insult to the Flame Tower. I will burn everything to the ground. Ghislain braces himself against the sudden onslaught. Hubert's mana alone generates terrifying pressure. Cow, struggling to resist beside him, grits out, is this the power of a Tier 6 mage? Belinda calls out anxiously, young master. But Ghislain stands perfectly calm, weathering the massive torrent of mana without flinching. He fixes Hubert with an ice-cold stare, then slowly speaks. You will regret this. We've discovered a massive mineral vein on our territory. Its value is dozens of times what we brought today. He sits back down and lays out the reasoning behind his demands. Hearing those words, the elders can't help but exclaim in shock. What? Gissel continues feeding information to Hubert, piece by piece, and this information has already started spreading across the entire north. And what does that mean? Hubert replies irritably. It means there will be countless eyes targeting that mineral vein. Gissel pushes himself up from his seat with a smirk. You catch on fast. We have no intention of sparking a war. Perdium simply needs the tower's support, while we consolidate our strength. If you help us weather this crisis, I promise to supply mineral rights exclusively to the Flame Tower. With that, he extends his hand toward Hubert, offering a partnership. Hubert hesitates, intrigued. Exclusive mining rights. If that comes to pass, Gissel keeps his hand outstretched. His tone is irresistible. It's only a matter of time before the Flame Tower surpasses the Bloodfire Tower and reclaims the top position. Hubert stares at the outstretched hand, his expression one of bitter reluctance. He grits his teeth. Finally, he makes his decision, reaching out and seizing Gissel's hand in a firm grip. The deal is sealed. Hubert strides over and claps Phil on the shoulder. It's settled. Phil. The young man freezes in shock and fear. Tower Master, there are plenty of other mages. Why me? Hubert softens his voice to comfort him. Don't misunderstand. I'm appointing you the greatest genius in the history of the Flame Tower as Commander-in-Chief, for the sake of our future. And Phil perks up with interest. The greatest genius in history. Hubert explains calmly. This experience will prove invaluable when you become Tower Master. Keep a close watch to ensure those country bumpkins don't smuggle any minerals. If a territorial war actually breaks out, don't fight. Withdraw immediately. Understood. Just endure 1 year. In just 1 year, our tower will surpass the Bloodfire Tower and reclaim the #1 position. He falls silent for a moment, then his eyes light up with excitement. Yes, Master. But then he realizes he'll have to work alongside Ghislain. His expression twists in displeasure. The scene shifts outside the palace. Waiting to receive him are Gissel and his mercenary squad. Welcome to Perdium. The group of mages accompanying Phil survey the surroundings, whispering amongst themselves. The castle is built in a fairly classical style, nothing lavish, but practical enough, relying on harmonious proportions to structure its space. He looks around, his mood sour. What a desolate, run-down dump. I'm only here because the Tower Master ordered it. An heir to the tower like me, assigned to this filthy little fiefdom. Still, he steps forward and introduces himself. I am Phil, a Tier 3 mage and heir to the tower. I've been tasked with leading the mage contingent on this mission. Gissel stands before him, his tone stern. There's plenty of work to be done in this territory. Don't slack off, work hard. And Phil's expression turns resentful. He clenches his jaw. This country bumpkin thinks I'm his servant. Just you wait. When I become Tower Master, you'll be the first one I deal with. Meanwhile, Gissel keeps a watchful eye on the surroundings. Gissel calls out, Phil, where's Vanessa? His tone is sharp and serious. The young man turns back, replying with a nonchalant air. She's probably in the back carrying the luggage. Heavy panting fills the air as Vanessa appears, utterly exhausted. She's lugging every piece of luggage, her face drenched in sweat, and she speaks with a labored voice. I am Vanessa. I greet you, my lord. My lord. And Phil snarls in irritation. Hurry it up. I thought you weren't going to show. Gissel glances at the young man beside him, then steps in front of Vanessa and extends his hand. Vanessa, put all of that down and come here. She looks up, exhausted and confused. But I still haven't finished moving everyone's luggage. Anfi spoke up from behind. Just leave it. She used to do this kind of work back at the tower anyway. She can't even use magic, so manual labor is good enough for her. Gissel hurled the suitcase straight at his face. The other mages rushed over in alarm. Anfi looked at him in confusion and shouted, What the hell is this? Gissel stood before him, casually adjusting his wrist, and spoke. Vanessa no longer belongs to the tower. From now on, she is mine. Do not mistreat her. I'll let it slide this time, but if it happens again, you will pay with your life. Vanessa stared at him with wide, astonished eyes. Anfi cursed in fury. You insane backwater hick, how dare you treat the heir to the Flame Tower and a high-ranking mage like this? The lower-ranked mages who accompanied him chimed in. Even if he's a noble, he's crossed the line. If we wanted, this place would become a sea of flames in the blink of an eye. Anfi raised his staff and commanded, Advance, show these dogs the pride of the tower's mages. Gissel merely snapped his fingers. Swish. Fully armed soldiers closed in around the group of mages. They cried out in bewilderment, What is this? How can these barbarians? What kind of territory dares point weapons at mages? Anfi shouted in alarm, We are mages. Treat us with the respect we deserve. Gissel responded with utter boredom, Shut up. No matter how you're treated, a contract is a contract. I have secured command over all of you for 1 year. through a legally binding agreement with the Tower Master. I have also obtained exclusive mineral vein supply rights. If the contract is broken by your actions, who do you think the Tower Master will side with?" He spoke softly, dripping with sarcasm. Anfi was struck speechless, stammering. "Your role in Persium is nothing more than a backup mana supply. If you want better treatment, then fulfill that role properly." He ground his teeth in fury. "A backup mana supply? You dare call me a backup mana supply?" Ghislain turned to leave and called out to Ghislain. "Cow, show them where they stand." Cow cracked a wicked grin, buzzing with excitement. "Heh, you precious little scholars have been living too comfortably up in your tower, haven't you?" Ghislain chimed in eagerly. "Make sure to teach them how to adapt to our territory." Anfi's face went pale, consumed by fear. You uncouth barbarians." Amid the chaos, Vanessa alone had remained silent, and still all this time. Ghislain stepped in front of her and called her name. "Vanessa." She stammered in a fluster, "Yes, my lord." "From now on, heed no one's orders but mine. You are my personal mage." He spoke softly, gazing at Vanessa. Her expression froze for a moment, then her eyes darkened with worry, as if afraid he might change his mind. Vanessa hesitated, lowering her head, but still murmured, "But as Anfi said, I can't even use magic. How can I be a personal mage?" Ghislain smiled warmly and extended his hand. "Come with me." His voice was gentle. "I will help you use magic." Ghislain and Vanessa walked slowly into the city. Vanessa walked alongside him, lost in deep thought. A moment later, Ghislain tilted his head slightly, glancing back. His expression was stern as he called out to her. Vanessa immediately tensed up and responded. "Yes, my lord." This time he turned fully to face Vanessa and asked coolly, "How far have you progressed in your studies?" Vanessa shrank back and stammered, "I have studied up to 5th-tier magic. Only the formulas, though." Ghislain's lips curled with interest upon hearing the level. 5th tier, huh? Impressive." Vanessa stood in silence, staring at him blankly. Then she suddenly lowered her head and sighed sadly. "But it's all useless because I can't use magic." Ghislain continued to calmly inquire, "Is there a specific reason you can't use it?" Vanessa clutched her staff tightly and hesitantly explained. "Ever since I was young, I've never been able to sense mana. Even so, I believed that one day I would be able to use magic. So I worked incredibly hard. But the more I studied, the more I felt I would never be able to use it. And now, even the teacher who once mentored me has passed away. Is that why I've been abandoned like this?" Across from her, Ghislain pressed his lips together and watched Vanessa in silence, saying nothing. He simply stood there, observing her. In his eyes, Vanessa's entire body was enveloped in an eerie blue glow. Ghislain thought to himself 5th tier. In terms of raw power, she was on par with most of the elders at the Magic Tower. Magic isn't something you can use just because you've studied it. Ghislain briefly recalled his own past when he, too, had struggled through grueling study. She needed to understand the principles of activation, possess the ability to interpret them, and pour her willpower into every cast. Vanessa understood it all in her mind, but her body couldn't keep up. She must have endured countless hardships, trial after trial, failure after failure, all in her desperate struggle to break through. But her efforts were not in vain. Ghislain's calm, steady gaze remained fixed on Vanessa. She had simply taken a different path. At that moment, Ghislain suddenly recalled a memory from his previous life. Someone had once excitedly asked Claude, "Do you still remember the mage who burned the entire northern region of Dutani to ashes?" At the time, Claude was sitting by a campfire. He answered casually, that woman was supposedly a 7th-tier mage. Despite being a mage, she had learned mana cultivation techniques. He paused for a moment, then turned his head and smirked, absolutely insane. Snapping back to the present, Ghislain softly curved his lips into a smile after that recollection. He straightened up, looked at Vanessa, and announced indifferently, "From now on, I will teach you mana cultivation." Vanessa, upon hearing this declaration, stood there in stunned disbelief. She quickly snapped back to reality, bowing her head and stammering out her doubt, "But I'm a mage. Why would I study mana cultivation?" Ghislain casually raised his hand and explained. Both magic and mana cultivation operate on the same fundamental principles. He looked at her coolly and asked, "You've never tried it before, have you?" His words made Vanessa's face drain of all color. She froze, unable to utter a single word. A moment later, Vanessa shook her head frantically in response. "No, that's insane. Channeling magic through mana cultivation, if something goes wrong, I could die." But at that moment, Ghislain slowly called her name. "Vanessa." He extended his hand toward her and calmly proposed, "Let's begin." His blue eyes brimmed with confidence. The corners of his mouth gently curved upward. Vanessa stared at Ghislain in a daze, her eyes hazy and unfocused. Then slowly she reached out her slender hand. Vanessa looked down at her own hand, her heart filled with doubt. Can I really use magic? She wondered. A moment later, she clenched her fist tightly with fierce determination and accepted his offer. Not long after, Ghislain sat cross-legged on the ground. Vanessa knelt down in front of him. Her mind still racing. If only I could use magic. Vanessa tilted her head, reached up, and tugged at her collar, loosening it. Then she slowly untied the laces at her back, revealing a stretch of fair, smooth skin. Ghislain gazed at Vanessa intently, his expression solemn. In a past life, she had eyes just like yours. Regret, rage, hatred. She had wielded power beyond her limits and fallen into an endless spiral of ruin. She had learned mana cultivation techniques from Onkim Nanon Gidden, becoming a catastrophe consumed by primal instinct, burning everything in her path. But this time, I am here to keep her from falling into that abyss again. Ghislain raised his hand. A brilliant azure light erupted in an instant. I reach out and take her hand. Ghislain gradually channels that blinding blue light into Vanessa's body. A brilliant azure stream of power flows from his hands, slowly merging into every vein coursing through her. That stream of power spreads throughout every corner of her body. 2 blue veins bulge from Vanessa's neck up to her face. She grits her teeth, groaning and screaming through clenched jaws. The light envelops Vanessa's entire body. She throws her head back, mouth open, crying out, "It burns." At that moment, Ghislain behind her suddenly shouts a stern warning, "Shut your mouth." The mana flow is destabilizing. His brows furrow tight, his blue eyes brimming with resolve. Ghislain opens his mouth and bellows his command. The mana inside you is mine now. Do not lose that sensation. The brilliant blue light flows through every one of Vanessa's blood vessels. She shuts her eyes tight, pressing her lips together in silence. Ghislain's voice still echoes in her ears. Focus, feel the mana flow as intensely as you can. The mana flow gradually seeps into every corner of her body. That fervent power merges into every blood vessel, surging straight into Vanessa's wildly pounding heart, winding through every nook and cranny of her body, pulling it all toward the center. Then Vanessa's eyes fly wide open. Blazing blue light erupts from their depths, and a brilliant azure radiance bursts forth, engulfing both Ghislain and Vanessa. She tilts her face upward, her entire body going rigid, frozen in place. Vanessa seems to plunge into the past of the time when she was small, peering blankly through a crack in the door. Hearing angry shouts ring out from inside. Are you saying you'll cut off her support? Do you even realize what you're saying? Inside the room, John was shouting at Hubert, who sat silently in his chair. Vanessa is truly talented. Without that child, would we have ever proven the theory of converting mana particles into spells? But Hubert remains seated, turning his face aside with an irritated expression, and explains. I acknowledge that, but even so, something just feels wrong. Can't you see that? Donau. Little Vanessa stands frozen before the door, stunned, listening to Hubert's justification. No matter how intelligent she is, if she can't use mana, can she really be called a mage? John's voice still echoes out from beyond the door. Hubert, what the hell are you talking about? Hubert, refusing to yield, raises his voice and emphasizes once more. I'm saying no matter how smart she is, if she can't wield mana, it's all pointless. And outside the door, behind little Vanessa, stands the silhouette of Vanessa as an adult. Adult Vanessa stands motionless, gazing impassively at her younger self. She whispers, "That's me." As a child, the scene suddenly shifts. She sees a young girl hugging her face, crying before Donau. I'm sorry, Master Donau. If only I had a little more talent, you wouldn't have had to leave the magic tower. He gently places his hand on little Vanessa's head, speaking softly to comfort her. I'm not leaving the magic tower. I'm just setting out to find a way to help you wield mana. The sky at that moment was impossibly clear and blue. Master Donau ruffled little Vanessa's head and gave her his parting words. Look up at the sky. Vanessa recalls the dark days she once endured, her voice heavy with sorrow. There is no place in this world where darkness lasts forever. And then she suddenly recalls the words her Master Donau once told her. I promise you. At that very moment, a slender yet resolute hand extends toward her. Master Donau's words still ring in Vanessa's ears. One day, the light will surely come for you. And Trulisomion, carrying that light, has reached out a hand toward her. That person is Ghislain. A brilliant radiance emanates from behind him. His face is cold, yet utterly resolute as he extends his hand to Vanessa. Her hair billows in that warm glow. Vanessa stares blankly at Ghislain. Then she slowly reaches for his outstretched hand, her voice choked with emotion. Master, you were right. The instant their hands touch, a blinding radiance erupts, engulfing everything. Back in reality, Vanessa lies collapsed on the ground. Her abdomen still emits a gentle blue glow. Even for her, the light has come. Elsewhere, a starlit night blankets a wooden cabin still burning with lamplight. Inside, a towering white-haired figurine of Victor's malevolently assaults a soldier. A panicked voice cries out, "This lunatic has already taken down 4 of us. What kind of monster is he?" The tall white-haired man, having floored 4 opponents, waves his hand arrogantly. "Come on, you weaklings. You think you can cut me with those metal toys?" The moment he finishes, another sword-wielding soldier charges in furiously, shouting with contempt, "Don't make me laugh." The white-haired man stomps forward and snatches the charging soldier's sword arm with ease, then violently slams him to the ground. Another soldier seizes the opening and rushes in with sword raised to strike from behind, but the white-haired man spots him instantly. He smirks with contempt, glances at the newcomer, then grabs the arm of the soldier he just pinned and hurls him bodily into the one charging from behind. Both soldiers slam through the wooden wall with a kaboom and fly straight outside. Inside, the white-haired man dusts off his hands, casually glancing at the 2 groaning figures sprawled outside. He sneers, "Pathetic. I haven't even warmed up and you're all already down." A soldier standing inside the room grins and praises him, as expected of the hero, greatest warrior of our era. Another soldier sniffs and adds, "These maggots dare crash our party." Then they both declare arrogantly, "No one around here can stop us." Thud, at that moment, someone seated inside suddenly slams their cup down hard on the table. Nightfall at the cabin, its lights still burning. Beneath the starry sky, a figure lies flat on the green grass along the slope below the cabin. From above, someone slowly approaches. The figure wears a helm that fully conceals their face. They stop at the edge of the slope and call down to the man lying below. "How goes your training, sir?" The man lying in the grass asks flatly, "What do you want?" The helmed figure announces coldly, "A mobilization order from the Count." He gazes down at the man lying in the grass and speaks a name. "Lord Victor." Victor lies in the grass in silence, saying nothing. A moment later, he reaches out and grabs the iron helm beside him. Then Victor slowly places the helm on his head. He shoulders a fishing rod and strides, step by step, into the cabin. Inside, the cabin is already packed with soldiers and that powerful white-haired man. Beneath the helm, Victor's eyes flash with a sharp, dangerous gleam. He remarks coldly, "I'm bored to death." Meanwhile, Lord Ganter sits in deep contemplation at the long table. He hangs his head, his trembling hand clutching the letter. The message reads, "My son Gilmo has been slain by Ghislain Perdium. I will have my revenge." Lord Ganter closes his eyes and reluctantly orders the mobilization of troops. He speaks in a low, somber voice. "This is a declaration of war." Jian shouts furiously, "Those bastards have clearly lost their minds. They claim the Grand Duke Ghislain killed Gilmo." He roars, a fabricated excuse to wage war. "They need to be taught a lesson. Who could have predicted they'd turn on us like this? We've been part of the Northern Alliance for years. For heaven's sake, what do they hope to gain by going to war with us?" Ganter has remained silent from start to finish until a sudden voice snaps him awake. The ground is trembling. Ghislain continues calmly, "Didn't you say, father, that our 2 subordinates went to Diga as ambassadors while I was at the Magic Tower? They must have leaked internal intelligence about our territory." The counts shout in shock, "Our subordinates have betrayed us. What grounds do you have to say something so reckless?" Ganter lowers his head in deep contemplation. The ground trembles beneath them. Sometimes actions taken for the good of a territory are precisely what cause its downfall. He studies Ghislain. Seems the boy already knew this would happen. Jando speaks with iron resolve. "Do we really need to overthink this? Our forces outnumber Diga's, and our real combat experience far surpasses theirs. Let's make them pay for daring to wage war against us." Suddenly, frantic footsteps rush in from outside. A soldier bursts into the room with a report. "Sir, we have bad news." He is drenched in cold sweat as he shouts, "Thathi are here." At the same time, outside, an army stands at a distance from the castle. They bear a banner emblazoned with a falcon, imposing and fearsome. At the forefront rides a figure clad head to toe in heavy armor, his face hidden behind a full helm. He spurs his horse forward, step by deliberate step. The army numbers close to 10,000. Their boots thunder across the ground as they close in on the city gates. The counts are stunned. "We just declared war and they're already here. When did they prepare all of this?" "Sir," urgent reports from scout units ring out in rapid succession. Confirmed approximately 6,000 armed soldiers. An additional 1,000 troops identified as a supply unit confirmed to carry multiple siege weapons. They've already begun deployment. Anos shouts in alarm, "Tando, what the hell is going on? How can a force this massive even exist? Their empire is as dirt poor as Persium. How could they possibly mobilize an army this enormous?" Jando rebukes him sharply. "This is exactly why I told you not to reduce our forces before." Ganter's voice cuts through the chaos like a blade. Calm down, all of you. He barks orders without hesitation. Arguing among ourselves only slows our response. Every soldier in the walls, now. Thames speaks in a leisurely tone. Come, Victor, I have business to discuss with my dear kinsman, in beloved Persium. At the same time, atop the walls, Ganter's voice thunders across the field. This is how you treat your brother? What manner of treachery is this? Thames rides forward. His horse advances at a slow, deliberate pace. A smirk curls beneath his helm. Treachery, you say? My beloved son Gerald was murdered on your land. He glares, his voice laced with fury. Your son, your heir to Persium, killed him. What parent would not rage at the death of their child? Ganter falls silent, his expression darkening like a storm. Thames makes his offer, surrender now, and this ends without further bloodshed. Ghislain says nothing, his expression unreadable. Jando seethes. That bastard dares to lie through his teeth. Obnose can hold back no longer. Sir, further negotiation is pointless. Ghislain stands nearby, lost in thought. We saved Alina, but with Gerald's death. This was bound to happen sooner or later. The fact that they brought siege weapons proves they intend to grind us into dust. His eyes narrow, revealing a cold, murderous killing intent. Just as he expected. Ganter finally speaks, his voice low and deliberate. My son did not kill Gerald. He fixes Thames with a steely glare. That is my only answer. If you value your life, then leave this place. Thames meets the old man's gaze and freezes. Cold sweat beads across his brow. Victor, standing beside him, thinks to himself, so this is Ganter's spirit. No wonder he's held the north for so long. Thames exhales slowly, forcing himself to regain composure. As expected of the northern wolf, he murmurs. I wonder how much blood will be shed for your foolish decision. Brother, he turns his horse to leave, but not without a final parting warning. Don't regret this later. Ganter pung. The sound of hooves fades into the distance. But the grim expressions on those standing atop the city gates remain unchanged. Jando pleads urgently, Brother, give me full command of the troops. They're nothing but a ragtag mob with sloppy training. I'll wipe them clean off the field. Hamajan and Obnose immediately intervene in panic. Have you lost your mind? No matter how strong you are, the numerical gap is far too great. One defeat and Persium is finished. Jando shouts furiously. But we can't just sit here and do nothing, can we? The three of them erupt into a heated argument. What if we request reinforcements from the other territories? Can we hold out until help arrives? Worst case scenario. We abandon the city and fall back to the northern fortress. Ganter shuts his eyes tight, thinking to himself, too much chaos. I can't think straight. He finds it utterly baffling, a sudden declaration of war. Yet they came fully prepared. And that number of troops, Diga, could never have the resources for this. Who is backing them? Ganter is at a loss. What should I do? Ghislain, standing nearby, suddenly speaks up. We should prepare for a siege. Ganter whips his head toward him, eyes wide with shock. Ghislain continues calmly. Diga's forces number nearly 7,000. Persium can only muster just over 2,000. That's more than a 3-to-1 disadvantage. Ghislain analyzes. They've come fully prepared with high morale. In approximately 15 days, once their siege weapons are ready, they'll launch a full-scale assault. Currently, requesting reinforcements while holding the city is our best option. Ganter nods. Normally, yes, but I can't see what's hiding behind all of this. Ghislain presses his lips together, then leans in and whispers something into his ear. Ganter whips his head toward him, eyes wide with shock. Ghislain steels his resolve. 15 days before the battle. Our last chance. I will pour everything into turning the tide. Scene change, a war room inside the mercenary camp. Jan sits with his eyes closed, silent in thought. Cal leans back with a look of sheer boredom. Belinda speaks first. So the war has truly begun. Ghislain confirms immediately. It has. He speaks in a calm, measured tone. I'll tell you both what needs to be done. Moments later, a shocked scream echoes through the castle. A surprise attack. Ghislain speaks in a low, steady voice. Before they march, we strike their supply line, cut off their provisions, and waging war becomes impossible. Belinda asks, confused. But how? The area in front of the castle is already occupied by enemy troops, too many eyes watching. Whatever we try, they'll spot us instantly. He calls out softly, Cow Gillian. They respond immediately. Yes, sir. Cow speaks in a calm, measured tone. As per your orders, we've pre-positioned our troops at the Beast Forest outpost. If needed, they can hide within the wood's detection is unlikely. Confirmed, Jan adds. Cloaks woven from stripped bark, as the Grand Duke requested, have already been distributed to the soldiers. The dark material makes them perfect for nighttime operations. Ghislain explains clearly. If a large force moves, they'll be spotted instantly, but a small, elite squad properly camouflaged. Detecting an ambush like that is another matter entirely. He presses on. The only problem is we don't know where their supply unit is. Ghislain issues his order, his tone sharp and authoritative. Belinda, I need you to locate the enemy supply unit. Hearing his words, her eyes widen in shock. Belinda answers firmly. Ghislain studies her for a moment, then considers. A dangerous mission infiltrating enemy lines with the risk of death, but if it's Belinda, she'll handle it with ease. The last thing we need is our trump card to end this war. Several days later, the supply unit camp of the Chedan forces. A former vassal of PJUM commands the logistics division. Barbu gleefully raises his wine glass, shouting with excitement. The war's finally started. Soon enough, even a lifelong retainer like me will finally get some land of his own. He clinks glasses with the man across from him and continues enthusiastically. Joining their side was the right call. Thanks to their reinforcements, I get to sit pretty in the rear. The other man quickly responds. All thanks to your wise decision, my lord. Barbu laughs smugly. Good riddance. Chidian, soon enough, a piece of that land will be mine. At the same time, outside the camp, the faint sound of hoofbeats emerges. A cold, cutting voice rings out. Perfect timing. Ghislain and his squad of elite soldiers, cloaked in dark garments, lie hidden in the dense underbrush. Belinda observes for a moment, then remarks. Miserable weather. Cao chimes in this darkness you can't see a thing. Ghislain adjusts his visor and murmurs, perfect weather for a surprise attack. He snaps his helmet into place. We don't need any prisoners. A murderous glint flashes in Ghislain's eyes as he draws the razor-sharp blade from his back. His voice drops to a growl. Kill them all. The moment the words leave his lips, the thunder of hooves erupts. They charge like a storm toward the camp sentries. A brutal massacre unfolds instantly, a single swing from Cao, and a sentry's head rolls free. Then soldier after soldier falls in rapid succession. The troops inside hear the commotion and shout in panic. A raid. What the hell are those useless sentries doing? Ghislain charges in on horseback, cleaving through every soldier blocking his path. He bellows the order. Ghislain's mercenaries. Execute the plan, leave no one alive. The words ignite a deafening war cry that shakes the entire forest. A soldier sprints in to deliver his report. Count Barbu, emergency, have been ambushed. Barbu roars in fury. I can see that. What the hell are those sentries doing? Drenched in cold sweat, he forces himself to stay calm and barks out orders. We still have 1,000 men, don't panic. Hold the line. The soldier hesitates before speaking. The problem is over 70% of our forces are already down. Ghislain's army attacks like a raging storm, relentless, merciless, cutting down enemy soldiers without pause. Ghislain himself is the most devastating of all. Every strike is clean, efficient, no wasted motion severing heads with a single blade. Barbu watches the carnage, frozen with terror. He shrieks in desperation. Run, at this rate I'll lose my head, forget the damn land. The moment the words leave his mouth, a razor-sharp arrow buries itself deep into his throat. In an instant, the man collapses to the ground. Belinda materializes from the shadows and speaks, utterly composed. Fancy meeting you here. A vassal of Chidian, Count Barbu. He sees her and his face twists with rage. Belinda surveys the scene outside. The entire camp is engulfed in flames. Burning, the ground is littered with the corpses of fallen soldiers, all of them consumed by a sea of fire. Barbu, bound hand and foot, is dragged before Ghislain. Belinda plants her boot on his back and explains. This is Barbuxone of the vassals, dispatched as an envoy to the Chedan forces. Not only did he sell information, served as their entire supply coordinator. Barbu summons every ounce of his remaining strength and screams. Please spare me, Lord Ghislain. I surrender, I surrender. Ghislain asks, his voice like ice. Who bribed you? Barbu confesses immediately. It was Count de Monthy threatened my life. I had no choice. Ghislain hears the name and falls into deep thought. So he really did send troops to support Chidian. Barbu presses on desperately. Even in this wretched state haven, I served under Lord Pun for years. Surely the Count of Chidian would pay a handsome ransom for my return. This is a profitable deal for you, my lord. Ghislain dismounts and speaks with chilling calm. Raise your head. Barbu's eyes light up with hope. Lord Ghislain, Barbu gushes with emotion. Thank you for giving me this chance. For the life you've spared, I will serve Perdium with everything I have. Swish, Ghislain's blade flashes. The razor edge cleaves through Barbu's neck without hesitation. His eyes remain wide open, frozen in disbelief. Ghislain speaks, his voice colder than death. I don't make deals with scum like you. His glare burns with absolute conviction. For those who betray Perdium, there is only death. Ghislain's entire force wheels around and rides off. leaving the ravaged camp to drown in a sea of flames. Belinda glances at Ghislain, about to say something. Cao turns to him, puzzled. "What now, Captain Ghislain? What are your orders?" He answers, perfectly composed. "We push straight for the castle." Ghislain calculates. The enemy must have launched their assault by now all eyes will be focused on the castle. He lays out his plan. "While they're distracted, we strike from behind and scatter their forces." Ghislain issues his orders. "Cao, Belinda, the moment we arrive, you cover the left wall, I'll take the right." He glances behind him and calls out quietly, "Ghislain." Ghislain's tone turns solemn. "I'm entrusting their base to you. This is a surprise raid, but you'll be facing 1,000 enemies with only a small force. Can you handle it?" Ghislain hears this and breaks into a faint, confident smile. He answers with absolute certainty, "No problem, if that is your order, sir." Ghislain smiles with satisfaction at the response. Cao feels envious. That old man always gets the interesting jobs. Belinda asks in confusion, "Young master, who's manning the gate?" Ghislain replies evasively, "Just leave the gate alone." The three of them freeze, as if suddenly understanding something. Ghislain senses their gazes and turns around. His voice drops low. "This battle will mark a new chapter in the history of Perdium." Meanwhile, at the castle, Lord Ganter is shouting orders at the top of his lungsful army. "Prepare to engage." Before his words fade, a volley of catapult fire slams into the gate wall. The fortification takes damage. Jan quickly takes command, ordering return fire to keep them at bay. The enemy forces begin raising siege ladders against the walls. The soldiers shout in panic. They're scaling the walls, there are too many of them. Lord Ganter charges in with a roar switch to close quarters combat. His face is stern as he barks his orders under no circumstances. Are they to lose the wall? At that same moment, down below the castle, Thames spreads his arms wide and lets out a laugh full of arrogance. He claps his hands in excitement. How exhilarating doesn't even need to look to know. This battle is as good as won. He signals Victor standing by the catapult, ordering a second volley. Crush them as fast as possible. Victor watches and ponders. So this is how Langbach ends. He had harbored a sliver of hope, but Lord Ganter is fighting tooth and nail against the berserker soldier. He and Jan are quickly surrounded by a ring of enemy troops. Jan asks anxiously, "Sir, we can hold the walls, but with this situation the gate is about to fall. What are your orders?" Lord Ganter breaks into a cold sweat. He closes his eyes in silence. He calmly orders, "Leave the gate be. We hold the walls, nothing else." Lord Ganter turns around and asks, "Skorven, where are the reinforcements?" Skorven hastily reports, "Every territory we sent requests toll of them refused. The territories of Jimba and Joan both claim they have internal problems and cannot help. And every envoy sent to Count Lesser has gone missing absolutely. No word back." Jan lets out a furious curse. "Damn it, why won't any of them send reinforcements? Ungrateful bastards." At the same time, in the enemy's main camp, a soldier comes sprinting in, panic-stricken. "Bad news, Count. It appears the supply convoy has been attacked." Thames's eyes go wide with shock. The soldier adds in a hushed tone, "The soldiers we dispatched for resupply haven't returned. Something has definitely gone wrong with the supply line." Thames tries to steady himself. "Don't jump to conclusions, that's impossible." He sneers. "Those Perdium rats are trapped inside the castle. How could they possibly know the supply convoy's location?" Victor gazes toward the plume of smoke rising in the distance. "That smoke, it has to be from the supply convoy." He murmurs to himself, "So there's still someone in Perdium bold enough to think strategically." Victor's eyes sharpen. "Interesting." Thames blurts out in alarm, "Lord Victor, what do we do? The war has barely started, and we've already lost our supply line." Victor swiftly raises a hand to cut him off. He states with iron certainty, "We don't need supplies because we'll have that castle by the end of today." Thames is left speechless. Victor's gaze fixes intently on the castle looming ahead. A cold, lethal gleam flashes in his eyes. Victor studies the scene. The assaults on the left and right walls have been ongoing for a while, yet they haven't broken through. Perdium's elite forces, including Langbach's garrison, are clearly holding the line. But comparatively speaking, the front gate, he nods to himself. "I see." Victor swiftly raises his blade and points it forward. "All forces advance." The army surges forward in unison, boots thundering against the earth, their fighting spirit blazing. Victor bellows with conviction, "Today we smash their gate to splinters." Victor rides proudly at the vanguard, his horse charging ahead. He glances back over his shoulder and calls out in a low voice, "Adon." The moment the word leaves his lips, the sound of hooves approaches. A figure in an iron helm materializes. He hoists an enormous lance high into the air. The soldier named Adon swiftly rides up from behind. falling into position and awaiting orders. Victor speaks in a grave tone. I will personally breach that gate. You hold this position. The two part ways, each heading in a different direction. Meanwhile, at the gate, the enemy continues to pour in wave after wave, scaling the walls relentlessly. Perdium's guards are fighting with everything they have, without a moment's rest. Scorven suddenly spots something and shouts, Sir, siege towers, over there. Following his gaze, two massive siege towers come rumbling toward them. Lord Ganter exclaims in disbelief, Damn it! How do they know the exact height of our walls? Jan is just as worried, and with the enemy outnumbering them on top of that. If those siege towers reach us, we're finished. Lord Ganter shouts, Is the catapult ready? The soldiers quickly report, Just finished setting it up, sir. He immediately orders them to fire and block that siege tower. The enemy troops see the massive boulder hurtling toward them and scream in shock. A boulder? Those Perdium dogs actually have a catapult. Direct hit. Suddenly, something streaks across the sky. A giant bolt flying at arrow speed shoots forward. It slams straight into the massive boulder before everyone's eyes. The soldiers watch in stunned disbelief. The boulder has been intercepted. Everyone is seething with fury. Who the hell did that? Lord Ganter suddenly recognizes someone. He looks down at Victor standing below the gate. Don't tell me. Victor slowly reaches for the hilt of the greatsword on his back, his voice dripping with contempt. Futile. You Perdium scum, no matter how you struggle, defeat is inevitable. He gives his order with absolute finality, bring the battering ram forward. The men throw their weight behind the massive ram, surging straight for the gate. In an instant the gate shatters, enemy troops flood through the breach. Sir, the pounding of the siege grows more violent with every passing second. Lord Ganter's face drains of color. He silently calls out to Ghislain. The gate is being hammered relentlessly by that battering ram. Meanwhile, in another part of the castle, the mages sit bound hand and foot, arranged in a circle around a magic circle. One of them erupts in rage. Let us go, you wretched commoners. Anf roars. We're mages. We have nothing to do with this pathetic land grab. Fuser responds calmly. This is the young master's order. Please remain composed. Anfoy snaps back. Are you blind? Do I look composed to you? He points toward the breach with absolute certainty. Look over there. If that battering ram gets any closer, this battle is already lost. This castle is done for. Vanessa hears this and shoots him a look of deep displeasure. She steps closer and says softly, Young Master Anf, please don't worry. The young master will surely find a way. Anfoy lets out a scornful laugh, his expression full of contempt. Don't make me laugh. Don't you dare mention that Grand Duke in front of me. It's because of that bastard that I got dragged into this hellhole. We're practically on our deathbeds already. Find a way? What a load of crap. Vanessa, try to persuade her. After all, the young master will surely, he erupts in anger. Shut your mouth. Are you really going to follow the orders of a lunatic? Vanessa rebuts firmly. Sir, he is not a lunatic. The young master is, a few days ago, Vanessa had been struggling to control her magic. But the amount of mana she produced was only a tiny sliver. Vanessa, flustered, speaks up, I'm sorry, my lord. I've finally learned how to channel mana, but for now this is all I can manage. Ghislain smiles gently to reassure her. It's fine. As long as you can use mana now, that's enough. The mana deficit will accumulate gradually over time. Follow me, I have something I want to show you. With that, he leads her to a spot where dozens of mages are busily burying something, their faces flushed with effort. Every single one of them is panting heavily, drenched in sweat. Vanessa watches and thinks to herself burying rune stones. A sudden voice rings out, Grand Duke. She flinches in surprise and shouts in protest, Why are you making our mages dig holes like laborers? Don't you have soldiers to do this kind of work? If you're trying to hide the rune stones, why not just move them outside the castle? A burly soldier immediately rushes over and locks it in a headlock. No talking on the job, and still struggles to yell all of you. Vanessa feels utterly bewildered. My lord, what is this? Ghislain answers softly, This is preparation. He explains patiently. In warfare, the simplest and most effective tactic is to overwhelm with number-stow, crush the enemy with sheer superiority. No matter how hard we try, we can't withstand their endless onslaught. The city gate will break, but that doesn't mean there's no way to win. Vanessa listens in silence, not saying a word. Something clicks, she asks, You mean? Vanessa grips her staff tightly, wondering to herself, Can I really do this? She doesn't overthink it. She slams her staff into the center of the magic circle. Instantly, a powerful surge of energy radiates outward, and gasps in disbelief. That magic circle impossible. He shouts in shock, mana channeling. Vanessa's eyes burn with unwavering determination. She recalls Gissel's words of encouragement. She can do this, Vanessa. Meanwhile, Victor stands at the outer perimeter, silently observing the strange phenomenon erupting inside the castle. The enemy forces are still battering the city gate. The soldiers inside swiftly draw their bows and remind each other, hold the gate until the signal is given. Damn it, hold the gate, drop it only when you hear the signal. Ganter suddenly spots something and shouts, "My lord, look over there." In the distance, a cluster of riders is charging at full gallop toward them. Lord Ganter stares, stunned. That unit. He recognizes the familiar armor and exclaims with joy, "Gisel." Victor whips around, eyes narrowing toward the rear. A soldier rushes to his side. Lord Victor report. Unidentified cavalry units are striking from behind it in both flanks simultaneously. Cao and Belinda are tearing through enemy ranks like a hurricane, sending soldiers fleeing in terror. Gisel raises his sword high overhead. He blurs into motion with phantom-like speed, cutting down a dozen soldiers in a single breath before any of them can even raise their weapons. They panic and scream. We heard Perdium had no reinforcements. They rain arrows down on him frantically. Fire, shoot them all. Don't just stand there, kill them before they get close. Gisel casts a cold glance at them. Then swoos both he and his horse vanish into thin air. A heartbeat later, Gisel and his steed soar clean over the heads of the enemy soldiers, leaving them frozen in shock. What? Did he just fly? Nothing but cold ruthlessness remains in Gisel's eyes. He sweeps his blade in a single devastating arc, scything down every enemy below. They collapse to the ground in unison. The survivors stare at each other in pure terror. He cut down this many in the blink of an eye. Is he a monster? Gisel raises his sword high and bellows, "Perdium, soldiers in your feet. From this moment forward, it's our turn to counterattack." The moment Gisel's voice rings out, soldiers on both sides surge with blazing morale, crashing into each other in a frenzy of battle. Meanwhile, at the enemy's main camp, rapid explosions erupt one after another, blowing apart the command flags and barricades. Soldiers cheer wildly as they see Jan closing in with relentless speed. It's an ambush. The main camp is under attack. Jan barks out orders instantly. Gordon, into the forestile, draw their fire. Split up and destroy all critical installations. Both reply in unison, "Yes, sir." Gordon adds with a mocking grin, "Look at these bastards," they're in total panic. Gordon chuckles. By the time they get back to camp, it'll be nothing but ashes. Thames witnesses the scene and is left utterly dumbfounded. What the hell is happening? How are we the ones getting ambushed? A soldier shouts urgently, "My lord, you must retreat immediately." Before he finishes the sentence, Ghislain charges in on horseback at full speed. He speaks with icy composure, "Enemy Commander Count Thames. I'm taking you as a prisoner of war." Thames breaks into a cold sweat and screams. What? Without warning, a mana-infused arrow streaks toward Thames from out of nowhere. Ghislain senses the danger instantly and whips his head to the side. He thrusts his spear forward, deflecting the arrow with a sharp clang. Adon and Ghislain stand, face to face. Ghislain sizes up the man before him. His inner thought he's overwhelmingly strong. Adon nods approvingly, leading a small strike force to raid the main camp head-on. Impressive guts. He introduces himself calmly. "I am Adon Fraser. State your name." Jan narrows his eyes, killing intent radiating from every pore. He replies coldly, "I have no name. I am merely a weapon in the service of Grand Duke Perdium." Meanwhile, on the left wall, Belinda shouts, "Cow." She hurls a soldier's body straight at Cow. He flashes a savage grin and cleaves the man clean in half with his razor-sharp blade. Belinda snaps, "Do you always have to splatter blood all over me?" Cow couldn't care less. "Dodge it yourself, lady. I don't have time to worry about that." She screams furiously, "What did you just call me, lady?" Meanwhile, on the right wall, Gisel fights fiercely as waves of enemy soldiers charge up in ever-growing numbers. They start to break. "We can't hold them. We're dead. Run!" Gisel sees the opportunity and roars, "Everyone charge. The enemy is in chaos, knows our chance to crush them." He declares with iron resolve, "I'll take down their siege tower myself." Gordon and the others hear his words and erupt in fervent shouts. "Follow Captain Gisel. Grind every last one of these bastards into dust." Watching the enemy soldiers flee in disarray, the man on horseback sneers with contempt. A disorganized rabble of fool-sweat idiot turns his back in the middle of a battle. He barks a command. The pikemen lock shields at the front. They shout in unison, "Yes, sir." Gisel lowers his voice, whispering to his horse, and swerves off on his own. The enemy pikemen thrust their spears in unison straight at Gisel's horsebutt. It dodges every single one. They stare in utter disbelief. What? Where did he go? Gisel has already launched himself skyward with a powerful leap. He lands on the ground in a flash, hooks his arm around an enemy soldier's neck, and swings his blade. A single cleave cuts down every pikeman in reach. He circles behind them, striking from their blind side before they can even react. A soldier's head sails into the air, severed clean from the body, eyes still wide with shock. Ghislain suddenly senses something is wrong. He stops, his gaze sweeping over the enemy troops still surging toward the fortress through smoke and flame. He thinks the walls are in worse shape than I thought. Is it because of that siege tower? At this rate, the wall will collapse before the gate even breaks. Our cavalry is pressing the attack, but the numbers gap is too great, and the tide won't be easy. If we hesitate, we'll be surrounded. The enemy commander barks a stern order to stop him. The siege tower is in position. The wall's about to come down. We don't need to kill him, just pin him in place. Ghislain tells himself no more time. Before we lose momentum, I'll shatter their formation. He drives his sword straight into the heart of the enemy column. Clean stroke splits the commander's skull in two. Another soldier charges forward with a scream, "You bastard!" One more swing, and Ghislain puts him down with ease. And another falls. Ghislain parries the incoming blade with a swift block. He darts behind the man in a heartbeat, and a single slash sends the soldier to his grave. The remaining soldiers panic, shouting at each other to fire. He's aiming for the siege tower. Don't let him get close. A volley of arrows rains down, but Ghislain weaves through them all without a scratch. The commander freezes as Ghislain closes in. No words. Ghislain drives his sword straight through the man's chest, lifts him off the ground with the momentum, and hurls him at the siege tower. The blade crashes into the tower's frame. With a deafening Clan G soldiers scream. Ghislain instantly fires a mana thread. He rockets forward at arrow speed. Ghislain launches himself high into the air. He uses the mana thread to yank his sword back. Before the stunned eyes of every soldier, Ghislain reclaims his blade midair. No one can even speak. Terror roots them in place. Ghislain raises his sword, eyes burning with cold, lethal intent. Clang! His blade slams into the tower's base with cataclysmic force enough to level an entire siege structure. The soldiers gape in shock. The siege tower was a stupid move. Victor watches the scene unfold, his eyes narrowing. He destroyed a siege tower with his own body. Is he the commander? In an instant, the entire tower collapses. Ghislain stumbles away, exhaustion dragging at every step. Victor turns to his subordinate. "Have they breached the gate yet?" The subordinate reports the gate is sturdier than expected. Internal resistance has slowed us down, but we can break through in roughly 10 minutes. Victor says nothing, silence. His voice drops low. "Cut it down to 5. While they work, I'll deal with their commander myself. That gate must fall." Victor's glare is a death sentence. "Unless all of you would rather die by my hand." The subordinate trembles, voice cracking. "Why, yes, sir." A voice cuts through from behind. "Hey, nice winged armor." A man approaches, calm and unhurried. "You're not going anywhere." Victor glances back, eyes narrowing. "And who the hell are you?" The man introduces himself without a care in the world. "Cao, captain of the ex-mercenaries." Cao flashes a cocky grin and shouts, "Let's dance." With that, he spurs his horse forward at a full charge. A man clad head to toe in iron plate armor sits atop a warhorse equally armored in heavy barding. "You want to fight?" The Iron Knight wheels his horse around with a sharp command. His armored steed slams both hooves into the enemy horse with a brutal kick. The animal cries out in pain. A blade whooshes past Cao's body. Cao jerks sideways, barely dodging a devastating slash from the Iron Knight. He leaps off his mount and swings his blade downward at the Iron Knight, who still stands on the ground. The descending sword is caught mid-swing. The Iron Knight blocks it with his own blade. Cao grits his teeth, fury blazing in his eyes. He puts every ounce of strength into a crushing downward strike against the Iron Knight's sword. Cao clenches his jaw, thinking, can this guy really block everything I throw at him? He launches into the air again, swinging his blade in a vicious arc. "Guys like you, I've cut down enough to fill a whole cart. Pathetic mercenaries who think they're hot shit." The Iron Knight swings his greatsword in a devastating horizontal cleave, SLA, M right into Cao's midsection. Cao raises his sword just in time, catching the Iron Knight's blade inches from his face. He pours everything into holding it back. The sword can't take the strain. It snaps in half. Cao is wounded. Blood sprays outward. Behind the visor of that iron helm, eyes glow with savage, burning malice. Nothing easier to deal with than beasts who fight on instinct alone. The Iron Knight sits motionless on his horse, blood-streaked greatsword in hand. Cao has been sent flying backward. Cao clutches the wound on his shoulder, blood pouring between his fingers. He clenches his teeth. "That bastard!" He's strong, just like the captain said. A voice speaks from the silhouette behind him. His name is Victor's secret trump card of Deadman, one of the powers targeting Persium. Cao calls back over his shoulder, eyes searching. Is he even stronger than you, Captain? Ghislain's voice is steady and grave. Of everyone I've ever faced, he is the strongest. Except for me. The image of the fortress under siege, black smoke chokes the sky. He's using his overwhelming numbers to force us into a full commitment on the walls. Then, when the gate is at its weakest, he'll punch through it and launch the final assault. A face appears. Adon tilts his head slightly. Everything is going exactly as planned. However, Cao drops to one knee on the ground, his face darkening, remembering the words. Once Victor leaves the gate, the entire plan could collapse. His eyes narrow as he recalls Captain Ghislain's instructions. Victor sits high on his warhorse, a towering, overwhelming presence before him. When that happened, hold him in place. After steadying himself, Cao picks up the broken half of his sword. You're serious, huh? One hand presses the wound, the other drives the jagged blade forward. A wild grin stretches across his face. At least give a guy a fighting chance. Would you? A massive explosion rocks the area around the castle. White smoke billows everywhere. Slash marks trace arcs of blinding light through the air. Two colossal, powerful men clash in a brutal exchange. Soldiers try to hold back the massive figure. Adon, stay back, so you'll get caught in the crossfire. Chaos erupts all around. Screams fill the air. Kill as many enemies as you can. Don't get in Lord Ghislain's way. Ghislain's face twists with irritation. This is a waste of time. I can't afford to linger here. Before him stands a fully armored iron knight, wielding a massive greatsword and a golden shield. That colossal shield deflects every attack from every angle, virtually impenetrable. How long has it been since I faced someone this stubborn? Jan swings the axe in his hand, then brings it crashing down on the golden shield, shouting, I can't waste any more time on you. The ironclad knight speaks without a trace of fear. It's useless. That strike was strong, but you'll never pierce this shield. He then spins to deflect the incoming attack. Instantly, the Iron Knight slashes his sword at Ghislain. The blade plunges downward, then arcs back up, slicing across the horse and wounding it. Blood sprays through the air. Diane's gaze turns ice cold. The horse screams in pain. The Iron Knight sits imperiously atop his armored steed, gazing down with an authoritative glare. His eyes flash as he speaks coldly, die. He then drives the shield on his arm down toward Ghislain with tremendous force. He uses every ounce of his strength to block. On the other side, Cao is also fighting with everything he has. Something plummets from above. A heavy object crashes into the ground right in front of the entire group. Everyone whips around in shock. An ironclad figure appears, a mysterious cloak draped around his helm. On the far side, a woman wielding a large staff channels her power. The man in glasses lies on the ground, blinded, writhing and screaming. The gate's been breached. She's draining the Manado something. The woman remains calm, utterly focused on her task. Not yet, not yet, just a little more. The Iron Knight points his sword downward and bellows. The gate is open, all units full assault. Upon hearing the command, the soldiers charge toward the gate in unison, screaming, take the castle. The commanding Iron Knight orders, bring Count Dill here. I'll go deal with their commander. His subordinates immediately comply. Yes, understood. Cao, wounded and trembling, says, that man. He's still standing strong. You're not going anywhere. Victor glances at Cao. Isn't that right? With your level of skill, you should know which battles are worth dying for and which aren't. So why do you keep charging in? The Iron Knight speaks. Look, the gate has fallen. Jan kneels at the foot of the knight's horse. The Iron Knight says coldly, your side has lost. Cao and Ghislain, though in two separate places, both remain utterly calm, their eyes dark with resolve. Your bold ambush was certainly unexpected, but the outcome remains unchanged. Your decision to stuff your ranks with useless mercenaries alongside your elite forces was the mistake that sealed your family's fate. Victor's gaze is utterly frigid. A mercenary should know when to retreat when the tide turns. The other Iron Knight is equally cold. No matter how skilled they are, they can never defeat a properly trained knight. Cao and Ghislain both stand at the feet of the mounted knights. You have nothing worth dying for in this battle. A dangerous laugh rings out. Cao's expression turns savage. So what? Cao and Ghislain break into fierce grins, their eyes blazing with defiance. Mercenary or knight in the battlefield, there are only two men in two different places, both charging forward with equal ferocity. Win or lose, nothing more. The knight raises his sword high. The excuses of losers aren't worth hearing. He brings it crashing down on Ghislain's axe as it swings through the air. The two weapons collide with a deafening clang, and the force sends the axe slamming to the ground. Jan quickly pivots his axe. Inside the axe's arc, the situation shifts. The knight startles, and Jan swings hard, sending the knight's sword flying high into the air. The armored horse, already wounded, collapses heavily, and the knight crashes to the ground. The knight seethes with rage. "You filthy beast, a lowly mercenary dares to." Before he can finish, Jan leaps into the air, bringing his axe down with every ounce of his strength. No hesitation slam. The axe cleaves down onto the knight. Ghislain speaks calmly. "No matter how solid the defense, there's always a gap." Then he draws the sword from his back. "I have dedicated my entire life as a weapon of the Grand Duke." The blade rises into the air and Ghislain drives it straight toward the knight. "I exist for one reason alone, to bring victory to my lord." The knight's expression shifts to panic and disbelief. The sword pierces clean through the knight's chest. Blood sprays into the air. On the other side, Cao charges straight at Victor. He grits his teeth uncertain. Worried, it pushes forward with unwavering force. "I know he's stronger than me. I know I could die." But Cao remembers Gisel's words from when Gisel faced Victor. He steadies himself, eyes flashing. "Just one hit. I just need to land one." Cao grips his sword and sprints toward Victor. He's anxious but utterly resolute. "I know he's stronger than me. I could die." But Cao stays calm, eyes burning with determination. "If I can land just one strike, if I can pull this off." A voice echoes through the air. "Want to know how I did it?" Gisel turns around. "Did what?" Gordon stands behind him, both hands raised in the air. "You know that thing from when we made the bet, remember? That dodge and slash move." Getting no response, he turns away awkwardly. "Come on, just teach me." Gordon smiles faintly. He says that movement isn't the important part. Cao charges toward Victor, recalling the words of advice. The first time someone faces him, they'll probably think this Victor shows no fear. Raises his sword and speaks calmly. Cao's eyes turn sharp, resolve blazing. "They'll underestimate you." The two clash swords, and smoke erupts in a blinding cloud. Cao takes a hit that snaps his face to the side, but he instantly hurls his sword at Victor. Victor doesn't flinch, letting out a small grunt. Cao's sword gets knocked spinning high into the sky. Victor shows no worry, speaking calmly. "The fools always make rash decisions when they think they have nothing left to lose, never realizing it will be the last choice they ever make." He raises the gleaming sword in his hand. Victor lunges, driving his blade toward Cao, and declares coldly, "Die." In that desperate moment, Cao recalls the words but keeps his eyes wide open, staring at the blade hurtling toward him. If you can hide your true intent within the action, you won't feel fear. In that split second of danger, Cao twists aside. In one fluid motion, he grabs the knight's arm. Cao launches himself into the air, gripping the broken half of his shattered sword. Victor is caught off guard by the move too slow to react. Cao plunges downward. He's certain he can land at least one fatal blow. The blade tip drives toward Victor. The horse takes the hit, thrashing and screaming as blood sprays into the air. Cao uses the momentum to drive even deeper. Seeing his mount lose control, Victor leaps off while Cao comes crashing down. He slams into the ground. Victor stares at Cao, thinking that unorthodox move, catching a blade in midair after throwing his own. Even while falling into defeat, you were quietly setting up the board to turn the tide. That's a state only someone prepared to die can reach. He stands on solid ground, looking down at Cao lying below. "So you're not just a mindless beast after all." Cao lifts his eyes slightly, breathing heavily. "Well done." Victor takes a step closer. Sometimes people transcend their limits when standing on the edge between life and death. "A pity it only grazed me." The knight still grips his sword firmly, radiating an aura of death. "You simply picked the wrong opponent." Victor points his sword tip downward. Any last words of denial? Cao lies face down on the ground in silence, his expression dark as night. The knight shows a flicker of surprise as Cao continues to speak. "That's it." Cao smirks, a glint of satisfaction flickering in his eyes. "I got him." Victor lowers his gaze. "What?" Something streaks down from the sky without warning. Victor hears the sound and immediately leaps back. The ground erupts with thunderous impact. A woman soars in from above Belinda, eyes cold as steel. She fires an iron-tipped arrow that hooks onto Cao's clothing, then flips clean over Victor's head. Belinda lands swiftly on horseback, gripping a long cord attached to the arrow, yanking Cao into the air. Victor doesn't attack, just stands frozen, watching them go. "You actually landed a hit." He stares after their retreating figures, the realization leaving him stunned. And without that woman, he would be dead. He's not stupid enough to trade his life for a single strike. Cao is slung across the horse's back behind Belinda. Those two are chatting and he almost died back there. "Hey lady, you want me to take him down again?" Victor replays Cao's attack in his mind. His eyes tremble slightly. So everything he did was worth gambling his life over. Then Victor turns to the side and catches something. His body stiffens. Up ahead, his cavalry charges through the city Gatino. They're pouring in far too quickly. Inside, a figure stands surrounded by an ethereal glow. The girl's face is deadly serious, perfectly calm. Victor's expression hardens. So that was the plan to pin me down here. The girl's face burns with fierce determination as the gate shatters, and the enemy stands right at her doorstep. She recalls Ghislain's instructions. With her magic, she can turn the tide in an instant. The dark-haired woman standing nearby watches her. Can I really do this? The man smiles gently. You can do it. Right now, an entire enemy army stands before them. The girl stands within the magic circle and screams. The incantation ethereal light crashes down upon the knights. Her eyes blaze. Fire striketh, ethereal light transforms into searing crimson flames that engulf the knights. A massive explosion erupts. Smoke billows outward, and the flames spread, raging all the way past the city gates. The entire area is blown apart. Shards of debris rocket into the sky. Everyone present stares in stunned silence. Ghislain's expression remains stern, his gaze perfectly composed. The knights engulfed in flames scream in agony. It's too hot, mercy, please. The flames are too intense. They scramble to retreat, everyone pulling back from the fortress immediately. The mounted knights gallop away at full speed. Seeing this, Ghislain immediately shouts orders, seal the gate. The fire spreads relentlessly. The knights flee faster and faster to save themselves. Don't let a single one escape alive. Amid the sea of flames, Victor remains motionless on his horse. A knight rushes over. Lord Victor, he raises his shield against the searing heat. The situation is dire. Most of our soldiers have been burned alive. Please give the order to retreat. Victor doesn't turn around. How irritating. He watches the flames spread around him. This was a battle meticulously planned over years, prepared in absolute silence. I had cut off every route of survival for Perdium, and yet he recalls Cow's triumphant grin. The mage waiting inside their rapid response unit, that rabid dog. Even a high-tier mage capable of incinerating thousands in the blink of an eye. Victor exhales slowly. Every single element aligned perfectly to call coincidence. They've blocked my victory. He rips his sword from the ground. Have I walked straight into a trap? Victor turns and strides past the soldier, issuing the retreat order. We pull back for now. He walks through the firelight. This area has no forestance. They break free of the flames. They can regroup at base. Conquest will take longer than expected, but so be it. The eyes behind the steel helm remain ice cold. Send for Adon immediately. A figure materializes before Victor, holding a familiar steel helm. Jan strides forward, a massive battle axe slung across his back. He fixes his blazing gaze on the group. You're their commander. Victor Frieschi's eyes drop to the steel helm in the man's hand, and he whips around searching for Adon. The steel helm clatters to the ground. Your army and your main Bassethi are finished. Jan raises his axe toward Victor. Surrender now. Around them, soldiers scramble, fighting Ghislain's forces on one side while fleeing the raging inferno on the other. A laugh echoes through the chaos. Victor remains utterly composed, his tone dripping with mockery. You can't be serious. He levels his sword tip at Jan. You think my war ends like this? I'll slit every last one of your throats myself and end this. The two stand face to face, weapons in hand, the air between them crackling with killing intent. Victor lunges forward, his entire body radiating lethal intent. My battle starts here. Both sides clash simultaneously. The battle intensifies. Lord Ganter commands his soldiers to fire crossbows. Bolts rain down, burying themselves into the enemy ranks. They're cornered rats trapped in a burning pit. Don't let a single one escape the inferno. The cavalry hack ruthlessly at the shield-bearing soldiers. Ghislain raises his blood-soaked sword high and roars. This is our chance to turn the tide. Don't let a single one survive. The battle reaches its climax. Both sides throw themselves at each other in a desperate struggle of life and death. Belinda gallops over on horseback, calling out to her young lord. She asks Ghislain with deep concern, "Are you wounded anywhere?" He replies calmly, "I'm fine," and him. Belinda hesitates, glancing at the trembling body slung across the horse's back. Kea battered and blooded forces his thumb up, signaling he's still alive. Ghislain looks at him and smiles. Belinda grumbles, "One more hit and he would have been done for. When we heard your plan, we thought you'd truly lost your mind." Ghislain simply laughs and says, "But it worked in the end, didn't it?" Belinda recalls the ordeal and blurts out, "I swear I'm never doing that again. Every rune stone we gathered gun in a single move. Make sure to praise Vanessa later, got it?" This time Ghislain frowns slightly. "But where's Jan?" Belinda suddenly startles, eyes widening. Ghislain immediately spurs his horse past her. He ignores Belinda's calls and gallops ahead, worry eating at his heart. "Jan," Sharp, cold eyes gleam from beneath the steel helm. Jan raises his axe to block a crushing sword strike. The helmed figure charges in once more. He brings his blade crashing down. Jan barely holds on. His body is forced backward, skidding across the ground. He mutters to himself, "Too heavy." Then the helmeted man suddenly lets out a roar. "You filthy mercenary rats. I was just toying with you and you're already getting cocky." Jan doesn't reply. He just swings the full length of his axe straight at the man. The helmeted man blocks it with his sword effortlessly. Jan senses something within the axe's weight. The helmeted man threads his blade into the axe's arc and flicks it out of Jan's grip, sending it flying far behind him. He snarls, "You low-lives have crossed the line." Jan's face remains expressionless, bracing for what comes next. The enemy's blade pierces clean through his body. Fresh blood gushes out, streaming down to the ground. Pain crashes over him. Jan's body jolts. The helmeted man glances at him with frigid, inhuman eyes. Not a shred of mercy. He speaks, slowly twisting the blade to avoid the vitals. So the fact that he held off Adon wasn't just dumb luck. He's the only one who's ever blocked a strike from me that cleanly. Draining his strength fighting Adon, then facing Metha was a stupid choice. But even he won't regret dying at the hands of someone like you. Die. Suddenly, he senses something hurtling toward him from behind. He glances back. A sword plunges straight into the ground between the two of them. Head dodges just in time. "Who's there?" the helmeted man bellows, footsteps close in fast. Ghislain steps forward, his eyes fixed on the stunned man. He speaks, his tone hanging ominously. "Who are you?" Jan's breathing comes in ragged, labored gasps. Ghislain picks up Jan's axe, slings it over his shoulder and steps closer. The helmeted man's pupils tremble violently. Ghislain, clad in black armor, unleashes his core power. His foot slams into the earth. His body moves blindingly fast, a streak of shadow too quick to track. He leaps, swinging the axe downward with full momentum. The helmeted man raises his sword above his head to block. He struggles under the weight. He shoves Ghislain away. Both sides raise their weapons once more. Ghislain catches the helmeted man's downward slash on the flat of his axe. This time it's Ghislain's turn to attack. Ghislain swings his arm wide, winding up for a devastating slash. The helmeted man leaps high. Dodging the slash, he has more than enough airtime to gather momentum. Both hands grip the sword hilt, and he brings it crashing down onto Ghislain's head with crushing force. Ghislain catches the handle end of the axe and braces against the helmeted man's downward cleave. Ghislain's eyes blaze with an eerie, mystical violet light. He holds the axe steady, then drives his foot hard into the helmeted man's torso. The helmeted man's body flips violently, sent crashing onto his back. A suffocating shockwave ripples through him. He springs back up like a coiled spring, retreating in an instant. The helmeted man's composure wavers, completely unpredictable, unstable. "Let your guard down for even a second and you're dead. There's someone this strong hiding in Perdium." Ghislain suddenly speaks. "I know who you are. Your strength, your combat forces, even the powers backing you from the shadows. I know everything." A storm of confusion rages inside the helmeted man's mind. "A trap." He props himself up with his sword, then lunges at Ghislain, screaming, "Impossible." He unleashes a relentless barrage of attacks on Ghislain, trying to silence the turmoil inside his own head. There's no way Perdium could have known about this covert operation. Up until now, Ghislain has done nothing but deflect every single strike with his axe. He brings one heavy blow, crashing down on the helmeted man. The helmeted man tells himself, "I am the secret ace of House de Count." He swings his blade, knocking the axe aside and closing the distance, roaring, "You think I'd fall for some petty trick like this?" His blade only meets the axe. The helmeted man freezes. Ghislain flips his body midair. The axe descends right at the helmeted man's feet, barely missing. The helmeted man swings his sword upward once again. It only connects with the axe. A follow-up kick from Ghislain slams into him. He growls, then looks up. Ghislain is already swinging the axe down at him with reckless fury. The pattern repeats. His sword catches Ghislain's axe once more. The axe blade glows a deep blood red. The impact from that slash detonates like an explosion. The helmeted man's helm flies off. His face is finally revealed. Blood trickles down his high forehead, a wretched sight. Ghislain walks slowly toward his kneeling figure. He picks up the sword embedded in the ground and says, "Not bad craftsmanship, but this one suits my hand better." The helmeted man pants heavily, forcing out each word. "What the hell?" "Are you?" Ghislain answers calmly, "I am the Grand Duke of Perdium." Ghislain of Perdium discards the helmet onto the ground and speaks evenly. "I am the Grand Duke of Perdium." The helmet clatters to the earth. At that same moment his name echoes out, Ghislain Perdium. The helmeted man hears Itan for a split second. Disbelief flickers across his face. Ghislain Perdium. Then he scoffs and suddenly bursts into wild, unhinged laughter. The helmeted man, beaten to the ground, still mouths off with unbroken arrogance. Oh, the greatest knight of the North, defeated by some common street thug. Ghislain answers without missing a beat. That's right, today you'll learn who the true best in the North really is. Victor, the man named Victor, wears a mocking sneer. Confident aren't you? I won't even ask how you planned and lured me into this trap. On the battlefield, using every means necessary to secure victory is just common sense. The only thing that matters is who's the last one standing. That's the winner. Victor tenses his entire body, aura flaring like 9999 attack power. He grins, his eyes are murder itself, as if he wants to devour Ghislain whole. He delivers his final words from the corner of his lips. Isn't that right? Ghislain raises his blade in kind. His aura surges 9999 attack power. Of course, he threatens. Images of comrades and friends flash through Ghislain's mind. Their gazes lock, sparks fly. Then both sides charge. Steel collides with steel, sparks erupt. Victor catches Ghislain's overhead cleave on his blade. The two of them clash violently, hacking and slashing like brawlers in a back alley knife fight. Ghislain springs backward. Metal grinds against metal and ear-splitting screech. Victor thrusts his blade straight at Ghislain. Ghislain brings his sword crashing down from above. Victor grits his teeth and swings with everything he has, shoving Ghislain's body backward. Ghislain plants his foot on Victor's sword hilt and stands on it with one leg. His boot slams into Victor's face. Victor's head snaps back, his expression uglier than a beaten dog. Ghislain seizes the opening and unleashes a follow-up strike. Victor's blood boils. He roars, gripping his sword with both hands to block the incoming slash. The physical impact sends Ghislain flying backward. His feet drag across the ground, struggling to hold his footing. Ghislain frowns at the wound on his arm. Victor Grinch drew first blood. They stand there, staring each other down, then lunge again. This time, it's Ghislain's turn to take the slash, but he returns one just as vicious. Victor's body closes in tight. Ghislain clenches his jaw and leaps high. He brings the blade down from above. The cycle repeats. On side strikes, the other blocks. Both hack away with reckless abandon, eyes blind to anything but the fight. Blades clash once more. Ghislain and Victor lock eyes, exchanging a gaze, almost tender, with mutual respect. Both swords slam into the ground simultaneously. Dirt and stone shatter apart. Ghislain reads Victor's next move in an instant. He swings his blade up as well. Victor's strike grazes past, as Ghislain drives a punch under his chin. Both are knocked back from each other. Ghislain rushes forward in an instant. Victor rolls backward across the ground. His blade skims the earth, slashing upward from below. Sand sprays everywhere. Ghislain throws up his arm to shield his face from the grit. Victor surges forward with full momentum, his blade tip aimed straight at Ghislain's face. Even then, Ghislain finds time to silently admire him in the back of his mind. You really are strong, Victor. Even with amplified power, the gap between us isn't that wide. When I first started this war and attacked Count's family, you were the one standing in my way. Ghislain recalls it all battles past. The brushes with Det Hand arrives at a final resolution. Only at the very end could he finally let go of that grudge. I've wasted too much time already. Anyone who seeks to destroy Perdium like you is destined to lose. That day, I made my decision to return to reality. Victor lunges straight at Ghislain. Neither side flinches as they face each other head-on. Ghislain is certain anyone who targets my family has only death waiting for them. Both drive their blades straight into each other, yet their expressions couldn't be more different. Ghislain's blade pierces clean through Victor's torso, while Victor's blade is trapped under Ghislain's arm. Victor whispers something about Count before his body crumples to the ground. Ghislain stands over his fallen body. Victor forces a bitter smile, his eyes gazing at the distant sky. Ghislain watches him in silence, then turns and walks away. He stops at the sound of Victor's voice. One last question. I just want to ask one thing. Who the hell are you, really? Ghislain turns his head but doesn't answer. Victor continues. Ghislain, I know you as Perdium's disgrace, the northern fool. None of that matters anymore. How interesting. Ghislain stands amid the corpses heaped upon one another. The battlefield is stained in vivid crimson. Ghislain supports Gillian's battered body as they make their way back to the fortress. The two of them gaze ahead at the army gathered to welcome them home. Lord Ganter, Jando, and the rest watch their every step with wide eyes. Ghislain glances to the other side. Belinda stands there, eyes wide open, staring at him. Ghislain breaks into a smile and says with visible relief, "Everyone's still alive." In an instant, the crowd rushes toward them. "Young master, Captain Ghislain." The people swarm around Ghislain and Gillian, clamoring with excitement. I've never witnessed a battle like that in all my years as a mercenary. What kind of magic was that? It gave me goosebumps. Ghislain simply responds in a calm voice. Thank you all for holding the line. Everyone did well. Cow, clutching his wounded shoulder, teases Ghislain. Hey, old man, you gonna cry to the captain over a little stab wound. Ghislain responds with his usual blank expression. It's nothing serious. Belinda can't hold back and raises her voice. Nothing serious? Blood is gushing like a fountain. Drop the act, let us see it. Ghislain asks Belinda where Vanessa is. She falters. She's completely exhausted. Mr. Ferguson evacuated her into the castle along with the other mages, so she should be safe. Ghislain turns around at the booming voice calling his name. His lord embraces him tightly, laughing with joy. Well done, very well done. Truly the heir of Perdium. Ghislain feels a slight flush of embarrassment. You've all worked hard tonight, Captain, and you, Father. Lord Ganter looks at him, something heavy behind his eyes. He steps closer. Ghislain moves forward and embraces him tightly. Ganter praises him gently, as if consoling a child. You did wonderfully. When I first heard the plan, I thought it was absurd, but you actually pulled it off. Ghislain shakes his head. It only worked because you held the fortress, Father. Father, Lord Ganter responds calmly. No, son. It was all thanks to you. He raises Ghislain's hand high into the air. We won. This is Perdium's victory. Lord Ganter beams with triumph. The soldiers hoist their victory flags high. Everyone revels in a victory bought with so much blood and sacrifice. Ghislain stands like a statue, watching the moment of triumph unfold before him. A faint smile gradually forms on his lips as he whispers to himself. Yes, this is why I came back. But the war isn't over. Yethai's eyes still burn with barely contained fury. Jando asks Lord Ganter, Sir, what do we do now? I'll go check on the troops immediately. Lord Ganter says to Ghislain, call your men back too. We have much to Dorst while you can. He pauses at Ghislain's response. There's no time. We need to force Count JLD to formally surrender as quickly as possible. Lord Ganter reassures him. Don't worry, we'll handle that tomorrow. Ghislain cuts him off. By then it'll be too late. I'll lead the mercenaries to JLD's territory right now. So grant me acting authority in your name. Jando is taken aback. Acting authority. Lord Ganter hesitates. The war just ended. You and the troops must be exhausted. No need to rush. Ghislain replies, the war hasn't ended. Lord Ganter stares at him, startled. Ghislain states plainly, Count JLD declared war to shatter our alliance and seize our land. We can't give him time to regroup, or he'll strike again whenever he sees an opening. We must act now and demand reparations on our terms. He never dares betray us again. Lord Ganter thinks to himself, I expected him to savor the victory. Yet he's already planning 3 steps ahead. He finally agrees. Very well, seize the momentum and end this for good. Ghislain bows his head. Thank you, Father. Lord Ganter adds one more thing, as Ghislain turns to leave. However, Count JLD was once our ally, and has shown loyalty to the king. So conduct yourself with restraint. Ghislain smiles. Don't worry, Belinda, can you still ride? Cow grins and replies, just a few scratches. Ghislain leaps onto his horse and shouts, good. Then let's move full speed to Count JLD's territory. JLD Castle. Inside the castle, a curse erupts. Damn it, how is this possible? Count JLD roars in fury. I accepted the secret deal because Deadman was famous for his strength hand. He still lost to those worthless Perdium scum. Lero's face drains of color as he hurriedly tries to calm his lord. Master, please remain calm. Count JLD screams even louder. Shut up, Lero. Look at this situation, though. You think I can stay calm? Why are you still standing there? Prepare the surrender terms. Tell the officials to prepare the reparations. Lero stammers. Reparations, sir. Count JLD forces a bitter smile. Lord Perdium is a fool who always honors tradition and dignity. He'll certainly agree to negotiate. Our treasury is nearly empty, but offering a modest compensation should be enough to get us out of this mess. Then we'll pin all the blame on Count de. Lero's face is completely drained of blood, looks like a zombie. But we've poured everything into the war, my lord. Where would we find the money for reparations? Count JLD flies into a blind rage and seizes Lero by the throat. He issues a foolish decree. How exactly are you handling your duties? By squeezing the commoners dry. Does it sting because you've got commoner blood yourself? Those swine matter more than I do, is that it? Lair doesn't dare resist, not even a little. His master. Count Thames clicks his tongue and releases him. How dare you not recognize your own master? Get moving now. Lair looks up, coughing blood. His mind race has ruled through force himself, but even he can no longer endure this tyranny. This time, there's going to be a real revolt. A soldier suddenly bursts in with a report. Bad news. My lord, the Persium forces have arrived. Soldiers line up on both sides, staring each other down. Count Thames sits in the center, chin resting on his hand. His face is pale as a sheet. He thinks to himself, how did they sense the tension in the air so quickly? But things won't go your way. Let them in. The Persium delegation. Footsteps approach. Ghislain leads the way, with Belinda and Cow following behind. Ghislain speaks. You were preparing for a surrender negotiation, I presume. Ah, Count Thames of Persium. Count Thames leaps to his feet, trembling. Why isn't Lord Ganter here? Why is it Yaohai's son? Ghislain replies calmly. My father is busy restoring the territory. As his appointed representative, I will handle the negotiations. They dragged him out a few hours ago. Cow clicks his tongue. That guy sure moved fast. A supposed lord who abandons his soldiers and bolts straight back to his territory. The soldier behind them speaks anxiously. Sorry, sir, we let him slip away. Cow grins like a madman. You mean the old man let him go, not you lot of you did your part. That's what I meant. Ghislain thinks to himself. Maybe I should bring Gillian along next time. Cow rides closer to Ghislain. But young lord, negotiating a surrender means we spare that count's life, right? Why? Ghislain answers. Well, everyone knows Count Thames is a scoundrel who tried to seize Persium. But from the outside, this looks like nothing more than a vendetta on behalf of the heir. So if we demand too much in compensation, even our side will have a hard time justifying it. Most likely, they'll haggle over reparations and let the matter die there. Cow scoffs. They'll haggle over reparations and let everything end there, rather than just storming into their territory and wiping them out clean. Belinda looks at Cow with a pitiful expression. You think wars between nobles are as simple as your barroom brawls. Use your head. Cow snorts. Mercenaries serving nobles are all just people. Nobles think they're gods or something. They attacked us first. Why should we bother saving face for them? Ghislain rides ahead and calls back. Don't overthink it, Cow. Either way, this is what my father would do. Belinda breaks into a cold sweat. But if it were up to me, Ghislain grins. I'd seize Thames's territory and claim it as my own. Back to the present, Count Thames looks as if he's seen a ghost. It's Ghislain striding in with Belinda and Cow, exuding authority. Have you prepared for the surrender negotiation? Count Thames, he shoots to his feet. Why isn't Lord Ganter here? Why you? His son, Ghislain replies calmly. My father is busy restoring the territory. As his appointed representative, I will handle the negotiations. Force him to his knees. Cow and a soldier step forward and shove him down. He thrashes wildly. What do you think you're doing? Let me go. How dare you lowly commoners touch me with your filthy hands? He's forced to kneel before Ghislain. Belinda whispers, Young lord, are you sure about this? If Lord Ganter scolds me later, just know this wasn't my idea. Ghislain simply replies with a Count Thames screams, I have sworn loyalty to the kingdom. Do you think you can do this to a vassal of the king and not pay the price? Show me respect this instant. A blade presses against his face. Ghislain speaks. Thames, you are a traitor who broke the alliance and sought to seize Persium, all because you were seduced by the enemy's honeyed promises. For all who set their sights on Persium, only death awaits. He remains defiant. Impossible, you actually intend to kill me. Ghislain responds. If you throw countless lives into war, you must be willing to risk your owner pay a fitting price. Thames weeps, snot and tears streaming down his face, inwardly wailing. This maniac is dead serious. He screams, wait, I just need to pay a price, right? Fine, I'll surrender my territory. Belinda watches, stunned as if struck by lightning. But Ghislain lets a thin smile creep across his lips. He thinks, I knew you'd say that. Ghislain continues. But to inherit a territory, one must be a member of the ruling family or a lawful heir. Otherwise, it violates inheritance law. As a count, you should know better than anyone that land isn't something you can just trade like merchandise. Thames replies hastily, I'll handle all that, you needn't worry about it. Fine, I'll just say you're a distant relative. I'll have someone forge the inheritance documents you just sign, and it's done. What are you waiting for, Lair? Bring paper and ink now. Ghislain narrows his cold, piercing eye, still unconvinced. Thames grits his teeth. I'll add monetary compensation on top of that. I don't have cash on hand right now, but I'll tax the people and bring the money immediately. Just give me a little time. So please spare my life. Ghislain frowns. Is your life really worth that much? Very well, I'll give you one chance. His collar is seized instantly. Ghislain drags him out of the fortress and throws him to the ground. The commoners murmur among themselves. What's going on? That's the lord, what's happening? Count Thames turns to Ghislain. Hey, young lordo, you have any idea what you're doing in front of the common folk? Ghislain warns, watch your tongue. After all, you're standing before those who hold your life in their hands. People of Persium, I am Ghislain of Persium, heir to the Persium bloodline. This count declared war on Persium out of avenging scene has been defeated. The result, he declared he would collect war reparations from Yaohai's own people. Is anyone willing to hand it over voluntarily? The commoners erupt in fury. What? Last time they bled us dry for the war and now this again. You think we'll just obediently hand over our money? You nobles should sort it out among yourselves. Ghislain declares, as the acting lord of Kydium, this one shall generously offer you a choice. Either pay a hefty sum to ransom your count's life, or kill him and become part of Perem. That way, you shall never bear the burden of war again. Count Segat trembles like a frightened cur. You Ghislain, you wretch, how dare you humiliate me like this? A stone flies straight into his temple. Several more slam into his face in rapid succession. The commoners close in. You scoundrel, you stripped us of everything me mother's keepsake. The last loaf of bread meant for my child. Do you have any idea how many people here have suffered because of you? Die! They beat him savagely from every direction. Ghislain walks back to stand beside Belinda and Cow. The two of them stare at him in silence. Ghislain smiles. Let's go home, the war is over. Belinda, about my father. Belinda hesitates. Yes, I'm certain you always have a good reason, my lord. I wasn't worried in the slightest. Perem Castle, Gunter and the officials all share the same expression, utter disbelief. What was that? Ghislain calmly repeats his words. As I said, Count Segat is dead. Gunter's face darkens. Have you forgotten what I told you? You were to show him the utmost respect. Ghislain replies, I didn't forget, father. But after witnessing everything firsthand, I decided this was the better course of action. If we gave him the chance to surrender, sooner or later, he would find a way to target Perem again. The officials gasp. He would target us again. Impossible, Ghislain continues. Jiga brought 7,000 troops to attack Perem. Surely everyone realized that number far exceeds Jiga's own capabilities. Deadman supplied the troops, and Jafang was pulling the strings from behind the scenes. The officials burst into uproar. Deadman and Jafang. You mean those two great territories are targeting us? But House Deadman has always maintained neutrality. And why would Jafang do this? Because of what happened before? Ghislain ponders. The reason reinforcements from our allied territories never arrived is undoubtedly because Amelia killed the messengers to cut off all communications. That has always been her favorite trick. Isolate the prey, but if I gain control of Segat, the situation changes entirely. Because my territory and Perem will share a border, they won't be able to strike Perem directly. And if there's any movement, I can respond in time. Gunter sighs, so that's why you killed Count Segat. But even if the Lord is dead, that land won't simply become ours. You know full well it would pass to his bloodline successor, or his rightful heir, correct? Ghislain produces something from his coat. Have a look. Gunter reads the document. It clearly states that Ghislain is a distant, relativing the first lawful heir to the Segat territory. Ghislain says he received it directly from Count Gat himself. With this, most of the issues regarding the territory and inheritance have been resolved. Someone calls out to the Lord. Gunter now fixes Ghislain with a grave expression. Governing a territory is no simple task. Do you have enough men to govern that land? Ghislain smiles. Do not worry, father. I already have the perfect plan for this. The kingdom mobilizes to establish the forested territory. The crowd in the tavern eats and drinks in boisterous clamor. The people stir with commotion. He's really going all out today, isn't he? Bet that when the time comes to part with his right-hand man, he'll be crying a river. Dice are scattered across the table. A deft hand scoops them into a cup. Those skilled hands give the cup a sharp shake, then set it down. The bald-headed man, looking every bit like a common thug, opens his mouth. You know what happens when your cheating gets exposed, don't you? Black Reed. Reed flashes a grin. Come now, crack a smile. It's all just for fun. Now then, take your time and make your decision. That's all for now, folks. If you want to keep following this story, smash that subscribe button right away. And while you're at it, give the like button a little tap too. Thank you all for watching until the end.